Book 1 of the Kingdom Cold series. Written by Brittni Chenelle. Performed by Lessa Lamb and Matthew H. Longoria. One. Princess Charlotte. She could have said, "Pass the sugar," or "Did your new ball gown come in yet?" But "We have agreed to accept Prince Young's proposal for your hand" could have waited until after breakfast. I pushed my plate away, the sweet crepe turning limp and unappealing. The Eastern statue? Did you know that's what they call him? They say he never smiles. Of all people. The full meaning of her words sunk in. Wait, you mean for marriage? She nodded, folding her napkin and placing it beside her plate as if discussing the weather. My head swam. I was supposed to have 2 more years. You can't do this to me! My mother, the Queen of Besmium, let out a breathy sigh. Honestly, Charlotte, can we skip the theatrics? We don't have time to wait with Drethen marching closer every day. I had so many questions, but all of them felt stuck at the back of my throat, and I feared if I forced them out, my tears would spill out with them. My mother eyed me as if waiting for me to protest further. She knew I had never wanted to be a queen. I won't say I do. Mother stood with a graceful movement, each step precisely measured. You will do your duty, as we all must. She tipped my chin up, and I reluctantly met her eyes. He's only a year older than you, without this alliance. Her words hung in the silence, but she pursed her lips as if she could somehow suck the words back. She knew what it was to enter an arranged marriage. My father was 20 years her senior, and while they cooperated to rule Besmium, it was hardly love. I swallowed back a new wave of tears, my face hot as I melted into my chair like a wax candle at the end of a banquet. "Mother," I whispered. But the sudden realization that nothing I could say would change anything stole the rest of my words. In my mind, she took me into her arms and let me cry, putting my mind at ease about the worst of my fears. But she hadn't been that kind of mother since our first talks of marriage, almost as if, in her heart, she'd already given me away. Her cold gaze swept over my face before she spun away, taking her leave with poised, deliberate steps. Before I could even formulate a response that might make her see reason, I watched her glide away and then walked to my bedroom, trembling, before I collapsed on the floor. Millie, my lady-in-waiting, appeared. "Is everything corset off?" Millie rushed over, her small hands unlacing my corset with quick, decisive movements. All I could see of her was an occasional wisp of summery hair. When she finished, she dropped down in front of me, as if my morbid energy was draining her. "What happened?" "I have to marry the Prince of Vyres." I buried my face in my hands. She leaned forward, awaiting more information, but I remained motionless. Her eyes widened. "Heaven forbid! You're only 16! I sat up and gave a hard nod, shaking a few of my dark curls from their pins. We sat there in silence. Each drape, chandelier, and ornately decorated vase screaming the same thing. My life wasn't mine. Closing my eyes, I strained to remember him. I'd met Prince Young once. He had dark hair and eyes, but his face. I couldn't really recall it. I could only remember the feeling of him. He'd seemed so serious and miserable, even more so than the stuffy political vultures who circled court. I hadn't given him a single thought since we met. Now, all I could think about was his cold, heartless stature, and a lifetime without laughter. Millie wrapped her arms around me and pulled me in. The wooden cross she always wore on her necklace dug into the side of my face, but I didn't dare pull away. She was a year younger than I was, and yet I'd always gone to her for guidance. Her piety had equipped her with answers, though I wasn't devout enough to commit beyond asking an occasional question. She was stunning. Her beauty could rival any well-groomed royal, but that wasn't what I envied. I was jealous that, even as a paid servant, she was in charge of her fate. Millie stood, her eyes filled with pity, before she turned away and hurried out of the room. I wasn't against the institution of marriage as a whole. I just resented letting go of my dreams before my life even started. There was a whole world out there. Faraway kingdoms, deserts, waterfalls, mountains, all of which I'd never see. I was nothing. Not a hunter, not a soldier, hardly even a woman, and now I was expected to be a wife. I'd have to endure the consummation ceremony in front of my parents and the council for verification, and most terrifying of all, bear a stranger's children. Would he be cruel? Men of power always were. I was sure I couldn't endure it, but what were my other options? If I managed to sneak away, what skills could I offer for money or food? An escape was impractical when my only worthy attribute was my name. Without it, I wouldn't last a day. How could the name that had blessed me with such fine privileges be the one that shackled me? How could my parents trust my life and kingdom to a man we hardly knew? I settled on a hunger strike. Admittedly, I hadn't expected my mother to give in, but I remained obstinate because she'd clearly expected me not to. Every tray of food was a testament to how weak she thought I was. I just wanted to be heard. I wanted her to ease my fears. I yearned to hear her say, "Lying with a man isn't so painful," or "Your role as queen will open doors for you." But all my pleas for help were met with venom. Anger welled inside me, tightening my stomach, which only emphasized its emptiness. The hours dragged, and I could hear the whispers of the servants as they criticized me. She's a pampered, unappreciative princess who has never known hunger or hardship. The least she can do is marry for the sake of the kingdom. They were right. And after this marriage, I'd be a spoiled queen who'd still never known hunger or hardship. The least I could do was bear sons for the sake of the kingdom. A fresh loaf of the castle cook Sasha's wheat bread fluttered into the room on a silver tray. I sat up and stared as a servant placed the tray beside me, the corner of her mouth turned up as she hurried out of my chamber. As I leaned into the steaming loaf and breathed its warmth, my will was sucked away like summer rain on dry soil. I was alone, for the moment. No doubt the servants were preparing to bring in the next temptation. My stomach ached for me to surrender. She'd watch me die before calling off the wedding, or even offering a kind word. If I took a small bite from the bottom of the loaf, they'd never know. I lifted the loaf carefully and bit into it. My mind surged with delight, and I savored the crunchy exterior and doughy flavor before carefully placing it back on the tray, bite side down. I hesitated before I lay back down. My mother wasn't evil for forcing me into this, but I had a sinking feeling that she enjoyed watching me struggle through it. My father had always been the more compassionate of the two, though, so why hadn't he intervened? Was the war with Drethen so dire that he was willing to sell his only daughter for a few extra soldiers? 5 years ago, when the war began, the rhythmic clop of 200 horses had reminded me of the rain. I was 11, and my father had knelt before me and said, "Kings bow to no one but their daughters." He'd urged me to hug him goodbye, but I hadn't wanted to. I hate goodbyes. I remembered how my mother had pinched the back of my arm. "Hug your father," she'd rasped coldly. "You'll regret your poor attitude if he's killed in battle." I had reluctantly obeyed. The trumpets had sounded as he mounted his horse, taking his place at the head of his army. After that, we were always at war, and my father, the king, was always one goodbye away from being gone forever. I reached over and ripped another piece of bread from the bottom of the loaf. I sighed as I popped it into my mouth. No matter how many times my mother had prepared me for the news of my engagement, I still felt blindsided. A couple of years ago, my father had brought me a book called The Dragon's Call. At the end of the harrowing adventure, the heroine married for love and not advantage. I'd read it many times before I could even comprehend the concept, but once it was in my head, I couldn't seem to get it out. Now, as I faced my own marriage, I wondered where love was in all this. Was it just this abstract concept for novels, but unspeakable inside the castle? Not even my father spoke of love. Maybe it was my parents' way of protecting me from something I could never have. Marriage was the duty of every princess, and love was the cost. I tore another piece of bread from the tray and rolled onto my stomach to avoid choking. By the time I was 15, there was a party or tournament almost every month, parading me around like some trophy to be won. The other courtiers cooed over the high-standing men at court, but I never understood why. Sure, the idea of courting seemed fun enough. I could wear elaborate gowns and be whispered sonnets by handsome princes. But that's not how any of it actually happened. In the end, the choice was out of my hands. I'd marry whomever my father thought was best for the kingdom. And nothing about that seemed fun. Throughout my early teens, I'd sneak out beyond the walls of the castle every chance I got to try to catch a glimpse of the world. There, I saw children at play and parents home for dinner. There seemed to be a general warmth in the ordinary lives of Besmium's people that never existed in my world. During one of my excursions beyond the wall, I'd seen a scattered batch of white wildflowers on the far side of a small stream. Their petals had shone like pearls in the sunlight, each delicate flower lovelier than the last. I'd rushed toward them, but lost my footing on a slippery stone. My legs had flown from beneath me. I'd twisted to catch myself, landing with a hard scrape of stones against both palms and my knee. I'd cried out in pain as I'd scrambled for my balance, only to slip again, this time landing in the center of the stream. The cold water was a series of daggers on my skin. My vision turned to waves of white fuzz. Panicked, I'd pulled myself out and sat by the water's edge. As I'd caught my breath, tears warmed my cheeks. I had sat, muddy, wet, and bleeding, the lesson learned. Beautiful things could hurt. I'd felt a touch of shame as I'd trudged back to the castle, and the independence my adventures had given me drained away. I'd spent several fearful moments attempting to convince the castle guard that it was I, Prince Charlotte, who stood before him. By that time, I had felt as small as I'd ever been, and certain I couldn't be lower. That was the last time I was allowed beyond the wall without supervision. My mother put me under constant surveillance, and conversations about my future as a wife became more frequent. Still, I hadn't expected the day to come so quickly. I chewed thoughtfully. My desire to live a different life from the one I was born into remained strong. Marriage seemed like a fatal blow to my freedom. I knew it was impossible and that the consequences would be dire. But if life were different, if life were fair, the walls of the castle would fall, and I'd walk out with no title and no crown. I'd be free to explore the world, free to find out once and for all if love was only made for fiction. Now that my engagement was official, I was certain that dream would never come to be. At the same time, I never considered what I'd lose if it did. I looked down at the empty platter in surprise. Had I just eaten the whole thing? I sat up just in time to see one of the servants slip out of my room. Sure enough, minutes later, my mother strode into my chamber, her crown gleaming in the candlelight. She eyed the trays of uneaten food until her gaze landed on the empty tray beside me. Without a word, she smiled a heartless grin that boiled my skin long after she'd gone. As helplessness overcame me, I scanned the room for the next tray I'd indulge in. There was no use resisting food now. I'd failed. She'd broken me. I spent the entire week that followed in quiet contemplation, trying to prepare myself for the inevitability of my capture. A week later, on the eve of the wedding, the prince was shown to my home at Hymes Castle. I could hear the distant clip-clop of his horse-drawn carriage as it pulled up outside. I stared into the mirror and studied my face, finding more marks of childhood there than womanhood. The urge to cry out for help never waned. It only festered at the base of my chest, maturing into a dark brew of desperation that at one point or another was doomed to boil over. It wasn't just about accepting all the things I'd never get to experience. Love, freedom, happiness. It was also about the things I wasn't ready for. A kiss, a consummation ceremony, and, above all, a husband.
2. Prince Young. It was as if my life had finally started, an immense bolt of lightning that jogged me awake. I bowed deeply with gratitude to my father. As I headed back to my chamber, my mind played her name in a constant loop. Princess Charlotte of Besmium. A princess. A kingdom of my own. An adventure in a foreign land. I barely made it inside my room when I was hit from behind and toppled to the floor. My brother Minseo pushed my face into the carpet. "Brother!" He laughed, berating me with a series of playful punches. I shoved him off. "I am definitely coming along for the ride." I nodded, instinctively suppressing my joy. "Aren't you excited? You'll be king of Besmium." I stood, dusting myself off. "Yes, brother, but this is a serious matter." He reached out and messed up my hair. "It doesn't have to be so serious." When he was gone, I allowed my mind to race with the possibilities. Minseo was right. I was happy, so I should show it. But unlike him, years of scolding and punishment had taught me to hold everything in, and it was a difficult habit to break. As the third prince of Vyres, I was always destined to wed a kingdom. My father had done right by me, bartered me one of my own, a kingship. What I hadn't expected was to be matched with a Western princess. I'd always assumed, based on the women they presented at court, that I'd marry an Eastern princess. It seemed only obvious to join kingdoms that were closer. I'd never known anyone to marry outside of this region, and the thought that I'd someday rule as a Western king thrilled me as much as it scared me. I had no time to waste thinking about the princess in the weeks that followed. I studied Western culture, etiquette, political tensions, and history. It was like I was starting over. I'd been trained to handle just about any political situation that could happen in Vires or its neighboring countries, but not even my father could have predicted that King Morgan of Besmium would make such an offer. My father explained that the opportunity was too good to pass up. It wasn't till I'd reached the transport ship and settled in for the long journey that my thoughts turned to Charlotte. I remembered the first time I met her, Charlotte, Princess of Besmium. It was my first and only trip to Besmium or any Western kingdom. I was overwhelmed by the foreignness of all the people I saw there. The women in my kingdom were beautiful. White skin, red lips, and hair as long and glossy as the tail of a fully grown stallion. But the Princess of Besmium, like many of the courtiers in her kingdom, had a brown skin tone, which I'd only seen once as a child when the King of Besmium visited my father. I had asked to touch the king's skin, only to be scolded by my father, though I was too young to understand why. Charlotte's skin was lighter, a mixture of her father and the fair-skinned queen, but it was still unmistakably brown. I could see that clearly across the room. I approached for my introduction. We bowed and she looked up at me. I froze. I tried not to gape at her, but I couldn't help but notice her caramel skin, which glowed a yellowish gold in the candlelight. Her black eyes so round they made me freeze beneath their gaze, and her hair which was curled into spirals. Then she was gone. My body pulsed. Fascinating. I wanted to see more of her, just to observe her features more closely, but my time had come and gone. The swaying of the ship lulled me into a state between awake and asleep. Charlotte curtsied. I took her hand and slyly whisked her out of the ballroom, making sure we weren't seen. Once in the hallway, I took a knee. "Charlotte, will you be my wife?" She beckoned me to my feet and whispered, "I am yours." I pulled her face to mine and kissed her. I wrapped my arms around her, drawing her in closer and... "Young?" My eyes snapped open and I lurched to a seated position. My brother Minseo hovered over me. "I've been meaning to ask you, have you given any thoughts to your duties as a husband?" He grinned. Disoriented, I ran my hand through my hair twice before I convinced myself I was awake. Yeah, I guess," I croaked. "Have you thought about the wedding night?" Heat radiated through my cheeks. "Oh, that." I turned away from Minseo so he wouldn't see the color searing into my face. "You don't want to disappoint your new wife," he jested. The truth was that I hadn't allowed myself to think about it. It wasn't really the type of thing you could prepare for. Although I knew the logistics of it, I'd never actually been with a woman. That was something that male royals in my kingdom did on their 19th birthday, as a sort of rite of passage. Since I was 18, it hadn't happened yet. Minseo had turned 19 6 months ago, and had often requested the company of various women ever since. "I know you're excited," he said, trying to read my expression. Our brotherly dynamic changed when he turned 19. Suddenly he knew things, had experienced a wider world that I hadn't, and he relished every moment he could remind me. "It's no big deal," I said, stretching my arms above my head. My voice was more convincing than expected. "Good man. I'd hate it if my first time had to be in front of people. What an unusual tradition. To think I'll be there cheering you on the whole time. My stomach tightened. It's just a moment of discomfort. He tilted his head back in a loud, open-mouthed laugh. Let's hope it's more than a moment. All worth it for a kingdom. His smile faded. Minseo was the second born. Our older brother Suman would inherit Vyres when father got too old, and Minseo would never have a kingdom of his own. I'd hurt him, and worse, he didn't deserve it. He gave a soft, unconvincing chuckle, his shoulders relaxed. Yeah, good luck with that. Before I could form an apology, he had gone on deck and left me with my guilt. What's wrong with me? Was I already cracking under the pressure? Honor, duty, and respect, these were the values instilled in me as a child, the values that built Eastern culture. Vyres had proudly carried these for centuries, and I was determined to do the same. As we got closer to our destination, the nerves set in. It was like I was cycling through nervous habits, trying to find one that fit. I chewed my nails, I tapped my foot, I licked my lips. Minseo's presence eased me. He had a joke or game ready each time he noticed signs of nerves. I was glad he had come along. The carriage ride dragged, days blurring together as if we'd slipped into purgatory. Even Minseo's spirit dimmed. With each jerk of the carriage, I felt my home slip further away. Our military escorts worried that we wouldn't reach the castle in time. I punched Minseo on the shoulder, waking him suddenly. What do you think will happen if we're late? I prodded. He scratched his head and grinned. No doubt the king will marry off his daughter to someone else. He laughed. I hear there are quite a few unmarried princes in Albany. I stared out the window of the carriage, imagining the worst. But it was the night before the wedding, and our horse-drawn carriage came to an abrupt halt outside the stone gates of the Heims castle. I stepped out of the carriage and stretched. I hadn't expected to be this tired or sore, but my nervousness numbed it all. Minseo patted me on the shoulder, and we readied ourselves to be received. Whoosh! Shloop! A guard's voice rang out. Arrow! It hit the ground more than 20 feet away. In an instant, the guards had formed a circle around Minseo and me. They searched the dusky sky. I braced myself and suddenly understood. This whole arrangement was a trap.
3. Princess Charlotte. It was as if it all happened in slow motion. I gasped and lunged to grab it from the air, but it soared beyond my reach, landing on the ground several yards from the prince. I didn't have a plan. It was an impulse when I heard his carriage wheels on the stone. Maybe I could scare him away. But then what? I may have just caused another war. Panic surged through my blood, and I wanted to smack my head on the stones for being so stupid. How could my parents want me to be queen when I couldn't make basic moral decisions, like don't kill my betrothed? I leaned against the stone wall of the parapet. It cooled my skin as I slid down, and I sank my face into my hands. I heard the commotion of the guard outside, the fear in their voices. What had I done? Before I knew it, footsteps filled the corridor, and I was surrounded by my own castle guards. Hot, prickly tears stung my eyes. I had no intention of putting up a fight. I was cornered and guilty. They marched me into the throne room as tears spilled over my cheeks. I kept my head down until I stood at my mother's feet, prepared to beg for mercy. This is the most shameful thing you have ever done. What were you thinking? My mother's voice was as shrill as it was strained. She was clearly worried her voice would carry, but the combination sounded like a dying animal. "Where's father?" I whispered, afraid to ask. He's trying to reassure your future husband that he's not under attack. This could mean war. How can you be so selfish? I gulped. The words stuck to my tongue. I was so stupid. Why couldn't I just be a normal girl? I closed my eyes, trying to remember what was going through my mind as I pulled the bow back. I was just tired of everything feeling so beyond my control. She paced. My daughter is a murderer. Where did I go wrong? He didn't even— What, Charlotte? Die? I swallowed to meet the bile rising in my stomach. I felt like I was going to vomit. The door swung open, and my father strode in with a scowl on his face. His presence weakened me. I felt my gut-wrenching guilt escape me as hot tears poured from my eyes and stung my face. I wiped them furiously, taking choppy, laborious breaths. I braced myself for his rage, but instead, my father pulled me to him. I buried my face in his shoulder so I wouldn't have to meet his gaze, and he wrapped his arms around me and held me tightly against his chest. I whimpered as he rubbed my back gently. Being held by my father always made me feel like a little girl. Several minutes passed without a word as my tears slowed and my breath evened. I pulled back. Father, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to—
I know, my dear.
He dropped his arms and peered down at me. You do? I sniffed.
I trust you. Do you trust me?
He asked, the lines on his dark forehead deepening. I nodded, a steady stream of tears still flowing. His lips hinted up at the corners.
Then trust my choice here.
I rubbed my face against the sleeve of my dress, and I could basically hear my mother's eyes roll across the room. I cleared my throat. Does he still want to— will he still—
He will honor our agreement, but his guard and his elder brother have requested to stay here until things—
He scratched the gray stubble on his chin.
Settle. I know this is difficult for you, but life is difficult, no matter your title. These trying moments show us who we are, and I'm worried about you.
They weren't the assurances I wanted, but they were still more than I deserved. I'm sorry, Father. My chest ached with disappointment in myself, but the deepest pain was for disappointing him. I can be better. I promise. My mother interceded. You have 5 minutes to fix your face and greet your husband in the grand hall. I turned to leave.
Charlotte,
my father called.
Try to think about what he's going through.
I nodded and headed to my chamber. The more I thought about how much I must have disappointed my father, the worse I felt. I hoped that I could redeem myself tonight at the banquet. In my chamber, I splashed water on my face, then pinched my cheeks and pinned a few of my curls out of my face. I stared into the mirror, hardly recognizing the red and puffy-eyed monster that stared back at me. I wished I had been alive in the age of dragons, that one would carry me away from this place, so I'd never have to face him. It was starting to get dark, and with the low lighting, I was sure no one would notice I'd been crying. If my attempt at murder hadn't stopped this wedding, I was sure a blotchy face wasn't going to cut it. I steeled my nerves as I left my chamber. Guards walked me to the grand hall for my introduction as if they expected another incident. My stomach turned as a figure approached me, the rebel in me fighting not to look at my betrothed until the last impossible second. All at once, I found myself face to face with a tall, dark stranger. His black eyes peered into mine. His devilish grin shot flecks of mischief into his irises. My cheeks burned when his lips nearly brushed mine as he bowed, never taking his gaze off me. That kind of impropriety would have been unforgivable had I not been so entranced. Yet his eyes showed no remorse or embarrassment for his boldness. He'd gotten too close on purpose. My heart fluttered, and I momentarily forgot my plan, my words, my name. He oozed charisma, drawing me in and sending my heart into a riot against my ribcage. There was nothing statuesque about him except his perfect, chiseled face. Of all the scenarios, this one had never crossed my mind. My body swayed under his proximity, while he glared brazenly at my lips like I was a hot meal and he hadn't eaten in days. Electricity shot through me, shattering every cell of my body. All the determination I had to hate him melted away. I wanted him. He cleared his throat.
Good evening, Princess. I'm Prince Minseo of Vyers.
4. Prince Young. The moment that she turned away from my brother and looked at me, all the glitter in her eyes vanished. Her smile waned. Her posture slumped. She couldn't have been more obviously disappointed if she'd screamed it from the tallest tower. My stomach tightened, but concealing my emotions was my specialty. "Oh," she said, tucking a curl behind her ear. "I'm marrying you?" Minseo choked, biting back his smile. I stood, paralyzed by humiliation. As I looked into her face, she did not resemble the foreign beauty I'd met once before, but rather a spoiled, selfish little princess who had already crossed enough unforgivable lines in the brief time I'd been in Besmium. This marriage wasn't going to be as fun as I thought. "I'm Prince Young of Vyers," I said, bowing deeply. My mind raced. "I'll never love you," I continued. "It's an honor to meet you." "You tried to kill me." She said all the words she was supposed to. She even apologized for losing control of her arrow, but it was as soulless as reciting legislation. All the while, Minseo watched over my shoulder. My lips dried. I'd expected a significant amount of discomfort from this experience, but this was public humiliation. Charlotte was to blame for all of it. What kind of princess acted like this? Later that night, the banquet bustled with elegantly dressed Besmians. The royal dresser had chosen a military-style jacket with a sash and a series of multicolored pins for me to wear, and I was finding it more constricting than the loose, soft-flowing fabrics that were commonly worn in Vyers. I was glad, however, that at least my clothing didn't make me stand out. Maybe it was the way that Charlotte was still sneaking glances at my brother, but I felt like everyone in the room knew. Beads of sweat prickled my neck around my collar. I hadn't been able to keep my feet under me since I'd arrived. I'd been shot at and rejected. Whatever trace amounts of bravery I was clinging to diminished the moment she sat down beside me. I speculated on what trauma she had in store for me next. Poison, perhaps? I eyed my cup warily. After our brief introduction, Minseo had given me a few pointers, but the only one I could really remember was smile. How could I? Her presence felt unpredictable, even dangerous. I could swallow my pride and ignore that Charlotte fawned over Minseo. I mean, what did I care? But this was a problem. Minseo was eligible, and there was no logical benefit for either king to have me marry the princess instead of him. The wedding was tomorrow, and at the rate things were going, I'd be on the ship home, shamed, and without any hope of ever being king. My father would be so disappointed. One night. I just had to charm her for one night. Tomorrow the marriage would be made official and my position here would be secure. Besides, I was every bit as good a man as Minseo. The trumpets sounded, reverberating off the candlelit ballroom. Rows of servants filed in, carrying silver trays that they placed in rows before us. When the trumpets stopped, the servants lifted the covers off the trays, revealing an assortment of plain-looking food. Though the amount of food was immense, it didn't look very special or interesting. The king and queen sat at the end of the table, more than 20 high-ranking members of court between us. Charlotte sat beside me, but Minseo was halfway between the king and where I was. He was too far to talk to, but not too far to send him an occasional expressive glance. With the bustle of the chatting courtiers and the music from the band, they were far out of earshot, but they watched me carefully. Were they already not considering me? I turned to the princess, who was filling her plate with thick strips of chicken breast and dark purple grapes. I summoned all my courage. "You look lovely this evening," I said. The princess lifted her head clumsily, her mouth slightly agape. Eyes half open, her head bobbed back as a droopy smile stretched across her face. I looked into her eyes. A cloudy haze crossed over them. She picked up her silver cup and brought it to her lips, taking a long, slurpy gulp before she plunged it back on the wooden table with a dull clank. "And she's drunk," I huffed under my breath. The dinner had begun maybe 20 minutes ago. How many drinks could she have possibly managed since sitting down beside me? I stared in disbelief, though she didn't seem to notice. She shoveled chicken into her mouth using her fingers. This is a princess? I tried focusing on my own bland meal, but Charlotte started drawing concerned glances from the courtiers across from us. She swallowed too quickly and choked. In a fit of coughs, she proceeded to wash the chicken down with more wine, before laughing at nothing, ogling my brother, and then starting the process all over again. I was going to let her continue. For all intents and purposes, this was exactly what I needed. With her so out of it and a little acting on my part, the king and queen would think we were having a good time. I could go on to marry her tomorrow, become Prince of Besmium, and eventually king, and my father would never have to know what a rough start it had been. Charlotte could drink herself into oblivion for all I cared. But then she sat up, her head swerving involuntarily. She let out a faint burp. For crying out loud, she was going to be sick. We hadn't stepped 1 foot on the dance floor, and already my only option was to drag her out of here. I stood quickly. "Miss Charlotte, would you care to She burped again, lowering her head to the table. I quickly picked her up and held her against my hip. There was a door at the opposite end of the table from the king. It seemed to be meant for servants, but it was my only option. She managed to get her feet under her, and we were able to semi-inconspicuously slip out of the ballroom. She led me through the dimly lit corridor, nodding her head in the correct direction whenever there was an option to turn. Suddenly, her knees buckled and she slumped down to the cobblestone floor. The candles burned low, probably as a result of the servants being busy with the banquet. The cool archways, a dark gray contrast to the golden-flecked columns of the ballroom. "Come on, Charlotte," I said, kneeling. I tilted her head up to look in her eyes. "We're almost I froze. A heavy stream of tears flowed down her cheeks, dripping from the bottom of her chin. She sobbed. "I don't want to marry you." It wasn't news, but I'd never seen a woman cry before. She seemed so fragile, it made something ache at the bottom of my stomach. This was not the girl who shot the arrow or the girl who showed her disappointment upon our first meeting. This was someone new. I sighed. I know. I felt fear seep into my skin before my next question manifested. "Do you want to marry my brother?" She shook her head. "I don't want to marry anyone." I nodded as her breakdown worsened. It was a terrible reality, but somehow it made me feel better. I hadn't actually been a disappointment. She just didn't want any of this. I had a lingering urge to reach out to her, to wipe her tears, or hold her in my arms, but I didn't. I let her cry. "I don't want to be a princess," she sobbed. "I just want to be free." Afraid to touch her, I inched back and settled into a more comfortable position on the floor. "I'm sorry this happened to you," I said. "Stop the wedding then!" she cried. My body stiffened. I too am bound to honor my father's agreement. She wiped her face and looked me straight in the eyes, her swollen cheeks red and brimming with emotion. "What do you want?" she asked. I shook my head. "My kingdom? You can have it," she breathed. "Let me go." Frozen, I begged my body to tear my gaze from hers. Her lips parted and she breathed in like it hurt before she spoke. "Aren't you afraid of what you'll be giving up?" My brow furrowed as I contemplated what she meant. I bit the inside of my bottom lip. "Do you honestly think you could ever love me?" The word love struck me like an arrow masked by dusk. She studied my face, my silence burning away her last seeds of hope. Her tears began to fall again, this time slow and sorrowful. Charlotte?" a voice called. I turned. A fair-haired girl cantered toward us and knelt in front of us, cupping Charlotte's face in her hands. A wooden cross swayed from her neck as she attempted to calm the crying princess. The girl quickly wiped away Charlotte's tears and pulled her close. Charlotte's cries softened as the blonde girl rubbed her back gently. I was having a day of new experiences, and none were what I'd expected. Here I was, witnessing a kind of affection that wasn't shown in my kingdom. In fact, I'd never seen this kind of nurturing at all, not even from my own mother. It warmed me, entranced me. The blonde girl lifted her chin, turning her face to me. "Your Highness," her voice soft and musical. "Please pardon my rudeness." "No, thank you. I didn't know what to do." She nodded. "Will you help me get her to her chamber?" I leaped to my feet and, with the help of the girl, we got Charlotte to her feet too. As we moved toward Charlotte's chamber, I felt a twinge of something stirring inside me. The blonde girl spoke. "I'm Millie. I'm a servant here in Hyam's castle and Charlotte's friend." "I'm young," I said. Millie giggled, warmth radiating from her smile. I turned to find her smiling widely. I shook my head in confusion. "What? What's funny?" Her laughter reached her pale, crystal blue eyes. "I can't call you that." "Oh, well, maybe you can make an exception, like you do for Charlotte?" I said, biting down on my bottom lip. She laughed. "Charlotte and I are close friends." I pointed at Millie. Exactly. For the first time since arriving in Besmium, I felt myself smile.
5. Princess Charlotte. I awoke with an intense throbbing in my head. My limbs were noticeably heavy, and every time I moved a fraction, I felt the threat of nausea clawing at my stomach. Flashbacks of the night before came back like puzzle pieces strewn across my bed. "I don't want to marry you." I cringed and buried my head into my pillow as if I could suffocate the embarrassment out of me. My plan was ruined. Although my behavior had been humiliating, I doubt it was enough to scare the prince away. I was out of time. Behind the door, my mother cried out, piercing and shrill, "Open the door, you idiot!" I rolled over as the guards pushed open the door and my mother strode in. "Get up!" She grabbed my arm. "Wash your face. Your father wants to have a word with you before the wedding." I couldn't move. "Mom," I groaned. I'm sick. She sighed. I don't care if you're dead. This wedding is happening. Ugh. I considered sitting up quickly and throwing up on her. Then she'd have to accept that I was sick. But based on the rigidness of her movements this morning, I decided it wouldn't change a thing, barring a smidge of personal satisfaction. I forced myself to sit up and felt the forceful pulse of a headache as the room tilted into a repetitive loop. Father entered, already dressed for the wedding ceremony.
"Charlotte,"
his voice boomed.
"I'd like to talk to you."
He sat down at the edge of my bed while my mother headed for the door. He waited for her to leave before he spoke again.
"I want to tell you why I chose Prince Young."
It was almost enough to make me sit up, but I stayed put. As my mother shut the door behind her, a strange thought came into my head. Do they even like each other? Why did it seem like when one came, the other left? Was I doomed to suffer a similar fate? My father continued, jolting me from my thoughts.
"As you know, King Kangde and I have been friends since we were your age. He's a wise man, appeasing the countries surrounding his with fair political dealings and gestures of peace."
He adjusted a pin in my hair as he continued.
"His military has grown quite strong, while the ever-present war has left ours in tatters. Reports from the front lines say Drethen is close to breaking through. I need to make sure that doesn't happen, so the kingdom is safe and stable for your future."
I sighed. Father, I know.
"But what you don't know is why I chose Young specifically."
He paused and waited for me to respond. I didn't move. He had my attention. That was all I had to give.
"I was in Vyres about 10 years ago, visiting the king, when I came across his 3 sons playing in the garden. The eldest, Su-min, was in a scuffle with the middle boy, Minseo. Young, who was no older than 8, was sitting in the grass with his eyes closed, his face turned to the sun."
I sat up slowly, resting my head in my hand.
"As I got closer, I could hear the young boys arguing about which of them would be the king in their game. 'I'm taller and I'm older,' Su-min had yelled. Minseo had retaliated with, 'You always get to be king.' I was intrigued, so I walked up to the youngest boy and asked him why he didn't want to be king. He blinked in confusion, stood to face me, and said something along the lines of, 'Kingship isn't a position that one can aspire to. My father says you must be predestined or chosen. Do you see how they argue?' I nodded at the boy. He continued, 'It means they haven't chosen me, therefore I'm not fit to lead them.' He took a seat. 'So I'll enjoy this sunny weather until my time comes.'
What kind of 8-year-old talks like that? He tilted his head back in a wide, deep laugh that warmed me inside.
I don't recall his exact words, but the sentiment stood out in my memory. 'Besides, you're also a little—'
I shrunk. 'Creative?' He smiled.
'Yes, creative. You just might be what each other need.'
The door swung open, and a guard rushed into the room, his face pale and covered in beads of sweat. He bowed, but not as low as usual. Out of breath, he handed my father a letter. The king opened it immediately while the guard caught his breath. My father's cheeks sunk in, and his shoulders stiffened. "What's wrong, Father?" My heart thudded, matching the pace of the guard. Had Prince Young fled the kingdom from my drunken rampage?
I have to go."
He surged off my bed and headed for the door. I stood up as a wave of anxious energy rose to my chest. Go? Go where? He shook off my question.
They've broken through,
He blurted, half to himself.
You have to go too. The southern castle.
He mumbled something inaudible, his gaze shifting back and forth briefly, then meeting mine.
Quickly, you must evacuate.
What about the wedding? He shook his head.
The wedding is cancelled.
6. Prince Young. Everything was uncertain. My place in this kingdom, the future, even our safety. The only two things I could really be sure of were that the kingdom was under attack and that the wedding was cancelled. Drethen had broken through the front lines, and King Morgan of Besmium had gone to assist in the battle with as many Heims Castle guards as he could rally on his way out. I wasn't sure exactly how close to the castle the battle was, but I did know the castle sat only a few days on horseback from the Drethen border, which meant, if the king's men couldn't stop them, at best, we had only a few days to escape. At worst, a few hours. I stuffed the jacket and sash meant for the wedding ceremony into my trunk. "Let's just go," Minseo said, pacing around the room. I shook my head. "We can't just leave." "We can. They canceled your wedding, and this isn't our battle." "If this attack was a day later, it would be our battle. Besides, we don't even know how bad this attack is." "Did you hear the king? He said canceled. Not postponed, not delayed, canceled." I knew he was right. This was a dangerous situation. We could get caught in the middle of a war without having any significant protection from either side. But was running away really honorable? If the king managed to negotiate peace, he'd likely resume the wedding. What would he think if his future king fled at the first sign of trouble? Minseo continued, "I'll round up our guards and let them know we're heading home." "I'm not going," I said, slamming my trunk closed. My words hung in the air between us. Minseo stared at me in disbelief. His eyes narrowed and his chest puffed out. "You could die. We don't know how bad this is, or even how close to us the battle is." "Why don't you go on ahead back to Vyers?" I said. I stood and scanned my chamber for any more of my things. "You can tell Father what's happened here, and ask him if he'd be willing to send troops and support despite the marriage contract's dissolution." Minseo plopped down onto his bed. "You're my brother. I can't leave you behind. I'll send a message, but I'm not sure if there's enough time." A loud knock at the door captured our attention. Minseo leaped to his feet. We held our breath as we waited for the door to open, as if about to find out that the sky had fallen. The Queen strode in. Minseo and I froze. She'd hardly acknowledged us since we'd arrived, and now she barged into our chamber without introduction. It meant only one thing: bad news. The Queen's voice was forced and uneven. "Prince Young, our kingdom is not in the position to ask any favors of you. However," Minseo cut in, "Your Majesty, we were just about to send a message to my father asking for aid in this conflict." A glimmer of irritation flashed across her eyes. Then she softened. "That's very kind. However, the king has asked something else of you, something of a different nature. He's asked that you and your guard accompany a small group to the Valor Castle in the south of Besmium. We can't spare our guards at the moment, and the king would like our daughter protected." "Is the negotiation not going well?" I said, trying to grab clues from her stone-like expression. She huffed. "The king takes every precaution when it comes to his daughter." She looked me up and down and added, "Although I can't say I agree with all of his choices." I bowed deeply, ignoring her attempt to fluster me. "I accept this quest, Your Majesty." She returned the bow half-heartedly and hurried out. I turned to Minseo. "Ready the carriage and the guard. Send out the message to Father." "Young," Minseo said. "Make sure that Young! What?" I asked, noticing the perplexed look spread across his face. He chuckled. "You're not king yet." I sheathed my sword and prepared for the mission ahead. Adrenaline pulsed through me as we made our way through the castle. Everywhere I looked, servants and guards rushed about, carrying bags and weapons in every direction with profound urgency. I couldn't focus on the evacuation, not after the news that the wedding was canceled. I clenched my jaw in frustration. How was Charlotte taking the news? My thoughts flashed to the night before. "I don't want to marry anyone," she'd said. I bristled at the thought that Charlotte might rejoice from this news, even if her kingdom was in danger. When my preparations had been made, finally, I had an opportunity to prove myself. I balled my hands into fists in anticipation. Only one part of this mission concerned me: the princess. I hustled through the corridors of the castle to collect Princess Charlotte, remembering the way from last night. I knocked on the double door, my nervousness swelling. No response. I had my fist ready to knock again when one door swung open. In front of me stood the crystal-eyed blonde from last night. She clutched a wooden cross that hung from a bare string around her neck. "Millie?" I said, the words barely a whisper. She curtsied. "Hello, Your Highness. The princess has asked me to accompany her on this evacuation." A voice shot out from behind her. "Vacation, not evacuation. My father will fix this. This is just temporary," Charlotte said, pushing the second door open. I had to step back to avoid being hit. I nodded, my gaze darting between the two foreign-looking girls. I didn't know why, but a twinge of guilt settled at the bottom of my stomach. I turned my attention to Charlotte. "Charlotte, it is my intention to keep you safe during this vacation." That afternoon, when the sun was almost at its midpoint, the halls of the castle had almost cleared. I helped the two ladies into the carriage, which already held my brother, the royal dresser Philip, and two other men I recognized as high-ranking members of the court. I was the last to enter. As I took my seat, my stomach clenched at the way Charlotte's gaze met Minseo's so quickly. I settled in for the long ride as the horses neared the outer gates of Heim's castle. We were only 10 yards away from the front gate when the first cannonball hit the castle walls. The horses bucked, the carriage shook, launching 7 bodies into chaos. I glimpsed an orange orb crash beside the carriage as balls of fire rained down around us. The crackle of war sounded, the air filled with dust and smoke, filling my lungs and stinging my eyes. I choked. The world darkened as screams reverberated off every surface and rattled my bones. We scrambled to break free from the carriage just in time to see the walls of the castle crumble down around us, blocking our escape.
7. Princess Charlotte. The crack of stone hitting stone had been my only warning. The horses whinnied, bucking against the constraints of their tack. The carriage jolted from the ground, and we were tossed around in the cabin in a mess of colliding limbs until we hit the earth with a heavy thud, and someone pushed me out onto the cobblestoned ground. I crawled away, terrified I'd be trampled by the crazed horses or crushed under the giant wheels. My head throbbed. Blood trickled down my forehead. Dark masses lay in the smoke and dust. Masses I didn't want to accept were bodies. The horses bucked until they snapped free from the rig. The carriage flipped as a ball of fire engulfed it. Was anyone still inside? "Millie!" I screamed. I reached toward the flames. "I'm here." Millie took my hand, pulling me to my feet. "I'm here," she reassured me, pulling me close. Relief washed over me. I squeezed her hard, as if she could protect me from the attack like a child's blanket protects them from darkness. Another flaming ball hit the ground a few yards away, and I jumped as Millie and I clung to each other for balance while the ground trembled. I peeked up over her shoulder, seeing Young and Minseo had propped Philip between them and were dragging him toward us with 2 Viren guards at their sides. "Let's make a break for the side gate. It's closer than the castle. If we make it out," Minseo was cut off. Another fireball hit a few feet away, sending dust and heat swirling around us. I recoiled, ducking to cover my head, and Millie let out a blood-curdling scream. She fell to her knees, covering her face with her arm. Young ran to us, kneeling in front of Millie, pulling her arm aside as he lifted her chin to look into her eyes. "Breathe," he said. "I need you to keep your head up." He pointed up. "You can see them coming. You can avoid them. They're aiming for the walls, so as soon as we get away from them, this will be over." She nodded, and Young helped her to her feet, tears still streaming down her face. He wrapped his arm around her, turning his attention to our group. "Let's stay together." My gaze lingered on Young, who had his arm around Millie. Had I missed something? I shook the thought from my mind and took Millie's other arm in mine. Minseo led the way, still supporting Philip, who limped clumsily at his side. Behind him were the 2 guards from Vyers. Where were the other Vyran guards? Dead? Mixed up in the attack? Young and I held Millie's arms as we struggled toward the broken gates. Trumpets blasted behind us as Heim's castle guards poured out of the castle we were fleeing. My heart leaped. We were saved. "Young, behind us!" I yelled. "The guards!" Millie didn't even wince, despite the fact that I had all but screamed in her ear. She was shell-shocked. "Should we go back?" Young called over the chaos of the attack, looking over his shoulder. Minseo shook his head. "No, we're so close." The fire surged in front of us like an orange tidal wave. Heat licked us like slithering serpents, biting at our flesh and heating our clothes. We turned away just as the gate was engulfed in flame. Escape was impossible. I gasped, and thick gray smoke scalded my throat. Minseo stood in stunned silence, watching our hope burn up in front of him. The crack of fireballs paused, leaving only the crackle of burning courtyard to celebrate their fiery victory. Minseo turned with a look of terror so hair-raising that it made my stomach drop. "Run!" he screamed. The flames were closing in, spreading faster with each moment. We dashed toward the castle and the charging Besmium guard. My body was soaked in sweat as my lungs filled with smoke and dust, but I didn't slow down. Young and I dragged Millie along with us. I telepathically urged her feet to move, for her legs to hold her up. But it was like she wasn't there. We had to protect her. Together. The northern wall collapsed, its broken stones raining into the courtyard inferno. I eyed the opening as my numb legs carried me toward the castle. Over the rubble, the silhouette of enemy soldiers entering the fray stopped my heart. Of all the years we'd been at war, I'd never actually seen an enemy soldier. They plunged into the burning arena, attacking our men. If our soldiers could hold them off a little longer, we might make it back to the castle. The clang of metal against metal rang through the smoky courtyard, and the cries of wounded soldiers pierced my heart. Nausea threatened to overcome me. A loud crack pulled my attention back to the northern wall. I glanced back over my shoulder to see a second chunk of the wall collapse, this one bigger than the last. Blue-suited soldiers charged in from behind us. Exhaustion and oxygen deprivation blurred my vision. I slowed, barely pulled along by Young and Millie myself. Young was focused, tactical. But it wasn't going to be enough. Drethen's soldiers closed in from the left and behind us. Just steps ahead. I focused on our salvation, our guards. My mind raced. We're not going to make it. I heard the furious howls of the bloodthirsty nation behind us as they cleared the crumbled walls and charged across the far end of the courtyard. We're not going to make it. I glanced back. Minseo. Minseo, with Philip on his back, was several strides behind. The enemy, inches away. "Young!" I screamed. He strained to look over his shoulder, immediately tensing. "Take Millie and get to the castle." He unsheathed his sword and turned toward the battle, dropping Millie's full weight on me. My legs shook, threatening to give out, but we were almost there now. I didn't dare look back. I ran, all but dragging Millie behind me. The front line of Heim's guards parted to clear a path for us. We made it. With each row of soldiers we passed, I felt safer. But we didn't slow down or catch our breath until we slipped into the castle, closing the doors behind us. Clash of the battle outside rattled the corridors. I toppled over in exhaustion, finally looking back. There was no sign of Minseo, Young, or Philip in the sea of soldiers. Millie sank down beside me, finally regaining some of her autonomy now that she was away from the din of battle. We took a moment to catch our breath before we pushed ourselves back up and raced through the corridor toward a tower staircase. The tunnels beneath the castle were our only hope now. I became increasingly aware of how empty the castle felt. Every guard had joined the battle at the front. I'd never seen the entrance hall so deserted. An unfamiliar voice filled the hall.
"Aye, you reckon we'll be heroes when we return home, mate? You slob, the battle's not even over. Never count your women before they've been paid for."
Laughter reverberated off the ceiling. The enemy was inside the castle. I pulled Millie backward, now conscious of the scratchy chuff of our shoes against the stone floor and the quiet hush of Millie's whispered prayers as she clutched her cross. The Drethan soldiers were blocking our only way to the tunnels, and although I wasn't sure, it could have been the path they used to get inside. They were headed our way. I pulled Millie into the closest room, a medium dining room with a grand fireplace, and closed the door, locking it behind us. The voices in the hallway grew louder.
"Now what? We've found a way in, so where's the king? Bet you I'd be promoted if I was the one to take him down. No doubt hiding like a rat in this dump. I heard he came out to fight the battle and one of our boys got him."
A dull thud sounded.
"You ninny. If they killed the king, why are we still fighting? Honestly, it's like I'm the only man here with any brains."
I gasped as my heart constricted painfully, as though my soul had briefly left my body and stabbed its way back through my skin one shard at a time. Is Father dead?
"Whatever, mate. I'm sure some of the king's whores are still somewhere lurking round the castle. You hear that, ladies?" he called. "Your king is dead! I'm your king now!" They laughed. "Don't be shy."
The walls caved in around me. I was trapped like a thief in my childhood home. I felt the full weight of Father's sudden departure. I was alone. Something dark tore through me.
"This kingdom belongs to us now."
The soldier lowered his voice.
"But I'm telling you, I'm not gonna live here,"
the soldier said, his voice just on the other side of the door. I held my breath. My body shook with rage until an alarming calm took over. No invader was going to intimidate me in my own home. I walked over to the fireplace and pulled a fire iron from the dying embers. "What are you doing?" Millie whispered. "You can't go out there." "Stay hidden." "You can't go out there," she said again, squeezing my arm. I shook her off and walked over to the door, unlocking it with a click. Yes, I can.
8. Prince Young. I ran to Minseo, who was fighting back a large Drethan soldier. With 2 Viren guards covering his sides, I clashed swords with the enemy, freeing Minseo's sword. He thrust his sword forward, stabbing into the enemy. Minseo pulled his sword free and stumbled back, bewildered. Several Besmium guards rushed over to us. In the confusion of the castle guards colliding with the Drethan soldiers, Philip crawled toward the castle, but I never looked back to see if he made it. I held my sword horizontally as a bearded soldier in front of me attempted to slice me in 2. The clang of every weapon in the mass of soldiers and guards set my nerves on high alert. My life hung by a thread between inches of fatal attacks. Though we'd made it to the Besmium guards, it still felt like we were outnumbered. Drethan soldiers poured through the fallen walls. The red banners waved on either side of the castle entrance, but the Drethan soldiers continued to push forward, and blue banners inched forward as one Besmium soldier fell after another. "We need to get back to the castle!" Minseo yelled, his gaze glued to the bloody tip of his sword. He was right. Our movements were slowing. My limbs were shaking. "Together!" I called. He nodded as we slowly inched backward, blocking the incoming attacks. My father taught my brothers and me to wield a sword from a very young age. Sumin and Minseo started when they were 9 and 8, and I was only 6 at the time. However, my father knew once their training began, I'd never be able to sit idly by and watch. My mother protested but was overruled. I'd taken to it faster than my brothers. I loved the weight of the blade and the momentum that built every time I swung it. Over the years, my brothers and I got quite good, and we sparred as often as our studies allowed. I often wondered if I ever would have a need for my sword, other than the art form it had become. I believed the thrill of battle was my purpose. An enemy soldier on horseback approached us as Minseo and I fought off a fresh wave of blue-adorned men. The soldier on the horse yelled. The soldiers in the vicinity halted and turned, all as one, to Minseo. My stomach dropped. "They're after Minseo!" A group of soldiers swarmed him. My focus intensified. Not my brother! I lunged at the closest soldier, my sword more determined than ever. My blade plunged into a soldier in blue. He looked me in the eyes, the paleness of them screaming the word "why," the shock in his furrowed brow reflecting my own. My gaze darted back to Minseo, whose sword was wrenched from his hands. Desperate, I tried to pull my blood-stained sword from the soldier's limp body, but his essence suctioned onto it. "Minseo!" I screamed. Tears sprang to my eyes as adrenaline pulsed through my arms. I put my foot against the blood-stained armor and wrenched my blade from his flesh. I snapped my attention back to Minseo. A group of Drethan soldiers dragged him, several men restraining each of his limbs, pulling him further from my reach. His gaze met mine with a soft and relaxed expression that whispered, "I surrender." My stomach tightened. "No, brother," I sobbed. "Don't give up." Crazed, I swung my sword wildly. "I'll save you." A Viren soldier grabbed my shoulder, but I shrugged him off, leaping toward the enemy. Several more allied soldiers pulled me back. I searched the crowded field for Minseo, but he was gone, and there was an army between us. My body weakened. I'm going to die here. I glanced back at the castle. Behind the rows of red-suited soldiers was a line of blue flags. Are they coming from the castle? We're surrounded. Dazed with grief and exhaustion, I felt myself resign. I fell to my knees and let out an agonizing scream that drained me. If the castle was overrun, this battle was over. My mind jumped to Charlotte. She was inside the castle, and all her soldiers were out here. Before my mind could contemplate any of the worst-case scenarios, my body moved. I couldn't save my brother. I couldn't save myself, but maybe I could save her. As I approached the castle, I readied my mind and blade for another fatality. A cry of pain rang out, and my gaze snapped to a youthful-looking Besmian guard with several Drethan corpses strewn in front of him. I slipped through a cloud of smoke and felt the heat of a withering fire beneath my boots. I raced toward the guard, avoiding another fight if I could help it. The guard's eyes flickered with confusion as I approached him. "Where's the princess?" he asked as he cleared a path for me. Out of breath, I huffed. "The castle." I glared at the blue banners. "I think the enemy is getting in the castle some other way. She's in danger." I eyed the bodies around us. "Who are you?" "Leon." I nodded. "Leon, get a group, as many as you can, and concentrate on reclaiming the castle. We can cut off their way in if we can drive them out. Once inside, I'll get the princess." "Yes, sir," he said, turning back towards his unit. "Leon!" I called. He turned back to me, but the words stuck to the roof of my mouth before they finally emerged. "They took my brother." Leon nodded understandingly and returned to gather his troops. Several minutes later, he had gathered 4 soldiers to cut through the last line of Drethans. It didn't seem like it would be enough. Surrounded by the enemy, fighting for their lives, Leon and the other Besmian soldiers rallied, pushing their way back to the castle. With each man they cut down, they freed a Besmian soldier to help me get to the castle. Beside Leon, I fell into a rhythm, cutting through row after row of hostile enemies. I slammed my sword down, clashing it into the helmet of a Drethan. I leaped over him and hustled into the castle, knowing there would be more danger inside. I dashed through the hallway toward Charlotte's room. I didn't know where she would go, but it was one of the few places in the castle that I even knew. I heard her voice in the corridor ahead. "Please don't hurt me!" My mouth dried as her fear rang through the halls. A gravelly voice replied, "You hurt my friend, it's only fair." I sprinted toward the voices when a metallic clang sounded. I clenched my jaw, dread seeping into me. A dull thud reverberated off the walls. She was dead. I was too late. Out of breath, I turned the corner to see 2 piles of flesh and blood on the floor. The princess stood above them, unscathed, holding a blood-spattered iron rod, still glowing red.
9. Princess Charlotte. The moment I saw Young, all the power I'd felt moments ago melted away. I was a blood-spattered princess standing like the sole survivor amidst a murder scene, one I'd starred in. My gaze met his, and I searched for the horror I felt in his dark eyes, but couldn't find it. I glanced over the gentle lines of his expression and drank in the easiness of his parted lips. He exhaled relief, and I felt the sudden pull of my body towards him as I breathed it in. I couldn't understand how he could look upon me with such reprieve, but then I took a step forward, and another, and another. He was my cage, my captor, and the death of my freedom. But in one kind glance, in my darkest hour, he granted me a modicum of comfort. I ran to him and threw myself into his arms. I didn't care that he didn't embrace me. I didn't care that his body tightened with discomfort. He was alive. Maybe Father was too. "Millie's over here," I sniffed as I motioned to the door. I felt the pulse of blood in my hand surge as I released the fire poker from my finger-numbing grip. It fell to the floor with a clang, and I stared at my hands as they shook. Blood was everywhere. It dripped from my fingertips and pooled on the stone floor. As the adrenaline waned, the horror of what I had just done sunk in. I bit back the urge to scream. I backed away. "Hey," Young called, dragging my attention back to him. "Look at me." My heart pounded as my mind slipped back towards the lifeless heaps on the floor, dragging my gaze with it.
"Charlotte!"
Young called, but he was a distant voice floating through the back of my mind. Young stepped in front of me, blocking my view of the corpses. He took a firm grip on my wrist as if to hold me to the earth before he pulled me close. I felt the warmth of his breath on my forehead and the steady beat of his heart as his chest pressed against mine. My body numbed. My breath synchronized with his. His dark eyes peered down at me, black as the moonless night. I searched them for clues, but if he felt something, he showed nothing at all. Feeling rushed back to my body all at once. I pushed him back just in time to feel the bile rise from my stomach. I doubled over and vomited, an acid more bitter than the emotions that caused it. When I caught my breath, I stood, feeling a sense of frailty in my legs that wasn't there before. I looked up at Young.
He's still out there,
Young replied, his voice so even and smooth that it sounded like a lie. A voice shot out from behind Young.
"Prince Young, you found the princess!"
A brown-haired boy in a soldier's uniform approached. He couldn't have been older than me. He had a baby face, softly curved features, and not a bit of hair on his chin. He looked more like a boy in a costume than a warrior.
"Leon,"
Young said as he walked over to shake his hand.
"Thanks to you."
Young turned to me.
"Charlotte, grab Millie. I'm going to—"
He stuttered as he tucked his dark hair behind his ear.
"Clean up."
I nodded and returned to the dining room where I knew Millie was hiding. "Millie, it's me." I looked around.
"It's safe."
I said the words, but I wasn't sure how true they were. Millie crawled out from behind a sofa. Her eyes widened. "You're covered in blood." She clutched the hand-carved emblem hanging from her neck. "No, it's okay. I'm fine," I said, moving toward her. She backed away, terror still in her eyes. "You killed them?" I shook my head. No. I saved us. If I hadn't done that, they would have—" I couldn't finish my sentence. Blood. So much blood. I shivered. "Passed by," she whispered. "They would have passed by." She barely breathed the words. Millie. Guilt seared my skin. It was the last emotion in the world I could stomach in this situation. I clenched my jaw with rage. They'd invaded my home. They might have killed my father, and they could have killed us. I'd acted in the way that I thought was right, but looking into Millie's eyes, it was obvious she felt differently. Doubt started to creep in. The guilt slithered down my spine as Millie backed away. She thought I was a monster, and maybe she was right. The door swung open and Leon and Young hustled in.
"Leon has a plan,"
Young said. He paused, noticing the tension in the room. His gaze moved from Millie to me. His eyebrow raised before he spoke again.
"That was a brave thing you did to save your friend, Charlotte."
He turned to Millie, his jaw clenched.
"Let's go."
I felt a warm vibration of gratitude pulse inside me. Before I could give it another thought, Young and Leon ushered Millie and myself out of the room and down the hallway. They carefully checked each corner before moving us along. I stared at Millie's back and bit down on my bottom lip. I wanted to reach out to Millie to tell her it was okay, to let her know we were in this together. But she wouldn't look at me. I saw the queasy look on her face when we passed the bodies of the 2 Drethan soldiers slumped into the corner in the hallway. It could take a while, but I'd get her back somehow. She was all I had left. We rounded the corner to the staircase in the east tower. The stone platforms that wrapped around the tower led up to several bedrooms, one of which I had used to access the parapet to shoot an arrow at the prince when he arrived, and another that led down to a tunnel below the castle that exited a mile in the opposite direction. If we could make it through, we'd have a decent chance of escaping. I whispered, "I think they're getting in this way." Leon nodded and took the lead. Millie went next, while Young took the rear just behind me. We descended the stairs into the dark tunnel. We paused at the entrance to listen for the enemy, but all we heard was the occasional drip of something leaking and the distant sounds of battle. Leon grabbed a torch from the wall and set it on the ground, pulling flint from his garments and striking it with his steel sword. It wasn't long before the torch was lit, and we could see the way ahead. He signaled for us to stay quiet. We hustled through, still on our guard. The darkness reminded me of the fear I'd felt as a child. My mind had always twisted the shadows into monsters. Now, as I trudged along, the monsters took a new form. Did my mother make it out? Is my father really dead? We walked single file in tense, uninterrupted silence the entire mile, expecting to hear someone shout. As we shuffled through the darkness, I tried to focus on the faint light at the end of the tunnel as it grew nearer. We stepped out into the sunshine. My eyes locked onto 2 men in blue standing nearby.
"Hey, who the hell is that?"
a scruffy Drethan soldier called. Leon sighed with relief as he stepped into a battle-ready stance. "Only 2. His confidence put me at ease as the 2 soldiers approached us. Young turned back to me.
"Charlotte, you want to get this one, or—"
He trailed off. I shook my head in disbelief. I would have missed it if I wasn't looking so closely, but unmistakably, the corners of his mouth tilted up just a smidge before he turned and readied himself for a fight. Was that a joke? Now? I felt something flutter inside me, but quickly shook it off. I turned to Millie and pulled her close to me, burying her face in my shoulder so she couldn't see. "Cover your ears," I whispered.
10. Prince Young. Every step away from the castle, I felt a little safer and a little more panicked about leaving my brother behind. There I was, guiding the princess of, "Oh, I'm marrying you?" to safety, while my brother was being dragged into enemy territory or worse. I glanced over at Charlotte, her arm wrapped tightly around Millie's shoulder. My gaze lingered on her blood-spattered dress. I had to admit she wasn't exactly like my first impression of her. Even now, as the glisten of fresh tears streaked her face, her strength was evident. She followed Leon and I with sure, decisive steps as she moved away from the only home she knew. Her gaze met mine. I flinched and snapped my attention forward. We arrived at the forest's edge. The warm green of the trees and the lush fern-covered ground was untouched by war. The crevices of the wood teemed with life, unlike the death-stained castle we'd escaped. The sounds of war could no longer be heard, giving us the illusion of safety. But I knew that with 2 dead guards outside the castle, the enemy wouldn't be far behind. The birds chirped playfully unperturbed, and for a moment, I felt myself yield to the serene environment. Minseo. A lump lurched to the back of my throat. My knees weakened. I clenched my jaw, hoping to bite back my tears until it was sore and I had to release. We came to a slow-flowing river, its bank littered with wide trees that stretched high above us, impeding strands of the sun. Still battling my urge to cry, I knelt beside the river, dipped my hands in and washed my face. I scrubbed at the dried bits of blood on my hands and drank until I was certain I'd suffocate. Leon slumped against a large tree. I could see the exhaustion in his movements, but he continued to smile, a trait that perplexed me. The girls exchanged solemn looks by the river and whispered, but I was happy to not be a part of the conversation. After a few short minutes, Leon rose. "Follow this river," he said. "It should take you about 5 days on foot." He ran a blood-stained hand through his brown hair. "You can see the southern castle from this river." I leaped up. "You're leaving?" He smiled widely. "Yeah. Did you think I forgot about my other mission, Prince Minseo?" He rested his hand on my shoulder. A rush of emotions hit me in waves. Relief, gratitude, hope. I shook his hand and he turned to leave. I wasn't sure if he was too late to help Minseo or what difference one soldier could make, but having someone like him looking for my brother gave me hope. I'd seen firsthand what he could do. "Be careful." I shook his hand, suppressing my urge to bow, my kingdom's custom. He huffed. "You be careful." A devious smile flickered across his face. Confused, I followed his gaze to Millie and Charlotte. Leon smirked and headed back towards the direction of the castle. I felt a pang of embarrassment. That kind of sexual joke reminded me of Minseo, though it wasn't a social norm in Vyres. If Leon did rescue Minseo, they might just get along. I waited for the warmth to dispel from my cheeks before turning back to the girls. "Is he coming back?" Millie asked as she instinctively reached for her cross. I shook my head. I didn't want to tell her that Leon was going to try to find Minseo. "We are going to the southern castle without him." Her eyes bulged. Millie was right to worry. She and the princess would be safer if Leon stayed with us for the journey. I chose to let him go for Minseo. "It'll be fine," I added. "I'll keep you both safe." Millie's face went white. "How much farther do we have to go tonight?" I eyed the direction we came from. "The farther the better." She dropped her head. She lifted her dress slightly, revealing a disproportionately swollen ankle. "I need to rest." Charlotte gasped and rushed over. "When did it happen?" Millie shook her head. "Let's cool it down in the river?" Charlotte asked, supporting Millie's weight on her hip. "Young," Charlotte said, tucking her hair behind her ear. "I was wondering if you could give me a few minutes to help Millie and wash some of this Her gaze flickered to Millie before falling back to me. "To wash some of this dirt off my dress?" "Ah." Leon's joke jolted into my mind, searing my cheeks with warmth. I nodded. "I'll go see if I can find anything useful in these woods. I'll be in earshot, though, so if anything happens, just yell." I turned into the woods and headed downriver, debating whether we should put more distance between us and the battle, or if we should camp here for nightfall so Millie could rest her ankle. Both were risky. Small bushes sprinkled the forest and were filled with black-colored berries that were familiar to me. They were also a common berry in Vyres, but were usually too bitter this time of year. Maybe with the change of climate. I popped one into my mouth and immediately crunched down on the stone-like bead. I spat out almost immediately, but the bitterness of its skin lingered. Fishing it is. I picked up a branch that split at the end and sat down beside a tree, sharpening its edge with my dagger. I'd most likely need a fire to cook the fish, but it might make us more vulnerable to attack. I clutched my stomach. We needed our strength. I'd been hunting and camping in Vyres so often it felt like second nature, but it had always been for leisure and never with other people depending on me. The sun hung low in the sky and began to set the sky ablaze with a sweltering orange, my mind heavy with thoughts of home, of Vyres. I dusted myself off and carried my makeshift spear toward the river. The river flickered orange as it licked its rocky banks. Tree branches stretched out over it, dropping leaves and branches into the current to be swept away. I breathed in the calm of the slow-moving current. My mind drifted back to Minseo, the fear in his eyes as they pulled him away. A shadow moved in the corner of my vision, drawing my full attention. I choked. Charlotte's bare shoulders glistened in the final rays of sunlight. I ducked behind a tree to block my vision. I thought I'd gone far away enough, but the river's current must have slowly guided her in this direction. I could even hear the scratch of Millie washing Charlotte's dress in the distance, though barely. My heart raced and I struggled for breath like I'd been chased by something. I bit down on my bottom lip, afraid she'd hear me. She hadn't screamed. I didn't think she saw me. I planted my feet firmly on the ground, determined to hold my position, and closed my eyes, leaning back against the tree. Images of her glistening shoulders and her brown skin replayed in my mind. What was I doing? I listened for the sound of her moving through the water, but heard nothing but the steady gurgling of the river as it flowed. Then I heard a soft splash. She was getting closer. Surely I should make sure that she's okay. It was my job to get her to the southern castle safely, and that meant making sure she didn't drift too far. I reasoned with myself that I'd only look for a moment. I knew that what I was about to do was wrong, but I couldn't find a way to talk myself out of it. I turned to move, but froze. Sharp, cold steel pricked my throat.
11. Princess Charlotte. I hadn't bathed in a river since I was a young child. The pull of the current relaxed me. I let myself drift along, trying to bury my fears of looming danger and the uncertainty of the war. Who knew where my father was? I clenched my jaw and promised myself that what I'd heard wasn't true and that I'd see my father again.
Madam!
A boisterous voice called. I dropped like a stone, hiding my shoulders and bare body beneath the water. The voice continued from the dark of the forest.
I caught this deviant trying to catch an eyeful. He is subdued. I recommend that you don your clothing so that you may thank your hero.
I waded through the water towards Millie, who was already limping in my direction, my dress in hand. She shielded my body as I slipped into the damp fabric. A soldier? Drethen? How many were there? I cleared my throat to alert him that I was decent. "Where is Young?" I called. A broad-shouldered man walked out from the forest's edge.
"Worry not, madam. You are safe."
His icy blue eyes glistened under glossy blonde hair, a broad smile on his face. He was beautiful, yet he set off every alarm in my body. I thought of how I'd reacted negatively to meeting Young the night before, how I'd seen Young as the chain that would lock me in the castle forever. But the new man standing in front of me was different. Each brazen move of his body whispered one thing: predator. The way he puffed up his chest when he spoke reminded me of the way many high-ranking politicos carried themselves at court. My mother excelled at using subtlety and feminine power to control men with inflated egos. I once asked her why she didn't yell at these kinds of men or kick them out of court to knock them down a bit. She'd warned that men's fragility was dangerous when threatened, but easy to control when stroked. I hadn't understood her at the time, but since then, I'd seen her handle tense situations with a smile, a complimentary attitude, and an innocent but seductive gesture. I curtsied. "Brave hero, thank you for your assistance." The man held Young in place like a cat holds her kittens. I turned my attention back to the stranger. "This man here is my guard, merely charged with watching over me. I am certain if he was watching, it was in my best interest." The blond man looked unconvinced. We locked eyes for a moment, and it dawned on me that he wasn't aware of who we were. Good. The more we blended in, the better. He chuckled in a manner that felt insulting.
I love the naivety of women.
I cringed internally. The man released Young, and he tried to step forward, but the stranger casually blocked Young's path with his sword. Who was this strange man? He was wearing a green tabard over his armor. Not Drethen, then. His accent was unmistakably Algonian. I huffed. Regardless, please return my guard to me so that we may resume our journey. He raised a brow.
Perhaps you would benefit from keeping more moral company.
Generous hero, I said, my voice as hard and thankless as my mother's. Have you heard that Heim's castle is under attack by the Drethen army? He scoffed.
A woman shouldn't burden herself with such serious issues.
Heat rushed to my face. He continued,
If you must know, I was summoned to offer my assistance as a gesture of allegiance from the great kingdom of Algony.
All at once, I understood. I didn't want to believe it, but he was just as the other courtiers described. Under my breath, my voice whispered, "Which means you're." A bright smile beamed from his dimpled cheeks.
Yes, my fortunate flower. I am Prince Emmett of Algony.
My stomach dropped. It was okay as long as he didn't know who I was, but something wasn't sitting well with me. Where were his guards? Who had summoned him? How had he gotten here from Algony so quickly?
I understand your shock and wonderment.
Young shook his head.
Emmett continued, but it is customary for a peasant to bow to royalty once they reveal themselves.
I bit my tongue and began to curtsy. Young's voice shot out. "Enough," he said as he knocked Emmett's sword out of his path with his own, then resheathed it. "You dare speak with the Princess of Besmium like this, you arrogant—" His gaze caught mine, freezing him in place. "No!" Emmett's face lit with understanding as he dropped to one knee.
My princess, if I'd but known.
My eyes narrowed. So you see why it's imperative that we make it to the southern castle in a timely fashion? He'd believed that rather quickly. Had he been looking for me? Emmett rose and turned to Young.
Which means that you must be...
Young bowed. Prince Young of Vyers.
Yes, Vyers.
Emmett nodded, circling Young like a vulture.
Such an unusual choice. Now, with Heims burning to the ground, the kingdom may fall before your foreign Vyran forces arrive.
He scoffed.
To think, her father refused my offer to take the young princess's hand, and yet, here I am to save the day. I really am a saint.
He brushed a strand of his golden hair out of his eyes. Young's expression was neutral. If Emmett had upset him, he didn't show it. "We'll be going." Young stepped in front of me, taking my hand in his.
"Princess,"
Emmett leaned forward.
"Where's your guard?"
"I could ask you the same." Emmett smiled, flashing his glistening white teeth. "Well, good day to you," Young said with a bow and a glare. He moved me away, and we began trudging through the greenery towards Millie. Emmett scoffed as he disappeared behind a large patch of shrubbery. A moment later, he reappeared, pulling the reins of a restless horse before mounting it. He turned the horse toward Heim's castle, and I felt the tension ease.
Vyers, what a joke.
Young stopped. I could taste the tension rising. "No, Young," I whispered. He turned back to Emmett. "I am the future Prince of Besmium. I will give my life to protect it. What I don't understand is why you are here." Emmett's eyes darkened as he turned his horse around with the grace of a dove. So, I felt the menacing nature of his words before he even finished.
What you're saying is...
A confident hand slid breezily through his silky locks.
You're not yet wed.
12. Prince Young. Killing was wrong. I knew that. Sure, you can defend yourself, but there had to be a better way to resolve a conflict with someone you don't like. I knew all of this, and yet I couldn't escape the nagging voice in my head that screamed, "Find a cliff and push Emmett off of it." For one thing, who even was this guy? Secondly, something was off. He just happened to show up in this forest all alone. Even the timing seemed too convenient. I didn't trust him. I doubt he was even a prince if he hadn't been barking orders at me from the moment he sucker punched me with the hilt of his sword. Despite a significant amount of protestation, the moment Emmett realized the throne was up for grabs, he was irrevocably tied to our quest to the southern castle, Cadera. For 3 days, I had endured his boorish comments, his braggadocious prose, and worst of all, his attempts to court Charlotte. I'd hardly slept. I didn't trust Emmett to be alone with the girls, and I could feel the lack of sleep putting me on edge. The fire crackled and snapped as the sun began to set on the river's edge. I tossed some dry branches into the fire, and it sparkled with dancing embers, a brief show of gratitude before simmering back into its steady form. "My radiant flower!" Emmett called. I cringed. "I'm here," Charlotte said, stepping into the fire's light, Millie at her side. She smiled brightly, twirling her curly hair around her finger. Emmett approached. "It's time for the hunt," he gestured to me. "One of us must stay behind to defend you helpless womenfolk, while the other finds us dinner. Who do you delegate to this task?" I didn't budge. He gave this speech every night, and every night she responded the same way. As I suspected, she smiled and said, "Surely I can put my faith in you to find us something to eat?" His dimples deepened. "Fear not, princess. I won't fail you." He smirked at me. "Emmett," I called, the suddenness of my voice surprising myself. I continued zealously toward him, then pulled him out of earshot of the girls. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" He eyed me warily. I sighed. "Look, maybe we got off on the wrong foot." He grinned. "Come to your senses, have you?" "I appreciate that you're risking your life to help us reach Castle Cadera." He puffed up his chest. "And I appreciate you knowing your place." I swallowed my response, and the empty air hung between us. "I'm betrothed to Charlotte, and when we reach the castle, I intend to marry her." I held his gaze, though my stomach turned from how adamantly I'd meant what I'd just said. A glimmer of firelight glinted across his eyes. He tilted his head back and laughed, open-mouthed and loud. His gaze landed heavily back on me, and I felt my cheeks burn red. "You're serious?" he wheezed. "There is no conceivable advantage you have over me." I shifted my weight. I don't see it that way." "Your military is too far, your personality is dry, and..." He covered his mouth with his hands. "Just look at you," he grinned. "And more importantly, look at me." I blinked with disbelief. "Fair skin, eyes the color of beryl stone, golden locks." I huffed. "So I imagine in your world that's superior somehow?" "In every world that's superior." "You do realize that Charlotte doesn't have any of those traits, right?" "And I am willing to overlook that. Do you see how generous I can be?" I leaned closer to him. I think you're vastly overestimating yourself and underestimating me. Please, you look like the stable boy who washes the weapons for the child of my sparring partner. I smirked. Want to try again? Your arms are like the strings on my... He nudged a rock with his foot. Whatever. I should get to my hunt. Have at it, I said, heading back towards the fire. He disappeared into the woods, but I could still hear the loud crunch of his footsteps. As soon as he was out of sight, Charlotte's demeanor changed. Her smile faded, her posture slumped, and she released the strand of hair she often twirled. Charlotte sat a few paces away from the fire, and Millie made her way around it, taking a seat beside me. I couldn't help but glare at Charlotte. Emmett had barely been gone 5 minutes, and Charlotte was already missing him. Why was she acting like this? It was all over her face. A sliver of doubt crept in that maybe Charlotte was more attracted to him than me. Plus, he showered her with compliments. But it just didn't seem possible for any woman to be interested in such a deplorable man. Yet here I was, witnessing it all. She clearly liked him, reciprocating everything he threw at her. Emmett had given the same treatment to Millie until he'd realized that she had no title or ranking. Then he basically pretended she didn't exist for the past few days. Charlotte didn't even seem to mind. Where was her loyalty? I didn't care if Charlotte was interested in someone, even if I was obviously a better man. So why him? I puffed up my chest to make myself look bigger and instantly deflated. I'm an idiot. I felt the warmth rush to my face hotter than the heat coming off the fire. Millie's hand touched mine, jolting me back from my thoughts. You're doing great, she said, the fire's light illuminating her yellow hair. I pulled my hand away. She continued, Prince Emmett is difficult to tolerate. Yeah, he's been pretty rude to you. She turned back to the fire. To you too. And you've managed to remain calm. Charlotte appreciates it. I gazed through the fire. I knew she couldn't possibly like Emmett, but I just needed to hear it confirmed. I'm sure they'll be happy together. Millie snorted. I turned to her. A bright smile spread across her lips. Her eyes searched my face for something, but when she didn't find it, her smile waned. You're serious? Okay, you should talk to Charlotte. What is it? Just tell me. Confirm it. She shook her head. It doesn't seem like my place. Just go talk to her for a minute. I let out a labored sigh and made my way over to Charlotte. My legs jellied as I neared. The fire popped and released a handful of yellow embers into the sky. I sat down beside her, suddenly hyper-aware of my hands and where I should rest them. On my knees? Should I clasp them together? She turned to me and smiled, flashing a glimpse of her pearly teeth, but there was no joy in her eyes. I felt unsettled at the bottom of my stomach, and I studied her face for clues. She crinkled her forehead for a second before returning to her smile. She was unraveling. Charlotte? I whispered. The first few tears fell to her cheeks and she covered her face with her hands. I froze. I didn't know how to comfort her. I didn't even know what was wrong. She seemed just fine yesterday. Not happy, but fine. Why suddenly, when I sat beside her, did she fall apart? My father, she sobbed. My mother. The kingdom. I could barely make out what she was saying, but I understood the feeling. My brother. She weakened me, and I swallowed back the urge to cry with her. It had been a hard few days. I wondered if that had something to do with how she was acting toward Emmett. Was it possible that she was afraid of him? She slumped into me, her curls falling over to tickle my cheek. I felt her sniffle against my chest, my pulse rising with each stifled breath. Charlotte, I whispered. My heart slammed against my ribcage, and I worried she could hear it. Here we were again. The wet of her tears soaked through my shirt. Charlotte, I began again. The fire raged in front of us, suddenly heating my whole body. My mind flashed to what I'd said to Emmett about marrying her. He was wrong about me. I was more than he knew. And as Charlotte nestled closer to my chest, I thought I might be more than I knew, too. I stared in silent observation, frozen until I felt the rare urge to wrap my arms around her, like Millie had that night. I lifted my arm and stopped a few inches away from her shoulder. What was I doing? I didn't know how to comfort her. She'd just lost her whole family. Panic surged through me. I leaped to my feet. Charlotte jolted back, gazing up at me with widened eyes and confusion. "Millie?" I called. "Charlotte needs you."
13. Princess Charlotte. I was alone. That was clear to me now. For a second, it had felt like Young was an ally in all this. He had understood. He had taken my side, and he hadn't left me throughout this whole ordeal. Until now. I'd let myself fall apart for a moment, and he'd proven to have no more substance than Emmett. Millie rushed over when Young called for her and dutifully put her arms around me, but I could tell it was more out of habit than anything else. I didn't need it, not out of obligation. I didn't need a servant or a prince. I needed a friend. I shouldn't have let myself cry. My parents would have wanted me to keep going. The orange glow of the fire seemed to suck the sunset out of the sky. Emmett returned with a carcass too fresh for me to look at. He proceeded to roast it on the fire, taking the silence as his cue to regale us with stories of his past adventures. Normally, this would have annoyed me, but tonight it was a welcome distraction.
"And when I was just 4 years old," Emmett boasted, "I climbed to the top of the tallest mountain in Albany on my own, with nothing but a small blade and the will to look down."
I could feel Young staring at me from across the fire, where he now sat, alone.
Emmett's voice rose. "Then at the tender age of 7, I departed from my beloved kingdom in search of—"
I willed myself to continue to listen to Emmett. Anything to avoid looking at Young. I didn't want to see his false sympathy. I didn't want to see him mouth an apology. I wasn't angry, just done.
"Where I pulled the sword Excalibur from a large rock."
My gaze drifted up along the fire's edge, drawn like a ship caught in the tide. I felt myself losing an internal battle against my own curiosity.
"But I had no interest in their filthy kingdom," Emmett continued.
I surrendered. My gaze met Young's, and I held it, challenging him to look away.
"I merely returned the sword back to its stone, and I've been told it's still there."
I felt my skin prickle beneath his unwavering stare. He gave nothing away. Something hot radiated from my forehead down to my chest as if my body understood his message, but my brain didn't know how to translate it.
"Princess Charlotte," Emmett said,
stepping to surreptitiously block my line of sight to Young and the edge of the fire. I felt cold on my face where Emmett had snuffed out the fire's light.
"Weren't you listening?"
I sat up straight. Yes, the mountain." Young interrupted.
"Charlotte seemed enthralled by your tale of Excalibur."
I nodded as Young continued.
"It's no wonder you've left the princess out of breath. I bet you have another fine story to tell."
Emmett beamed.
"Of course she loves it."
Full of pride, he sat back down and began prattling on again. I was struck by the word princess as it came off Young's lips. It was something I was called by most people, but Young hardly ever said it. He usually called me Charlotte. It had seemed like an insult and not a title. When Emmett's storytelling finally exhausted him, he walked back over, motioning to Millie to leave my side. She got up and took a seat beside Young on the other side of the fire. I knew I had to muster whatever energy I had left to keep Emmett appeased. Emmett leaned in close.
"Fair princess, did you enjoy your dinner?"
"Very much," I said with a smile.
"Only the finest for a woman in my company."
I was worn out from playing this part, but I could feel the girl I was a week ago telling me it was exciting. I was starting to realize things were more fun before they were real. I was being courted. I was speaking to a handsome prince who was actually around my age. It was a scenario I'd often fantasized about while waiting for my parents to decide I was old enough to be courted. Although courting, in my case, was never going to be more than meeting a man my parents had already agreed to bind me to. I didn't want to be married. Not yet. But this part, the courting, had seemed glamorous. I guess I'd never imagined it would be so much work. Or done with someone who so severely repulsed me. There was nothing romantic about it. It was politics for the sake of survival, just like everything else in my world. I pulled a strand of hair out of my face. "You have quite a gift for storytelling." I heard a laugh across the fire. Millie leaned into Young with a bright smile, playing at the edge of his outer garments with delicate fingers. I could hear a wisp of her voice across the fire, but I couldn't make out what they were saying.
"Thank you, princess. I have had quite a life."
I nodded. "So, all of it is true?" My eyes wandered back to Millie as she giggled again. Her laugh was so infectious it made me smile too. I wondered what she was laughing about.
Emmett sighed. "Well, it's mostly true. Embellished in some areas, as all great stories are."
"Yes, it sounds like it takes a lot of skill." Young's laugh floated across the fire, grasping my attention. It was a sound I'd never heard before, and I realized I'd been listening for it. The moment I'd heard Millie laugh, I'd been dreading it, and somehow it was worse than I expected. What did I care if Young was getting along with Millie? But the nervous flutter in my stomach and the weight that settled into my chest told me that perhaps I cared a little. And when I couldn't stop myself from sneaking glances at them, I thought it might be possible that I cared a lot.
14. Prince Young. I knew I'd messed things up with Charlotte. It only took me a moment of her reaction for it to click. I'd tried to signal my apology to her by the fire and to assist her with Emmett, but this morning she wouldn't even look at me. Lucky for me, Millie seemed to be in good spirits. At least she didn't hate me. Emmett watered his horse as I scouted ahead. I lumbered through the forest. The gentle rustle of the trees carried the foggy haze of early morning. With the sun not high enough in the sky to warm the air, I felt a chill similar to the feeling of stepping into the coolness of the river. The area ahead of last night's camp was not as densely wooded, and the forest floor thrived with overgrown ferns and shrubbery. I made a mental note to tell our group to step carefully through them, and also noted a patch of plants I thought might be poisonous. "Prince Young?" Millie called, a sound that snapped me out of the sereneness of the forest. I felt my stomach tighten. I gripped my sword and turned back to her direction. I mentally prepared myself for battle. I'd gone too far. My pulse rose up to my throat. I sprinted, but my legs couldn't carry me fast enough. Then I saw her. She stood in a clearing by the river, her shoulders relaxed and her smile sunny. "What's wrong?" I huffed, surveying the area. Confusion wrinkled her forehead, then dispersed into apology. "Oh, nothing's wrong. I just wanted to check on you." I spent a moment suspended in awkward disbelief. "I'm fine," I croaked, still catching my breath. I felt a hint of relief when it sunk into my brain that nothing was wrong, but now I'd have to scout again, and I'd lost so much ground already. "How did you sleep?" she asked. "Oh, I didn't really sleep." The concerned look on her face said she needed more information. "Emmett. Just in case." Her smile returned. "Ah, that's very kind. You know, now that you mention it, your eyes look kind of red." She squinted and walked toward me, analyzing my face. This whole conversation was a complete waste of time. I looked for an opening to politely escape. "Millie!" Charlotte called, stepping into the clearing. She froze when she saw me for a moment that felt like it dragged. Her gaze crawled from me to Millie and stayed there. This was my chance. "I should finish scouting before we get going." I turned to leave, and neither of them seemed to mind. The rest of the morning went smoothly enough. The girls kept to themselves. Emmett insisted the plant that I thought was poisonous wasn't, so he rubbed it on his chest to show us how confident he was that I was wrong. I'd only seen him scratch there twice, but I was certain the reaction would kick in soon. We followed the river for several hours as the forest thinned around us. And then in the distance we spotted the peaked towers of Castle Cadera. Relief washed over me. "It was so close to where we camped last night," I said. "We probably could have made it." Charlotte looked like she was fighting the urge to sprint to it. Her eyes widened and her pace quickened to a canter. Each step up the hill revealed more of the castle, like its towers sprouted out of the grassy mound. It was unmistakable. We had made it. We hustled up the hill, the deadened thud of Emmett's horse climbing like a heartbeat, rising as we neared. As we reached the top, we could see more, a grand structure that rivaled that of Hyam's, with red flags waving. Once the princess was safe inside, I'd finally return to the north and join Leon in finding my brother. The last few strides up the hill simultaneously pushed all the air from my lungs and put my plan to find my brother on hold. When we finally saw the base of the castle, my heart sank. Cadera was surrounded by an army even greater than what I'd seen of the Drethan army. Soldiers, catapults, archers, generals, all stood ready for battle. The unmistakably green uniforms were just like Emmett's, and told me 3 things. First, this army didn't belong to Besmium. Second, I had underestimated Emmett. Third, Charlotte had to marry him, or we were all going to die.
15. Princess Charlotte. One look at Emmett's smug expression and my recognition of the same green present on his crest as on the soldiers surrounding our castle was all it took to realize what was happening. Instinctively, I reached out and grabbed Millie's hand. This wasn't the haven I'd allowed myself to believe was waiting. How long had Emmett been planning this? Now I was certain he had been looking for me in the woods.
"Princess," Emmett said with a sly grin, "my reinforcements have arrived. The castle is secure."
I took a deep breath. How did they know to come here?
"I sent a message to deliver word to my general a few nights ago during my hunt. I had a handful of men a mile or so away the whole time. I told them not to be seen so I could see your reaction now."
He leaned forward and looked at Young's face before chuckling to himself.
"Totally worth it."
I shot a look at Young. His furrowed brow and gentle frown told me he was as frightened as I was. In the back of my mind, I regretted my choice to let Emmett hunt alone. It would have been better to keep an eye on him. Despite all his posturing, it was clear his army was a threat. The castle was surrounded. A trap. And we were walking right into it. We could make a break for the forest, but they had horses. We wouldn't get very far. But that wasn't the only problem. Something else pulled me toward the castle, the possibility that my parents had somehow made it here too. There was no hope of escape. Emmett strode confidently in front of us, compounding the futility of the situation. Young calmed himself as we approached the army, but his hand stayed resting on the hilt of his sword. Millie fiddled nervously with her emblem. As we followed Emmett past the first few rows of iron-plated men, it occurred to me that I had neither sword nor emblem to comfort me. What do I have to hold on to? I approached the last major stronghold of my kingdom and felt my hope drain away as I swallowed the realization that it was already lost. It was clear that his soldiers admired Emmett. They bowed deeply, and some cheered as if welcoming a hero back from war. The excitement and joy were unsettling. They were victorious. Their prey was surrounded, and there hadn't even been a battle. Millie leaned closer to me. As we walked through the courtyard now filled with Algonian soldiers, I remembered the summers I'd spent here with my father. War horses sipped water around the pond where we had skipped rocks. Besmium's forge was crawling with foreign troops, the red uniforms all replaced with green. On the grassy fields where we once found pictures in the clouds, monstrous catapults were partially constructed and ominously aimed at the castle. How long had they been here? A month? Longer? I shook with rage as the reality of how much I'd lost set in. Just days ago, I knew my father was alive, the war was just the weather and not an actual threat, and I had felt safe. Now, Besmium was in trouble, and Algony circled it like a hawk. The doors to the castle were more than 10 feet high, yet they seemed smaller than I remembered. Trumpets blared as the doors unbarred, the way they always did, but it seemed inappropriate for prisoners to celebrate. A long line of Besmian guards stood at attention to welcome us, and the castle doors closed behind us with a loud boom. My gaze locked with Young's, and in that instant, I hoped we had the same crazy plan. We strode in behind Emmett, Young's gaze never wavering from mine. He nodded, and all at once, I pulled the dagger he'd given me and held it against Emmett's throat, as Young pulled his sword and held it at Emmett's back. "We got him!" Young called. Millie screamed and jumped back. Great minds. I grinned despite myself. Emmett froze. Triumph beamed from Young's eyes. We'd done it! My heart swelled with gratitude as it thudded wildly in my chest. We could use Emmett as a hostage to make his troops retreat. But when I looked at Emmett, stuck beneath my blade, I saw nothing but a calm smile and crystal blue eyes. He reached up to his chest and scratched it. I glanced around the room and watched Besmian soldiers encircle us with their blades drawn, surrounding Young. Why? I stammered. "Charlotte," a hauntingly familiar voice said. My heart leaped. I lowered my knife. Young's stare burned my cheek as he kept his sword pointed at Emmett. I turned slowly to the voice. She stepped forward, her features rigid, her dark hair pinned back. "Mother." She regarded the dagger in my hand. "Put the knife down." The silence spun out between us as I trembled beneath her withering glare. "It wasn't a request." I tried to slide the dagger back into my belt, but my hands were shaking. I dropped it and ran to her. "Mother," I cried. "You made it. Is Father—" "I don't know," she said stiffly. I nodded, holding back tears. "We need to take Emmett hostage. He's their prince. They'll have to leave." The Queen walked slowly toward Emmett. "Young, it's all right. You can drop your weapon." Young hesitated before lowering his sword and bowing to her. "Apprehend him." Before the words finished leaving her mouth, the guards had Young restrained, and they'd begun to shackle his arms behind him. "No!" I called. She ignored me and bowed deeply to Emmett. He reciprocated, then turned his attention to me. "Relax, princess," Emmett said. His voice slithered down my spine. He chuckled. "Women's minds are so precious. You seem to have the wrong impression about my soldiers. They're a wedding present." I stumbled back. "Your mother has agreed to allow me your hand in marriage." Young. His name suffocated me. What about Young? My mother sighed. "He tried to kill the future king of Besmium." Rage began to boil inside me as everything sunk in. "The council will decide his fate," she said. "Don't worry, though. We can't go around hacking off princes or we'll never have peace. He'll most likely be sent back to Vyers." As they dragged Young away in chains, I finally felt free of the shackles that had bound me to the woman I called Mother. Tears of hate burned my eyes. I squeezed them shut and tried to picture what my father would say. Take a deep breath. I clenched my fists as tightly as I could manage. This was wrong. It wasn't good for Besmium, and it wasn't what my father wanted. And Young, how could I let him spend the night in the dungeon? What was my mother thinking? How long had she been planning this? I scanned the Besmian guards, all in my mother's control. Emmett was untouchable. I'd have to play the part of an obedient princess until I could find another way to turn things in my favor. I took a deep breath and smiled. "Of course, Mother."
"16. Prince Minseo. It's my fault Young is dead. Imprisoned, it was easy to lose track of the days. How long it had been since I was pulled from him. Days? Weeks? The images of my brother's face remained in my mind. The fear in his eyes haunted me. When the Drethan soldiers dragged me to their army camp, I'd waited up all night. If Young was still alive, the enemy would surely capture him. When he didn't arrive, I feared the worst. Still, I wanted to believe he'd escaped. The Drethan army camp was unlike any I'd seen. I'd spent some time with my father among the Vyran troops, and always admired their efficiency and their loyalty. The Drethans were different. They were not an organized and well-led group poised for war, but rather a drunken and obnoxious horde. The air was filled with the sounds of fistfights and war songs, and smelled of body odor and fiery liquor, a scent that burned my nose until I acclimated. I was chained to a tree, limited to a radius of a few feet. The iron chains dug into my wrists from their weight and blistered my skin. Captain Trisby was in charge of the camp, a broad man with a thick beard that went down to his chest. He ordered the men not to harm me, but I didn't have much faith that they'd obey. On the third day of my incarceration, Captain Trisby and a few of his soldiers sat down beside me, the heavy stench of booze around them. "To our honored guest," he said, raising an oversized goblet to his lips. He moved clumsily toward me, huffing as if each step drained him. He held the metallic cup in front of me. "Yeah, old boy," he said, pushing it against my lips. I welcomed it. The liquid scorched my throat, a vile taste that differed from what I drank in Vyres. I nearly choked but gulped back another burning mouthful. It was a brief distraction from my wrist pain. "Oh, hey, we got a real man over here," the captain called. His soldiers burst into cheers and laughter. He pulled the goblet away but took a seat nearby. The booze hit heavily in my chest, and I began to feel a dull haze creep up the back of my neck. An hour passed, and as the soldiers got drunker, they forgot I was there and occasionally let slip information about the battle. I felt the sting of the irons on my bare wrists as I listened to their voices in the moonlit forest. A coarse voice I recognized as Captain Trisby floated by me. "I heard the lieutenant is transferring Besmium's king to our camp in a few days." My stomach dropped. This was bad. The king was my brother's only hope, and a man my father trusted. "Ain't he dead?" another soldier replied. "Not yet. I hear he's bleeding, though. Doubt he'll live till he makes it here." "Why they moving him?" "Because our men lost times. Had to move back a few camps," Trisby said. A fleck of hope swirled around me. If my brother had made it back to the castle, there's a chance he could have survived. When he gets here, I'll kill him myself." Within a few hours, most of the soldiers were asleep. They slept where they dropped like stray dogs without a home. A small rotation of guards kept watch, but they were also drunk and no more aware than if they were sleeping too. I knew if I were to escape, nighttime would be best, but not tonight. Tonight, I needed to rest. I closed my eyes and leaned my head back against the tree. "Hey!" A voice whispered next to me. I froze. "Are you Prince Minseo of Vyres?" I didn't recognize his voice, but his accent was unmistakably Besmian. "Yes," I whispered back. "Who are you?" "I'm Private Leon," he said. "Your brother sent me to—" "My brother's alive?" I shouted. Too loud. A soldier rolled over and tossed an empty bottle in my direction. It landed a few feet away. He rolled back, settling to sleep. "Sorry," I whispered. There was no response. "Are you there?" "I'm here," Leon whispered. "I'm going to get you out of here. Are you able to run?" A wave of relief hit me. I could run. I could run all the way to Vyres if he cut me loose. I was going to get my brother and go home. Leon tinkered with the lock on my wrist, and with each click, I felt the hope of escape. "My battalion is only 5 or so miles away from here. I was scouting the enemy camp when I saw you chained to this tree," he said, his fingers working quickly. "The king is dead, and your brother escorted the princess to the southern castle." The lock clicked louder. The metal clasp released my left wrist. Adrenaline surged through me as Leon moved to work on my other wrist. "The king is only injured," I said. "I heard a soldier say he's being moved to this camp in a few days." Leon froze, his gaze locked on mine. "The king's alive?" "Yes." I shook my hand to hint at him to hurry and unlock it. "I'm sorry," he said. "If I let you go now, they won't bring the king here." No, listen, unlock this. We'll get your army, we'll save the king." Leon dropped my wrist. The iron chain dug sharply into my raw wrist. "Just hold on a few more days." "No!" I called. I felt my voice elevating too high. "My brother needs me," I said, closing the gap between us. Leon backed away. "Lower your voice. Your brother is strong. He'll be fine, and so will you for a few more days while I rally my troops." He turned to leave. "No! Leon!" I called. "Don't do this! We'll find—" Well. Captain Trisby stepped out of the darkness and into the moonlight. "Looks like we've got ourselves an enemy soldier." Leon drew his blade. The captain lunged forward, his sword meeting Leon's with a resounding clang. It was a noise that was likely to wake at least a few more soldiers. I shook the chain around my wrist to see if Leon had loosened it. If I could escape, I could help him. But the clasp remained tightly fastened. Once again, I found myself watching helplessly. Leon was on his own, just like my brother. But with one hand free, I had slightly more reach. I grabbed the chain and hustled around the tree, giving myself an extra foot of slack. A soldier lay in undisturbed slumber a few feet away. If I lay on the ground, my legs might be long enough to reach his sword, but I'd risk waking him up. Hang on, Leon. I shuffled to the ground and as quietly as possible dug my heels into the ground by the sword, the clash of the battle behind me clawing for my attention. I dragged my heels on the ground behind the sword and pulled my knees in. It moved a little. I repositioned my legs and tried again until the sword came into range of my free hand. I lifted it. The weight felt unnatural in my left hand. I repositioned myself as close as I could get to the battle, but was too far away to help. I considered throwing my sword, but it would be a long shot with my non-dominant hand, and I might hit Leon. I knew I wouldn't be able to cut the chain with the sword, but I had to try anyway. The blade slid along the chain with a sickening screech. I wasn't generating enough momentum. I shook my bound wrist with frustration. "Ugh!" Leon shouted, grasping my attention. He had fallen to one knee. If I was going to save him, it had to be now. I eyed the sword and my already damaged wrist. The sword wouldn't cut the chain, but it wasn't my only way out. I lifted my sword and braced myself for pain.
17. Princess Charlotte. I lay my head back and closed my eyes as my maid for the southern castle, Glenda, poured another pail of hot water into my bath. The heat mixed in with the cooled water from the previous pails, prickling my senses. I exhaled deeply. I was drowning in chaos and had no idea how to pull myself out. My nose filled with the scent of lavender as Glenda added more oils to my bath. After spending 5 days in the forest, the pleasures of castle life felt good, but rang hollow. Young was in danger, and all he'd done since he arrived was try to protect me. I had to find a way to protect him. A surge of guilt hit my stomach as I thought of Young. I'd only gone to the dungeons in this castle once when I was 7. According to my father, it was dangerous, and therefore forbidden. Regardless, one day I had convinced a guard to give me a few minutes to explore. It had been dark, cold, and foul-smelling, so I'd left quickly and never returned. It was hard to think of Young being kept there. We'd been through a lot in a short time. He'd taken care of me, protected Millie and me from the battle at Himes, taken my side when Millie was afraid of me, and delivered us safely to Castle Kildare. My mind flashed back to his dark eyes illuminated across our campfire. I felt a nervous flutter at the pit of my stomach. Why was he doing all this? Regardless of his motives, somewhere along the way, he'd become my ally. My only ally. It was possible that my mother had good intentions. Maybe she even thought she was doing what was best for the kingdom. But her scheming had put us in greater danger than ever before. She had imprisoned someone I cared about, and I needed to stop her. "Miss?" Glenda hovered sheepishly above me. "Shall I heat some more water?" I sat up quickly. "No, I'm just about done." I was clean, but I still felt disgusting. I didn't know how to wash away the things I'd done, the blood on my hands since the Drethen had attacked, or the mess that my life had become. After my bath, I opened my wardrobe and waded through the garments that hung there, then stopped when I came to a silver chiffon dress I remembered from last summer. I loved the way it flowed in the breeze, a trait that most of my dresses didn't have. I slipped into it with ease, but noticed it was a bit snugger on my chest than it was a few months ago. Had I really changed so much? "That's lovely, miss," Glenda said, fastening the clasp in the back. "I've always admired that one." "Thank you," I said, clipping my curls back and out of my face. The corridors of the castle were packed with soldiers. Some were Besmian and others Algonian, but all of them seemed to be under my mother's thumb. Everywhere I went, they followed. They even waited outside of my chambers. I was not allowed outside the castle or near the dungeon, nor was I able to send letters. But that was exactly what I needed to do. When I thought about everything at once, I shut down, so I'd planned to take it one step at a time. Today, I'd write a letter to the King of Vyres, and tonight, I'd find a way to send it. The day went by as a disconnected blur. I blocked out the meeting with the Besmian Council and my mother's plans for the wedding. Even Emmett didn't seem to need more than an occasional nod to keep him satisfied as he droned on about his plans for his new kingdom. All day, I arranged the words for the letter in my head, but when I finally had time to put the words to parchment, I couldn't. "Dear King, one of your sons is believed to be dead and the other imprisoned. Please send help." No. "If you don't send troops, you'll have lost 2 sons for nothing." Ugh, that was worse. "King Liwan of Vyres. Besmium is under the attack of Algany and Drethen, our neighboring kingdoms. My father is believed to have fallen in the course of battle. The attacks interrupted the wedding agreement previously set forth by you and my father. We are surrounded by the Algonian army under the understanding that I'll wed Prince Emmett of Algany. I humbly ask your assistance in—" I crumpled the parchment and tossed it into the fire. I couldn't risk anyone finding it. I pulled out a fresh piece and quill and began again. "Besmium is under attack by Drethen, and my father, the king, is missing. I want to honor the agreement you made with my father, despite my mother's intention to break it. To do this, I need you to send as many troops as you can spare to Besmium's southern castle. These are uncertain times, and without your help, I'm not sure how much time Besmium has left, but I will fight alongside your son and your kingdom until I draw my last breath. Sincerely, Princess Charlotte of Besmium." Satisfied, I slipped the letter into an envelope and sealed it with a few drops of wax and my family crest. Now all I needed to do was find a way to get it to Vyres. I slipped out of my dress and into my nightgown, allowing the mental exhaustion I felt to sink in. I lay in my bed and listened to the sound of Glenda's footsteps as she hustled around the room. I couldn't trust the guards with the letter, and I wasn't sure if any of the servants would be willing to disobey their queen. I wasn't even sure if I could trust Millie anymore. I couldn't risk anyone warning my mother, because my plan would only work if I convinced both her and Emmett that I wanted this wedding to happen. I sighed. "Father, I need help." I listened for his response, half expecting the low hum of his voice to fill the air around me. But it didn't. "Glenda?" I called, listening for her footsteps, but there was no reply. Before I could call her again, I drifted into a heavy sleep. A loud knock at my chamber door sent a fierce panic through my body. I sat up in the darkness, the fire by my bed a glowing pile of ash, and waited for Glenda to get the door. The knock sounded again. It was an alarming thud, the same pace as my heartbeat, and forced my body out of bed and across the room. I opened the door. A Besmian guard with a steely expression and a rigid jawline stood on the threshold. He bowed.
"Your Highness, this thief claims you've given her this item. Say the word and she will be punished appropriately," he said before pulling a woman into the doorway.
"Glenda," I whispered. Glenda sobbed heavily as her tears dripped from her chin onto the silver dress I'd worn earlier. Why had she taken it? Why was she wearing it? Her wet eyes pleaded with me for mercy. She slouched and winced every time the guard moved her arm. I cleared my throat. I apologize for this misunderstanding. I gave this dress to Glenda and asked that she contact the dresser to make another like it. This one has gotten a bit tight, I lied.
Why is she wearing it? He asked, unconvinced.
I laughed. How is it you've lived in a royal castle all these years and yet know nothing about how women's clothing is made? I turned to Glenda. Glenda, if the dresser has what they need, I'll need you in here immediately to do your duties. I pulled Glenda from the guard. Yes, Your Majesty, she said while slipping past me into my chambers. I turned my attention back to the guard. Thank you for your diligence, but there's no problem here. I closed the door behind me. Glenda knelt on the floor, tears still pooling in her eyes. Thank you, miss. I was getting it washed, and I just wanted to see what it would feel like, she sniffed. I swear I wasn't going to take it. You lied for me, princess. I won't forget this. I walked to my bed and pulled something from under my pillow. Actually, I do need something. Anything, miss, she said, her face brightening. I need you to deliver a letter.
18. Prince Young. Imprisoned in the kingdom that I was meant to rule, I huffed. What a king I turned out to be. My body ached as another hour in my dimly lit cell crept by. If I passed the time standing, my legs grew tired. If I sat on the damp floor for long enough, my extremities would numb. Either way, the time in my windowless cell dragged into a timeless nightmare from which I could not escape. Luckily, the dungeons in the southern castle housed a bizarre collection of characters to entertain me. From what I gathered, the more serious criminals were sent to the prison near Hyam's castle, leaving this dungeon for people who committed petty crimes like thievery, or forgetting to bow to a high-ranking member of the council. Despite its dark, barren appearances, the dungeon was the center of information and drama in the castle. Guards used the tunnels to share their secrets and bribed prisoners to share things they'd heard. All I had to do was wait until I heard something I could use. Most of the information was useless. A cook ran away with a guard, or the gardener hid things for people in the garden. Finally, I heard my first news about Charlotte. A servant had attempted to steal a dress from Princess Charlotte's room. It wasn't much to go on, but just hearing her name gave me hope that if anything newsworthy happened, I'd hear about it, for a price. I crawled toward the left wall of my cell and pressed my ear to it. "Balzar," I whispered, "do you have anything new today about the princess?" I heard the shuffle of his feet as they dragged across the stone floor. "So eager," his weary voice rasped. "What have you to trade?" "Nothing," I sighed. "Then I have nothing to tell," he replied. I knew what he wanted. Secrets. But the ones I knew could worsen the situation, even get me killed. My brother Prince Minseo of Vires was taken at the Battle of the Northern Castle, I said. Balzar chuckled. "That's old news. Hardly worth the breath it took to spit it." He paused, waiting for a response I was reluctant to give. He went into a coughing fit, then wheezed, "What else you got, kid?" I searched my recent memory. There was one thing that had been on my mind recently. Of course, I had no proof to support this, and worse, though it could be considered treason, it was newsworthy. "I have something." Without ever seeing his face, I could feel Balzar smiling on the other side of the wall. It's too big to say aloud. I'd have to whisper. I waited until I heard his breath. "Get on with it, then," he spat. "If I do this, I need you to tell me everything you know that relates to the princess from now on." I waited, unsure if he'd heard me. His voice floated through in a faint wisp. "If I decide your news is worthy," he said. "Promise me you'll give it a fair judgment." "You have my word," he said. "And that you won't tell anyone I told you." He laughed. "You don't become the center of castle news by selling out your informers," he said smugly. "Okay," I said, being careful not to raise my voice. "In the battle at the north, we were completely surrounded. Drethen's soldiers attacked the front gate before we could escape. I spotted more inside the castle. We took an underground tunnel out of the castle, only to find it guarded by more Drethens. We barely made it out alive, and journeyed straight to this castle, arriving a day ahead of schedule. Though this story is interesting, it isn't news," he scoffed. Wait, I called. I wasn't finished. I lowered my voice. I whispered so softly that I worried he didn't hear me. After a moment, he whispered back. "You're sure she was at the northern castle that day?" he asked, his tone lit with intrigue. "I spoke with her myself." "Interesting," he said. His voice rang with a mischievous hum. "Now, tell me what you know," I insisted. He sucked in my request through his nose and pursed his lips, considering if what I offered was suitable payment. I nervously picked at my fingernail, trying to force him into submission with my silence. He sighed. "The princess plans to have 10,000 white roses at her wedding ceremony. Also, she asked her betrothed to go on a hunt for the feast afterward. She plans to invite all the soldiers from Albany as well." My mind raced. Why was she planning the wedding? What was she doing? Had I been wrong about her? "This information is useless," I said, breathing out my frustration. "Guess you're not the center of information after all." "I have more," he said, his words pulling me back to the wall. "This little tidbit cost me more than your life is worth. The maid that was caught stealing from the princess, she called in a favor to have a letter delivered." My pulse quickened. "To where?" "Vires." I settled back into my cell as the hours blurred together. Charlotte sent a letter to Vires? She must be planning something. A loud creak and a flood of light indicated someone approaching. I backed away from the wall, lay on the floor, and listened to the distant click of jeweled shoes on the stone floor as they grew closer. The sound stopped in front of my cell. I opened my eyes and stood to see the Queen. "Your Majesty," I said, bowing. She spoke. "I'm terribly sorry for these horrid conditions. As soon as the wedding is over, I'll send you straight back to Vires where you belong." "Thank you, Your Majesty," I said. She crossed her arms and her face darkened. "I was hoping I could get a second helping of lunch today, Your Majesty." Her shoulders relaxed. "Ah, certainly," she said, dropping her arms. Her gaze drifted to her right beyond what I could see from my cell. "Balzar," she said, "has the prince given you any information?" My stomach tightened. Of course she knew about the information trade going on here. That's probably why she put me here to begin with. I searched my cell for something I could use as a weapon. Balzar's voice echoed off the walls. "I don't think he said anything worthy of your time," he said. I froze. He'd been a man of his word after all. I felt relief flush my cheeks. "That's just it," the Queen said. "It's your time I'm concerned about. I'll trade you what you know for your freedom."
19. Princess Charlotte. With the letter on its way to Vyers, hope blossomed inside me. I was no longer marching toward my marriage to Emmett, but toward freeing Young and taking back my kingdom. All I had to do was stall the wedding. An easy task that only required me to make up time-consuming requests. Emmett saw these requests as his opportunity to win my affection, and my mother never got suspicious. After all, these kinds of demands were not too out of character. But one thing did weigh heavily on me. Millie. Since we'd arrived at the castle, she'd disappeared from my life. I'd figured she'd changed her duties for a while to get some rest after our journey, but when a week went by and I still hadn't seen her, I knew something was wrong. Recent events had shown me how much we needed each other. Even when we didn't see eye to eye, she'd been there through it all. She understood, and I missed her. I told my mother I was going to speak to the cook about the wedding day feast, but I was hoping Sasha could tell me where to find Millie. The servants' quarters were poorly lit and sparsely decorated. It was another part of the castle that royals rarely visited, but I knew them well. As a young girl, Millie would bring me to Sasha's kitchen to help me hide from my mother or skip my lessons. It was hard to believe that now Millie used these halls to hide from me. "Your Majesty," a servant said, bowing deeply. "I'm looking for Sasha." "Kitchen last I saw, miss," she said, wiping her dirty hands on her apron. I hustled down the hallway to the kitchen and turned the corner. I expected to see Sasha there, bent over the stove with permanently rosy cheeks, but instead, I saw Millie washing dishes by the window. She stared out as she scrubbed her soapy hands against a metallic pot. When she didn't notice me come in, I considered turning back, leaving her in peace. I put my hand over my chest to steady my heartbeat. If I'd learned anything in the last few days, it was that friendship was more than just the good times. I stepped into the light of the kitchen. "Hey, Millie." Her face paled. "Charlotte, what are you doing here?" I tried to imagine her tone was welcoming. "I've missed you." She turned back to her dishes. "Is there something you need?" The pot she was washing was clean, but she kept scrubbing at it as if she hoped to wash away her problems with it. I shivered under her cold tone, then took a few steps closer. "No, I just miss my friend." She continued to wash without speaking. I put my hand on her shoulder. "If I've done something to wrong you, please tell me." The pot landed with a clang at the bottom of her washing pail. "Everything's wrong," she said, shrugging my hand off. "I know, the situation is bad, but I'm trying to fix it." She glared. "That's just it. Every decision you've made has made things worse for everyone." I stepped back as she continued. "People are killing people, and you are at the center of it all." "Yes, but wielding a sword, taking hostages? That isn't you. I know you. You'd never hurt anyone. You certainly wouldn't She raised the back of her hand to her lips. It trembled. She dropped her hand and took a sharp breath. "Prince Young is in the dungeon." Sasha entered the room with a cheerful smile that quickly faded. She turned and hustled out. I shook my head. "Look, Millie, you're like a sister to me." "If only I were your sister in truth," Millie sighed. "You could marry Emmett, and I could marry Young, and we could work together to defeat Drethen." Marry Young? Where was this coming from? I guess I hadn't imagined things that night in the forest. The thought of it stung, but the last thing I wanted was to lash out at her. If only I weren't being forced to marry a man I don't love. If only my father were here and safe. If only Drethen wasn't intent on conquering our land. If only won't get us anywhere, Millie. "It's always about you, isn't it?" Her eyes flashed in anger. "Just once in your life, Can you think of someone else first? Her brow furrowed, her eyes a burning blue. Sisters don't blindly serve other sisters. You don't take care of me. You don't ask how I feel, and you don't know who I love. You're a spoiled, selfish princess who has run our kingdom into the ground in a matter of days. Tears pooled in her eyes. My heart ricocheted off my ribcage. I swallowed my anger and tried to absorb her words. Fine. Who is it? What? Who do you love? I was just... Say it aloud, Millie, I demanded. She choked on her tears, turning back to the window. I dug deep through the sting of her barbed comments and tried to deliver my next words kindly. There are 1,000 reasons why he'll never be yours. None of them are imposed by me. She cried into her hands. I continued. I didn't start this war. She turned back to me, her face and eyes pink. Yes, but you can end it, she said. Promise me you'll marry Emmett. I can't tell if you're really excited about this wedding or if you have something planned, but promise me right now you'll go through with it. Marry Emmett? Did she really think that wouldn't have its own consequences? It wasn't just my life that would be in his hands. It was hers as well. Millie, I can't just... For me, she said, while wiping away her tears and moving closer. If we are sisters, do this one thing for me. It was a promise I knew I couldn't keep. It was also in support of her fantasy that I shouldn't indulge. Yet as she cried in my arms, I couldn't form the words to disappoint her. So I said nothing. She wrapped her arms around me, and I held her for a long while. I was grateful to have her in my life, and I wouldn't let anything else come between us. She'd confirmed my suspicions that she had feelings for Young, and I understood exactly how she felt. There was no use fighting over someone neither of us could ever be with. I could only lock away my feelings for Young and allow myself to think of them when alone. After that, Millie returned to my quarters as my lady's maid. She never mentioned what passed between us or how she felt about its resolution. I no longer knew if she was still my sister, friend, servant, or if she were merely keeping an eye on me to see if I kept the promise I didn't make. But either way, having her close put me at ease. That night, I opted to eat dinner in my room. Millie hurried to the kitchen to fetch it while I pondered the things she said. She had been right about a lot of it. Had all our conversations been about me? How long had she felt that way? I made the decision to prepare a royal bath for Millie as a tribute to her friendship. A little later, Millie returned to my room before I could adequately fill the tub. Surprise! I grinned. It's for you. Her pale face and crystal eyes glistened with horror. She spoke, her voice shaky and uneven. Prince Young has been found guilty of treason and sentenced to death. "20. Millie." Charlotte did her best to comfort me, but I knew her too well. She was as scared as I was. I didn't even deserve her concern. I'd practically scolded her. A royal! The closer we'd grown, the deeper the discord between us had crept. She could have had me beheaded for less, yet, late into the night, she wiped my tears and promised me she'd save him. But no matter what she said, one truth remained. Young was in danger. I dropped onto my stiff bed in the servants' quarters, attempting to quell the storms that raged inside of me. Flashes of blood, the clanging of metal ringing through my head as the walls around me caught fire in my mind's eye. I rolled over, focusing my mind on the moments I'd shared with the prince. A ritual that had become my haven as of late. Only now, I prepared for my dream to be snatched away by his death. He was not the first prince I'd seen. I'd served many when they were guests at Himes. They were needy, shallow things with no love for God or others. Once, a visiting prince scolded me and refused to sit because he claimed his chair was dusty. Young was different, though. He'd looked at me with eyes that were soft and kind, and seen me not as a servant, but as a girl. It was a definition with which I hardly defined myself. After that, I'd prayed every night for God to take away the feelings I harbored. I asked God why he'd burdened me with this love if it was so impossible. I'd begged for answers. But then, one night in the forest, Young had sat beside me. I'd burned as hot as our campfire, yearning for what I could never have. He'd nodded toward Emmett and Charlotte on the other side of the fire.
"Do you think she could someday love him?"
he asked. His question was so absurd that I said, "It's impossible." Staring into the fire, he'd said,
"Nothing is impossible."
Even though we'd laughed, I couldn't help but feel like this was God's reply. There I was, despite my birth, sitting next to a prince as equals. I made a secret vow that night and pledged myself to him. It was obvious that Charlotte didn't feel like I did about Young. I hurt at the memory of Young being treated so poorly by her. She had tried to kill him, showed interest in his brother, and hated the idea of marriage. Still, sometimes he watched her. She had a kingdom to offer him, while I only had my feelings. Once the jealousy set in, I found it difficult to eradicate. Last night I found myself trying to convince Charlotte not to marry him, and this morning I was depending on her to save him. Love was maddeningly irrational. Even so, I couldn't trust Charlotte to save Young. What could she do? Did she even care? I'd have to watch him die unless I did something myself. I got to my knees, pushing my palms together. Almighty Father, I have done my best to serve you graciously and thank you for your many blessings. You taught me that all life is precious, an idea I've protected even through these times of war. My heart raced as I formed the rest of my prayer. The only thing stronger than the promises I've made to you is the vow I made to dedicate myself to love. I ask that you turn away from me now. I clutched the wooden emblem and yanked it from my neck. It landed with a clunk and slid across the stone floor. My new God and guiding force is Young. I ask that you be merciful in your deliverance and that you consider your part in the events that led me here. I had no choice but to kill the queen myself. The sun peeked over the horizon, indicating that I might already be too late, but I didn't care. I had to do everything I could to save Young. I sprinted through the hallway to the servants' garden. I had heard of a poisonous, pale pink flower called owl's bloom, or oleander. I couldn't remember where I'd heard about it, nor did I know if it was really poisonous. What I did know was that the pink flowers grew outside of the castle, and that, for the moment, they were my only hope. I knew it was crazy. I knew there was probably a better course of action than chasing a could-be poisonous flower, but the hope of saving Young was all I had left. I spotted the pink flowers in the leafy passage between the garden and the back of the castle. I reached for them, but froze. I didn't know if they were poisonous to the touch. It seemed silly that a flower so lovely and innocent could be something so sinister. Proof that this flower and I were made by the same God. I took several flowers, using my dress as a barrier between my hand and the potential poison, making sure no one was around to see me, but I was alone. Not even God was watching. I rushed to the kitchen to join Sasha in the breakfast preparation. I was late, but she didn't so much as make a face of disapproval. She was kind that way. We prepared the Queen's breakfast as usual. The addition of wine with breakfast was a habit the Queen had started only this year. When Sasha was far enough away, humming along to a familiar tune, I pulled the flowers out of my pocket, being very careful not to touch them. I chopped them so finely they could have been mistaken for a bit of dust on the corner of the table. I closed my eyes, my heart beat in my throat. I swallowed down my nerves. With the knife, I pushed the flower dust into the Queen's wine. I placed the cup onto the tray, dropped the knife into the washing bucket, and turned back to collect the tray. I froze. Sasha faced me, holding the Queen's breakfast tray out for me to serve, wine and all. I studied her face, the guilt seeping in, blurring my vision. She knew. My breaths felt strained as I pushed them out in slow, hot bursts. I took the tray and headed for the door. She didn't stop me. It must have been all in my head. I pictured young, alone, and afraid as I made my way to the Queen's bedroom. I pushed open the door. "There you are," the Queen said, her voice chilling my bones. "Is it my imagination, or is someone running late this morning?" How fitting that she waits for me, her deliverer. I held the tray steady, willing my arms to stop shaking as I bowed my head. "I apologize, Your Majesty." I laid the tray before her. My, how lovely you've become." She raised the cup. "I remember the first day they brought you to us in the northern castle." She sighed, bringing the cup to her lips. I froze, my attention bound to her mouth. She sipped. "Now you're practically a woman." I did it. I killed her. I bowed and turned toward the door. "Wait," she said. "I should thank you for being such an important person to my daughter." I wanted to run to the door, a mere 10 feet from freedom. "Have some wine." I turned slowly. Did she know? Could she taste it? "That's very kind, Your Majesty, but I am just a lowly maid. I could never drink the Queen's wine." She grinned. "I insist." She took a big gulp. "It's delightful. You'll love it." I lifted the cup from her hand and held it to my mouth. So, this was God's answer. "21. Princess Charlotte." The moment I woke up, I knew something was off. I must have fallen asleep while comforting Millie because I wasn't sure when she had slipped out. I rushed to get ready and hustled into the hallway. The sun was high in the sky, splashing a cheerful yellow onto the usually gray walls. Servants rushed around the hallways carrying large white floral arrangements, no doubt preparing for the wedding, which was set to begin in a week or two, depending on how quickly things came together. I headed for the servants' quarters. "There you are, Princess." My stomach tightened. I turned to see Emmett, an arch of white roses framing him for a moment before the servants carried it past. He smiled brightly. "I feel I haven't been able to spend much time with my beloved since we arrived." He plucked a white rose from a passing bouquet and held it out to me. The acid in my stomach bubbled, but I feigned a smile. He continued, "Can I interest you in a walk on the grounds?" I was only a few steps from the servants' quarters, my escape I glanced over my shoulder. I have to. He moved closer.
Surely you can spare a moment, princess.
I stepped back. Actually, I really do have to. I insist, he said sharply. His ocean blue eyes darkened, sending a pang of fear through me. I took the rose, and my hands instinctively clenched, causing the thorns to prick me. On the surface, Emmett was a handsome and charming prince. But in a moment of disagreement, the predator within glared through. It was obvious to me that he was used to getting what he wanted, a trend I promised myself I'd break for him. But for the time being, he had to believe I'd go through with the wedding. I had to play his game. But he was just a pawn. I wanted to find out if I had what it took to be queen. I smiled and took his arm. In an instant, the predator dispersed and the charming prince returned. Ugh, my brain recoiled at his pretense. People who are only charming when it suits them aren't charming at all. He led me down the corridor. Penelope, I need that dress mended before tomorrow, I said to a passing servant. I turned to a patrolling guard nearby. Charlie, there's this drumming sound outside my chamber at all hours. Can you investigate? They were false requests, but I needed someone to know that Emmett was taking me. I wanted someone to know which direction we went.
You are a busy girl, aren't you? Emmett said. Might I suggest you take a short break?
I hesitated, too unnerved to meet his gaze and face the beast buried inside him. Yes, my dear, I said as we slipped to a quieter part of the castle. If I screamed, the echo would carry. Someone would be able to hear. But then what? I needed Emmett to believe I wanted to marry him. There was no plan B. I just needed to buy enough time for Vyers to respond. My muscles stiffened as Emmett pulled me into a dark stairway. We walked silently up to a door that was familiar, though I couldn't remember what was on the other side. Emmett opened it and gestured for me to enter. This was it. No one could hear me from in there. The door closed behind us, and I stood at the edge of an overgrown atrium. The sound of running water pulled me toward the atrium's center. A small stream flowed through it, with stone bridges providing passage around the garden-esque courtyard, which was surrounded by castle walls on each side with green leafy plants crawling up them. Streams flowed through the barred tunnels beneath the castle walls, and a light shone straight down from the open air above, beaming through the long, leafy branches of an overgrown willow tree. Dark purple flowers lined the stream. Why hadn't I remembered this place? It was like a dream. In my amazement, I'd briefly forgotten the dangerous situation I was in. This garden was secluded, and I didn't want to imagine the kinds of things Emmett was capable of. I spun to find Emmett kneeling before me.
Princess,
he said, grabbing my hand.
I never did get the chance to ask you officially to be my wife.
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box. My heart crashed into my ribs repeatedly. He opened the box to reveal a pink diamond the size of his irises. Of all the horrible scenarios I'd imagined, it had never occurred to me that Emmett might actually propose. My mind flashed to young, sadness clawing at my stomach. Emmett gazed up at me with sincerity.
Will you do me the honor of becoming my bride?
It was a beautiful proposal in a secret garden. Heat rushed to my face, filling my cheeks with a pronounced red. I couldn't help the overwhelming feeling of flattery and the way my mind continuously tripped on the word wife. My next move was clear, easy even. I'd simply accept his proposal and stall the wedding until the Viren troops arrived. Only I couldn't. Something about his sincerity made the lie seem unfair. I stared into his blue eyes, hoping to get a glimpse of the beast, but all I could see was the serene blue of the autumn sky on a cloudless day.
I realize that you're in a difficult position here, Princess, he said. But I promise to protect you and your kingdom until my dying breath.
Somehow, his speech made me feel like I was the monster. I couldn't bring myself to form the words. I nodded. What was I doing? Emmett smiled brightly and slipped the ring onto my finger. He stood and pulled me into his chest, locking his arms around me. I felt a pang of guilt. I was a liar, but his embrace was comforting. The warmth of his body made me realize that I'd been cold moments ago. My thoughts returned to Young, who was sitting in a dungeon that very moment, and I wondered how I'd feel if it was him who proposed instead. My cheeks burned. Emmett pulled away without letting go and smiled down at me. My stomach dropped. He reached his hand up and gently brushed my cheek with his thumb. His gaze drifted down to my lips. Fear tore through my body as I felt his grip on my waist tighten. Would he steal my first kiss? He held our bodies together as he leaned in, his lips just beyond mine. His breath was warm and sweet. My body pulsed and my head spun. Suddenly, his lips were on mine. His tongue slipped into my mouth as his body tightened. I could have pushed him. I could have told him to stop, but I was overcome with the need to know more. The excitement thrilled me from this sensation so dangerous and new. My mind sounded with alarm, even disgust, but my curiosity got the best of me. "Charlotte?" Millie asked, suddenly appearing behind us. Emmett and I leaped apart. We spun to see her standing in the doorway to the atrium. She bowed. "Your Grace, the Queen has requested your immediate presence in her chamber." Had she seen? The blush of her cheeks said she had. Millie's gaze surveyed our faces for clues, but not even I knew what had really happened. I turned to Emmett, who laughed shyly before gesturing for me to go. I curtsied and hurried away with Millie. As the door closed behind us, I wondered what story I'd tell her. My world was expanding, and I hadn't yet figured out my place in it. Emmett had brought nothing but horror into my life since I'd met him, but somehow that didn't taint the memory of my first kiss. I blushed every time I looked down at the pink diamond on my finger. "The date's been set," Millie said as we hurried through the corridors. I shook my head. The wedding? Tears welled in her eyes. "No, the execution. They're going to kill him tomorrow." She looked up at me. "Do something."
22, Prince Emmett. Nothing virtuous about that, Princess. It's possible her mother had lied. I sat in the silence in the atrium for several minutes after the princess left, but even in the open air I found it difficult to catch my breath, and I couldn't regain full strength in the back of my knees. Perhaps I needed to get beyond these walls. I headed out to the back of the castle where I'd run into fewer people. I didn't feel like talking. Beyond the castle there was a fair amount of open field, with several scattered camps packed with patrolling soldiers. Even so, the majority of the army was at the front of the castle, leaving me to roam in peace. The climate in Besmium was similar to that of Algany, but today it felt hotter somehow. Was I ill? One thing I knew for sure was that I wasn't feeling this way because of Charlotte. If I'd learned anything, it was that women were interchangeable. I sighed and lay in the grass, the late afternoon sun casting a refreshing bit of shade. I knew that the princess wouldn't be able to resist my charms. She'd fall victim to my will eventually, just like all these simple-minded womenfolk of Algany. So what was my problem? A soft humming sound alerted me to a nearby presence. A red-faced servant in the unappealing end of her prime dug up several patches of a soft pink flower. I watched her for a minute. It was such a shame to watch her destroy such lovely flowers that I almost felt compelled to say something. I took a deep breath, attempting to exhale the memory of my kiss with the princess. Perhaps I needed to remind myself who I was. I needed to replenish the feeling of power that came so naturally to a man of my caliber. I got to my feet and puffed up my chest before strutting toward the servant. "You there?" I called. She looked startled, her forehead crinkling.
Your Highness,
she said, curtsying. I gagged. She looked older up close, with laugh lines around her eyes and her mouth. What did she have to be happy about? "What do they call you?"
Sasha, Your Highness. I'm the head chef.
Her hands were covered in dirt, her apron covered in grease. There was a matronly charm to her. However, I quickly concluded talking to this woman could do no good. By comparison, the princess was a goddess.
Forgive me, Your Highness. I must get back to work.
She turned back to the flowers. Of course. I nodded while turning to leave. The scrape of Sasha's shovel stopped me. Irritating. I turned back. Why is a chef out here in the gardens murdering an innocent flower? Too late. Her brief hesitation was enough. She rambled on, but I blocked her out and took several steps closer to the flowers. They really were beautiful. Their pointed petals had a dangerous beauty that I appreciated. Appreciated but didn't recognize. For such a beautiful flower in a climate similar to that of Algany, it was strange that I'd never come across it before. My eyes widened as I recalled it. "Oleander," I whispered under my breath. The chef's face turned porcelain white. I smiled so big it stung my cheeks. What an interesting kingdom this is. I waited, watched her crumble beneath my gaze. She wouldn't dare lie to me. Who is it for? She visibly shook.
Your Highness, you have the wrong idea. I'm merely trying to prevent...
So someone used this flower for its purpose then? She shook her head, desperation in the flare of her nostrils.
No, sire.
So they tried, and you're out here getting rid of the evidence.
She nodded somberly.
Who took the flower, servant? I loomed over her, using my size to intimidate her. She lowered her head, closed her eyes, and prepared herself for pain. "Tell me!" I barked, grabbing her arm. She remained motionless. I tilted my head to the side to observe her. She was willing to die to protect someone. I respected that. I released her arm. "Will you at least tell me who it was intended for?" She bit down on her bottom lip. A loud pop sounded from where my hand hit her cheek. I looked over my shoulder, but no one was around. She buried her face in her hands. Her posture slumped.
The Queen.
She sniffed through tears, keeping her gaze from mine. "Well, we can't have that, can we?" I said, pondering the possibilities. My tone wasn't convincing, Any idiot could see that my situation would be significantly improved if the old bat were killed off, especially now that I've sufficiently won Charlotte's affections. Still, the flowers were a good tool to have on hand for later. I'd like every single one of these flowers transported to my chambers for safekeeping.
Yes, Your Highness.
And servant, I added, it's in your best interest not to mention this conversation to anyone. I headed back into the castle, my mind reeling with excitement. Things were finally starting to get interesting. Someone was trying to kill the queen. I hustled into a side entrance and headed to my chambers.
Your Grace!
I turned to see Draven, my mousy advisor, standing just outside my chamber. Not now, Draven, I huffed, pushing past.
The Queen has requested an audience with you.
I stopped. Fine, where is she?
The throne room, sire.
Without another glance back, I headed to the throne room. I pushed through the double doors, ready to see the Queen, and froze. Charlotte stood in front of me, her befuddled expression implying she was as surprised to see me as I was to see her. I bowed too deeply and too quickly. What was wrong with me? She curtsied, smiled softly, and walked past me into the hallway I'd just left.
Welcome, Prince Emmett,
the Queen said from her throne. Her voice carried through the gold-lined room. She motioned to the guard who left and pushed the heavy doors shut behind them.
Come here, we have much to discuss.
I eyed her warily. Is this about the princess? My throat went dry.
Yes. Charlotte has requested to move the wedding to tomorrow,
she said, brushing a pin-straight strand of hair out of her face. A wave of weakness hit my knees. I did leave an impression on the princess. Naturally. The Queen continued.
It seems she doesn't want her big day to be overshadowed by the execution.
Yes, that makes sense, I replied lamely.
Of course I told her it would be impossible. You promised you'd find my husband before the wedding. That was the condition of our agreement and your betrothal to Charlotte. Have you forgotten?
No, Your Majesty. I have sent a unit of soldiers 10 days ago, a little after I delivered the princess. I received word 5 days ago that they have the king in tow and will be arriving here tomorrow afternoon. The Queen stood, a glisten of light in the corner of her eye.
He's alive?
Badly wounded, Your Majesty, but yes, alive. She slowly sat back down on her throne, the strictness of her posture melting away. Then the wedding will be tomorrow evening, then? I prodded, hoping she wouldn't note my eagerness. Her eyes were glazed over in a way that suggested she was more within her thoughts than in the room. Your Majesty? I nudged a little louder. Her face brightened.
Yes, of course. Let the servants know. The wedding will be tomorrow.
And the execution? I asked. She paused, clicking her fingertips on the armrest of her throne.
We'll let Charlotte have her special day, but rest assured, when the sun rises the morning after the wedding, Prince Young will be dead.
23. Princess Charlotte. A fleck of scattered light tickled my eyelids, waking me like a soft whisper, welcoming me to the dawn. I traced its source to the white ball gown in the center of my bedroom. It stood erect on its own, maintaining its rigid and elaborate shape. Droves of white fabric draped in layers, filling a full skirt and an endless train. Tiny hand-sewn porcelain beads scattered along the bottom of each layer and across the ornately beaded bodice, with a low dipping neckline and off-the-shoulder sleeves. Beside the dress was a small table with long white gloves and a glittering tiara. Most of the beadwork hadn't yet been added during my last fitting. I circled the dress several times, leaping over the train in the back each time. It must have taken many sleepless nights to complete on time, but here it was. It was the loveliest dress I'd ever seen in any royal event. A month ago, I would have squealed and called Millie to help me put it on. But this wasn't just a fine dress. It was my wedding dress, which meant this was my last day to save Young. I headed to the armory. The hallways of the castle were quiet and still. I must have been up earlier than I thought. Suddenly, Emmett's voice filled the hall. I stopped and hid behind a column. Emmett's voice rang out from the castle's entrance.
"Tell McCaffrey I'll need him to go with me to fetch the king. He has 5 minutes."
"Yes, Your Highness," a soldier responded before their retreating footsteps and the silence that followed indicated they'd gone. I felt the strength drain from my legs. Did he mean my father? Tears stung my eyes. I pushed my weight against the column until I caught my breath. My father's alive. I took a deep breath, but I wouldn't let myself believe it until I saw him. I wiped the tears from my eyes and continued to the armory. The royal armory was much smaller at the southern castle. Still, it was packed with enough weapons and armor to fully equip Emmett's entire army twice. The quartermaster was an elderly man with tattered hands.
"Your Highness," he said with a bright grin.
His smile was pleasant, despite the fact that he was missing most of his teeth.
"It's been some time since you've come down here."
I smiled, straining to remember his name, but I couldn't. I need a sword," I said. His smile drooped, framing his mouth with lines much akin to ripples in a lake.
"What's the occasion?"
he asked, looking more concerned. "A wedding gift for my new husband," I said. Dread filled the keeper's eyes.
"I hope it's not for the wedding today."
He shook his head.
"I wish you'd come sooner. I could have commissioned a sword fine enough for Prince Emmett. Surely I have nothing on hand of that caliber."
I sighed. Please, if you'd had it commissioned, he would have found out about it. Will you just show me what you have? His smile returned.
"Of course, Princess. Right this way."
He led me through the rows of helmets to the swords in the back. The collection was incredible, even to someone who didn't care much about swords. Each sword varied in size and had a unique case that complemented its design. Some were dipped in gold and displayed on a red velvet cloth. Others had jeweled hilts and rested on white silk. But my gaze was immediately drawn to a huge broadsword that had a ruby-studded dragon wrapped around the top of it, acting as the hilt. Despite its size, I'd have no problem concealing it in the folds of my dress. "That one," I said.
"Fine choice, Your Majesty,"
he said, lifting the glass case, placing it aside, and handing the sword to me. The weapon was even more intricate up close, with carvings and patterns all the way down the center of the blade. For my purposes, though, it was too heavy. I'd never be able to pull it out and swing it before I was stopped. I needed something lighter. "Do you have something smaller?" I asked, feeling a wisp of sadness as the quartermaster gently lifted the sword from my hands.
"Smaller?" he said. "Surely the prince—"
"For me," I said flatly.
"Well, this sword has a matching dagger," the quartermaster said, placing the sword gently back in its case and leading me past the swords to the daggers.
He picked up the dragon dagger, a marvel, with detail equal to its larger counterpart. He handed it to me. A surge of power rushed through me. followed by a wave of fear. Though I wasn't scared of Emmett, I was afraid of myself, who I was becoming, and the terrible things I was planning to do. "Will it do?" the weapons keeper asked, regaining my attention. "Oh, yes, it's pretty," I said. He laughed, a wide-mouthed grin that exposed his bare gums. "Yes, very pretty." "I'll take them both," I said, heading for the door. "Have them both sharpened and in my chamber by noon," I said, half calling over my shoulder. "Would you like me to have them gift-wrapped, Princess?" I smiled. "That won't be necessary."
24. Prince Emmett. One little errand was all that remained between the Besmian throne and me. I mounted my horse and trotted into the palace courtyard to meet McCaffrey. I had hundreds of soldiers at my disposal, but didn't need their protection. I had 10 men waiting at our destination a mile outside the castle, but more importantly, I had McCaffrey. We were unlikely to meet any Besmian soldiers, as they'd all been sent to the north to recapture Hyams. I needed a calming presence, and McCaffrey was my go-to man for that. The sun was peeking over the horizon, mixing with the morning dew to create a pink color that reminded me of the poisonous flowers I had hidden in my chamber. McCaffrey came into view as he made his way around the catapult, his hair askew. He was hunched over his horse as if he were asleep, and his droopy-eyed expression said the same. "Morning, Your Highness," he croaked. He looked like he hadn't been to sleep for the night, but I'd seen him in much worse shape than this. At least he wasn't As if he read my mind, he leaned to the side of his horse and made a deep gargling sound. He raised a hand to me. "Just a burp," he said, his horse fidgeting nervously. I sighed. "We're off then." We rode away from the palace and finally into the forest where, only a few weeks ago, I'd saved Charlotte. I knew the path well, and as the sun rose in the sky, the path only became more obvious. This final task was almost too easy, just like winning over Charlotte had been. She was a worthy reward for ruling over Besmium. Once McCaffrey adjusted to the early hour, he began chatting voraciously, covering all manner of topics. Despite his constant warbling, I listened with a mild intent. It was enough to distract me and keep my mind from the excitement of my plan coming together. An hour and a half later, when we neared the rendezvous point, not even McCaffrey could keep me calm. I wanted to burst through the wood to the clearing, collect the king, and return to my new home to claim my bride. We neared the clearing, and I hurried through the surrounding bushes. I froze. All 10 of my men were tied to trees scattered across the clearing. Some were bleeding, some weren't moving. The king was gone. My stomach dropped. McCaffrey and I hopped off our horses. I hurried over to the closest soldier. "Where's the king?" I shouted, grasping at the ropes. "Behind," he gasped. I turned to see a single Besmian soldier holding a sword to McCaffrey's throat. A second man stepped out from behind a tree with an arrow cocked back and aimed at me. "Prince Young?" I gaped. No, it wasn't him. He was a bit taller, with longer hair. Still, the resemblance was uncanny. Must be the other Viren prince. I cleared my throat. "I think we've gotten off on the wrong foot here." The Viren prince spoke.
"I don't think we have. It seems like you and your men are trying to kidnap the king of Besmium. Whoever you are, that's an act of treason. Give me one good reason I shouldn't put this arrow in your head right now."
I spoke carefully.
I was attempting to rescue the king. I was planning to return him unharmed to his family at Castle Cadera. The prince considered my words for a moment before gesturing to the other man.
This here is Captain Leon of Besmium. We will return the king. Just collect your men and be on your way.
The prospect of presenting the king to the Queen of Besmium and fulfilling our deal was slipping through my fingers at an alarming rate. Everything I'd built in the last few weeks was on the verge of being destroyed by this man with an arrow. If I was a few feet closer, I could destroy him with one swipe of my sword. But perhaps this situation called for a more diplomatic approach. I chose my words carefully. How about the trade? The king for your brother. His face paled. Leon scoffed.
We'd never consider such a deal.
But it was clear from the prince's expression that he did not fully agree. I had them. I am Prince Emmett of Alkany. I've been summoned by the queen herself to retrieve her husband, the king. I focused my attention on the prince. Prince Young of Vires has been found guilty of treason and is to be put to death tomorrow. What I am proposing is most beneficial to everyone here. You release the king to my care. Me, my injured men, and both of you will accompany the king back to safety at the castle. When we arrive, I will personally see to it that your brother is released, and you and your brother can go to Vires unharmed. The prince turned to Captain Leon. Each moment of silence drudged on, tempting me to just draw my sword and end it. Finally, the soldier nodded. I exhaled my anxiety. The plan was back on. Wonderful, I said. Now show me to the king.
25. Prince Young. Still alive then. At least I thought I was. It was hard to tell with the days dragging on as they were. Why hadn't they come for me? After my sentencing, the other prisoners were afraid to talk to me, like my looming death was a contagion. From the moment I found out I was going to die, I hadn't been able to stop thinking about Vires, its mountainous landscape, its spring cherry blossom trees. I'd made the decision months ago that I would move to Besmium, take the crown, and likely never return. But now it was certain. I'd never see my kingdom again, nor my brothers, nor my father. Maybe my ambition was to blame. If I'd been content as the third prince of Vires, if I'd never wanted to be king, I would still be in Vires, and Minseo would be alive. I closed my eyes and rested my head on the cold dungeon wall. What would Minseo say? Don't give up, Young, I imagined. It's not your fault. Brother, wake up! An eager voice woke me, to find Emmett standing beside Minseo outside my cell. For a moment I thought I was dreaming, but in a few short seconds, I realized my brother was actually there. My heart slammed into my ribcage. Minseo! Dazed, I leaped to my feet and pulled my brother into my arms, 3 iron bars between us. I choked back tears as I struggled through the bars to clutch him tighter. I put my forehead to his and felt the splash of his tears on my cheek, turning me into a blubbering mess. Emmett cleared his throat. Minseo and I jumped back, wiping our faces. Emmett stepped between us and unlocked the cell. Minseo's shoulders relaxed. He turned to Emmett. Just like that? Emmett grinned widely, but his gritted teeth made me believe witnessing our reunion made him uncomfortable. When the gate opened, Minseo rushed in and hugged me again, then looked me over, like a mother after her child comes home for the day. Relief surged through me. I tried to choke back another wave of tears, but it was no use. My brother was alive. He wasn't just alive, he was here, saving my life. I must ask a favor, Emmett said. Minseo turned back to Emmett. It was hard to see in the darkness of the dungeon, but I thought I saw traces of tears still on Minseo's rigid cheeks. Emmett continued. You may collect your things and rest in Besmium until tomorrow, but I must ask you to not attend the event this evening.
Event?
Minseo asked. My wedding to Princess Charlotte, Emmett said. Minseo's gaze darted between Emmett and me before it finally came to rest on me. Sadness spread across his face. His lips tensed, his eyebrows slightly raised. His sympathy was unsettling. He searched my face for my reaction, but this was old news to me. I smiled, placing a reassuring hand on Minseo's shoulder. Let's go home, I said. Minseo hesitated for a moment, like he wanted to say more but didn't. Instead, he pulled me out of the dungeon cell, notably keeping his body between Emmett's and mine. We were given our own quarters and allowed to bathe. Minseo told me the story of how he'd nearly been forced to chop off his own hand, and I filled him in about Emmett and our time in the forest. By comparison, my last few weeks seemed uneventful, though the exhaustion and hunger I felt said otherwise. I was happy to learn that Leon had assisted Minseo in his escape, and I was eager to find him and thank him. Actually, Minseo said, Leon refuses to leave the king's side. The king's alive? I choked, reaching out for a chair to plop into. Minseo tilted his head to the side as if I'd missed a crucial part of his story. Yes, Leon and I traded the king to get you out of jail. Excitement overflowed from within me. Charlotte's going to be so happy. I turned to find my brother looking somber. He nodded, but I could tell that once again he was swallowing his words. It's okay, Minseo. I'm alive. We can go home to Vyers. You did that. He feigned a smile, given away by the pity beaming at me through his sorrowful gaze. Let's get some food and find Leon. That way we can get ready for Vyers nice and early tomorrow. I peeked my head out the door to try and find someone to bring us lunch, but the hallways were empty. I called over my shoulder to Minseo. They must all be preparing for the ceremony. Hold on. I hurried into the hall and toward the servants' quarters. Hello? I called, but there was no reply. I headed toward the grand hall, making sure to take the side corridor to avoid being seen by anyone going to the event. I froze. Standing right there on the other side of the corridor was Charlotte. My hands began to sweat, and my legs grew heavier with each endless second. I couldn't breathe. She wore a white flowing dress that cinched in her waist. Her brown skin was luminescent, her curls pinned out of her face. Suddenly, as if she felt my gaze brush her shoulders, she turned to me. I tried to bite back the audible gasp that slipped out and quell the electricity that tore each cell of my body apart with every step closer she took. She smiled so brightly that I almost felt myself smile back. Forgetting herself, she threw her arms around me and buried her face in my neck. My body went rigid. Instinctively, I took her by the waist and eased her away from me. Her face glittered and I wondered if she had been crying. She wiped her eyes. I thought you were going to be executed, she said, her white ball gown swaying with each tiny movement of her body. Me too, I said, my gaze traveling around the angelic princess. Minseo saved me. She covered her mouth with her hands. He's alive? That's great. My father is here in the castle. He's hurt, but he's alive. I nodded. My gaze lifted from her waist to her chest, up to her collarbone, her neck, and finally met her eyes. The sudden dread of silence sunk in. You make a beautiful bride. My eyes widened. She smiled softly, and all at once I could see the same sorrowful gaze that Minseo had given me. Thank you. she said. I prepared myself to tear my gaze away from her, trying to drink in every detail of her and capture the memory before I left. But she reached out and touched my wrist, sending sparks radiating up my arm. She stammered. A faint pink blush wisped over her cheeks. She continued, I guess I won't be needing this. She reached under the outermost layer of her dress, digging underneath for something. She seemed to be struggling, but I wasn't sure how to help her or what she was doing. I mean, it wasn't like I could reach in there and assist her. Finally, something unhooked from her waist, and from under a fold of white fabric, she pulled out an ornately decorated sheathed broadsword. The handle of the sword was a dragon, covered in red rubies. It was much too large and heavy to be concealed in a dress, or so I thought. I guess I don't need this anymore, she said, handing me the sword. I eyed her dress, wondering what other mysterious objects were hidden in there. Why do you have a sword in your dress? I asked, unable to fight a smile from stinging my cheeks. She laughed. I was going to save you. Were you going to stab him at the altar? She bit her bottom lip, biting back a smile. I gaped. That was your plan? I whispered, checking the empty hallway for listeners. She pushed my shoulder. It wasn't plan A. My smile dimmed. What were you going to do about his army after you killed him? I hadn't got that far, she said, putting her hands on her hips. I nodded, attaching the sword to my belt. Well, thank you, Charlotte, for the sword and your reason for having it. I turned to leave, glancing back one more time. Got anything else hidden under there? I asked. Matching dagger, she said with a sly smile. With each step away, my breathing became more labored. I shook inside. How could it be unbearable to be near her, and worse to walk away? It was hard to believe that this was goodbye, that after everything I had to just go on living my life in Vires as if nothing happened, as if my entire world hadn't been changed forever. I left the corridor, heading straight back to my chamber. I wasn't hungry anymore. In fact, I felt sick. I hoped Minseo would know what to do or what to say to make my chest stop aching.
26. Princess Charlotte. The moment Prince Young turned away from me, I felt a swirl of emotions I wasn't expecting. How could I feel this sad when everything had worked out perfectly? Young was safe, my father was home, and when I said I do in a few hours, Algany's army would clear out Drethen. My kingdom and everyone I loved would be out of danger. I never wanted to be a wife, certainly not Emmett's wife, but it wasn't worth losing anyone else. Besides, Emmett had given me such a beautiful proposal, and that kiss. I wondered what it would have been like to kiss Young. I shook the thought from my head. It was selfish. It couldn't happen. Everything was fine. So why did I feel like crying? I decided I'd given my father enough time to rest and headed to his chamber. As I approached the double doors, I noticed the guards had their ears against the door. What's going on? I asked. The guards jumped back into a straightened position. Leon, I said, rushing over. You're alive! He bowed and pushed a brown strand of hair out of his eyes. I'm happy you also arrived safely. The other guard looked like he was asleep on his feet. That's McCaffrey of Algany, Leon said. McCaffrey slouched against the door. I considered asking what was wrong with him, but I didn't care enough. What's going on with my parents? I asked. He smirked. Want to take a listen? I gasped in excitement. Can I? I rushed to the door and put my ear to the crack. I could barely make out the words. Well, what was I supposed to do? My mother cried.
Honor the agreement,
my father said weakly. If I had, you'd be dead.
I was also rescued by a prince of Vyers. What kind of king backs out of an arrangement this important? Furthermore, Emmett of Albany is the worst kind of man. Are you really willing to vouch for him?
Even in anger, my father sounded much weaker than normal. My mother's voice cracked. I'd stake my life on it. I pushed myself away from the door. I wished I hadn't heard that. My corset dug into my sides. Emmett was the worst, and Young didn't deserve how this had turned out. I knew all this already, but hearing it from my father made it seem worse. I gasped for air. There was no way I was going to last in this dress until the ceremony. There were several more hours until it started. My parents had some business to work out, business that I didn't want to be a part of. I'd buy myself some time to plan and marry who I had to marry. For now, I just wanted to be out of this dress. I hurried to my chambers, half expecting to see Millie there, but the room was empty. I swallowed my disappointment. Millie must be with Sasha trying to prepare enough food for the council and nobility that would be in attendance. I reached around my back to try and unlace the corset myself. Not even close. There was no way I was getting it off. I tried reaching one more time, but this time I wound up making myself lightheaded and out of breath. A thud sounded on my door. My shoulders tensed. I hoped it was one of my maids. I needed to get out of this thing. I hurried to the door and pushed it open. Prince Young stood in my doorway. "Charlotte," he said. I looked into the hall behind him to see if someone else was passing. Anyone who could help me. But it was only him. "Please pardon me for coming to your chamber. I wondered if I might be able to have a word with you before the—" Grabbing him by the shirt, I pulled him into my chamber. "Get in here," I said, shutting the door behind him. I took 2 steps toward the center of my room and said, "Quick, untie it. Help me take this off." "Well, this is going better than expected," he said, half under his breath. "Hurry! I can't breathe!" I shouted. Young's hands moved clumsily over the ribbons. "Sorry, I've never done this before," he said. I mean, that's okay, neither have I said without thinking. What did I even mean by that? "How do I do this?" he whispered. I said, "Just try to loosen it. I just need a deep breath." He pulled at the ribbons, and I felt a slight release around my waist. I exhaled. "So, what was it that you wanted to talk about?" I asked as he continued pulling aimlessly at strings. He let my question hang there. I wasn't sure if he would answer. "I wanted to know if you're happy with Emmett." I opened my mouth to answer. No, that's not what I wanted to say. I guess what I mean is, do you still want to marry me? No, I guess you never really did want to. What I'm trying to say is, I miss Vyers." My heart thudded and I felt my corset tighten. He continued. "Now that I'm free, I can return there, but for some reason I can't. And I think that reason is I want to marry you. Still." My heart slammed into my ribcage. Was this a proposal? I turned to face him, holding the front of my dress up with my arm. It made no sense. Why? There's barely a kingdom left. You know what Emmett will do if I don't go through with this. I don't care. He stepped closer. My eyes disobeyed me and my gaze slipped to his lips for a fraction of a second. His eyebrow raised slightly. He'd noticed. As if he was reading my curiosity, he leaned in. The door swung open. "Brother,
Emmett is headed this— Oh, Minseo said, eyeing my half-untied dress. I sprang back from Young in a panic. Minseo grinned. Wow, that really went better than I expected. My face exploded with heat. Minseo, she can't breathe. How do I untie this? Young said, gesturing to my back. With 3 quick, fluid motions, Minseo untied my entire corset. One thing was clear. Minseo had done this before. Minseo turned to Young. Emmett is coming. Hide. The Viren princes dove behind a lounge chair on the far end of my chamber, just as a knock once again sounded on my door. Getting ready, I called. Emmett peeked into the room. He grinned widely at my unlaced corset.
Is this a preview? Don't worry about the audience, princess. I'll handle everything.
I'd almost forgotten about the consummation ceremony. Oh, dread pulsed through me. He stepped up behind me and tightened my corset as quickly as Minseo had loosened it. Ah, not his first time either.
You look stunning,
he said, heading for the door. I felt a rush of relief because he hadn't spotted the princes. A chill went down my spine as my mind contemplated what might have happened if he'd discovered them alone in my chamber, especially since I was half naked when he arrived.
Oh, princess,
Emmett said, turning back to me. My stomach dropped. He continued,
I've been thinking about that kiss.
He ran his hand through his hair.
I'm excited for tonight,
he said, and with that, he left my chamber, closing the door behind him. Afraid to move, I concentrated on my, once again, restricted breathing. Several still moments passed until Young broke the silence. You kissed that guy? He stepped out from behind the velvety chair. Yes, I said flatly. I had no explanation. My cheeks burned hot with guilt. Minseo put his hand on Young's head. It's not a big deal. Young headed for the door. I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time, he said, his gaze glued to the floor. The door closed behind him. What was happening? How had I lost this much control of my life? Once the parade of princes left my chamber, I tilted onto my bed and cried. The corset dug in, once again too tight to breathe well. I wasn't even sure what I was crying for anymore. I sobbed into my pillow until somehow, amidst the chaos, I drifted off to sleep.
27. Prince Young. Young! Minseo called. I kept walking straight into my chamber. Young! He said, grabbing me by the shoulder. You're not seriously mad about the princess kissing Emmett, right? I scoffed. Of course not. Good, because not 20 minutes ago you told me she was going to kill that guy to save you. Remember that? I put my hands in my pockets. I don't know. You don't know what? Why are you so angry, brother? You'll soon feel better once we get to Vires. Soon enough you'll turn 19, and after you've been with a few women, you'll forget all about the princess. I turned away from Minseo. I'm just not ready. I can't just go back. Brother, it's over. She's marrying Emmett. I clenched my fist and I felt something hot bubbling inside me but said nothing. Minseo continued. Is this about the kingdom? Father will find you and— It's not, I said, unwilling to listen. He stepped back. So all of this is about the girl? It's about keeping my word. Brother, we're surrounded by Algonian soldiers.
You think he's going to let you storm the wedding, take the throne and the girl, and walk out of here alive? This is over. We're leaving tonight. I inhaled sharply. You should go, I told him. Minseo shook his head. Don't do this. Don't die for a girl. Come home. I couldn't look at him, so I looked down at my feet. But even without looking at him, I could sense the pain I was causing him. I'm sorry, I said. I'm staying, but I think you should go, tonight, while you still can. We walked in silence back to our quarters. I sat on my bed examining the dragon sword Charlotte had given me. Minseo was afraid, but he knew he couldn't change my mind. I understood everything he said. I even longed to see Vyers, but somehow I was tied to Besmium now. I needed to know Charlotte would be okay. I had to do whatever I could to protect her from Emmett. My brother was going back to Vyers. The only one I was putting in danger was myself. I could live with that. Several minutes passed in frigid silence before my brother's voice broke it. This is ridiculous! Stop being childish! He yelled. Father would be ashamed. This kingdom is worthless, and Charlotte is nothing but a pathetic, helpless... My fist collided with his jaw before I knew I'd even crossed the room. Minseo dropped his hand from his mouth, a crimson stream of blood flowing from his lip to his chin. His gaze cut into mine, a glimmer of sadness in his eyes that told me it wasn't my punch that hurt him most. My brother packed his things without a word. It was hard knowing he was leaving. I glued my attention to my sword until Minseo stood at the door of our chamber, a bag slung over his shoulder. He cleared his throat. Please, young, he said, making my chest ache. He sighed. I just got back. I wanted to go with him, to see my kingdom and my family again. I wanted to apologize to Minseo and make things right, but I couldn't leave Charlotte. She was willing to kill Emmett to save me. Now I would do the same for her. I'm sorry, brother, I said. I'm staying. I heard the door shut, and the reality of my choice weighed heavily on my shoulders. There was no escaping Besmium now. I changed into my finest clothes. After all, I was going to a wedding. I tied my new broadsword to my belt and headed toward the grand hall. Leon was standing near the entrance. Leon, I called. He grinned with his whole face. Your Majesty, he said, bowing before looking me up and down. I hope you're not planning on crashing the wedding, he chuckled. When I didn't respond, his smile faded. No, young, that's a bad idea. Where's Emmett? I asked, ignoring him. What did your brother say about this? My brother's gone back to Vyers. He left a few minutes ago. Leon shook his head. His eyes widened in understanding. It's suicide. Where is he? Leon took a deep breath, his eyes as heavy with regret as Minseo's. Leon, I said, I have to do this. He nodded solemnly. He's in the atrium. It's at the end of the east wing, down the stairs. Before he could say another word, I hurried toward the atrium. I sprinted down the dimly lit staircase, skipping stairs as I went. Finally, I stood outside a large wooden door. I pushed the door and stepped outside into a green garden courtyard. Emmett stood on a bridge toward the middle of the atrium, seemingly enjoying the temperate weather. He turned to me, a soft smile on his face. Ah, he said, moving closer. I suppose you've come to bid me farewell. I've come to challenge you, I said. He blinked at me dumbly. For Charlotte's hand in marriage. Tension closed around the atrium like a thick fog.
I felt sweat begin to bead on the back of my neck. Emmett stared at me for several moments before a look of understanding flashed in his blue eyes. He threw his head back and let out a loud, breathy laugh that echoed off the walls of the atrium. "Go home, kid. You're going to get yourself killed," he chuckled, wiping tears from his eyes. I clenched my jaw and drew my sword. "I'm a better man than you." "Seriously," he said, still smiling. "Don't make me kill you. I have a lot on my plate. I'm getting married today." He ran his fingers through his golden hair. He wasn't going to agree. I had to find a way to antagonize him. "Sounds to me like you're afraid." "Afraid?" he scoffed. "I could eat you," he said, erupting back into laughter. I wasn't getting anywhere. The sun began to dip behind the castle wall, casting its final beam of light directly onto my sword. The red rubies scattered red light around the garden, like blood spattered across a war-torn forest. "Actually," I said, turning the sword over in my hand, "Charlotte gave me this sword about an hour ago." Emmett's smile faded. "Shut up." He pushed past me and headed to the door to the castle. I was losing him. If he didn't accept my challenge, I'd have no chance of stopping the wedding. I ransacked my brain for one last bit of ammunition as he reached for the door. Ah! A pang of guilt hit my stomach before the words even came out. "Corsets," I huffed. "Am I right?" Emmett stopped with his hand on the door. I gulped, trying to keep my voice as even as possible, but my fear started to creep in. "Those things are a pain to unlace," I feigned a laugh. "You weren't even a little suspicious?" Emmett turned back to me, a fierce darkness in his eyes, like a summer storm about to break. "If you want to die so badly, I accept your challenge." 28. Prince Emmett. They were all lies, everything he implied. One look at him and anyone could see the man didn't have it in him. Still, the thought of him and Charlotte together made hatred surge through me. I didn't care what Young said. There was no way the princess could ever choose a man like him over a man of my caliber. Who did he think he was? It was true that Vyers had an impressive military, but the location barred them from being a threat or ally to anyone in this region, not to mention Young himself. Weak, scrawny, and barely man enough to grow facial hair. What was he thinking? To challenge me? I settled on the possibility that he'd been so ashamed of losing his contract with Besmium that he was choosing suicide over returning home. If that was the case, then this was a mercy killing, a perfect way to stab away my wedding jitters. I glanced at Young from across the atrium. He was on the bridge, a higher plane than me, but it didn't matter. I was unbeatable. I could tell by the way he held his sword that at least he'd held one before. I scoffed, unable to believe his arrogance. He swung carelessly. I easily avoided his attack, and he'd left himself open. I was going to end this with one swing. I raised my sword above my head and veered it down from above him. He blocked it with the flat of his blade. He was fast. It didn't matter. The sheer force of the impact knocked him down to his knees. I pressed down and he collapsed beneath the weight. I raised my sword once again and swung down for the finishing blow. He rolled to his right, off the bridge and into the water. My sword sliced into the wooden beams. I tried to pry it out, but it didn't budge. Again. The wood splintered. One more. The sword dislodged, sending shreds of wood flying. Spinning around, Young charged me. I dodged his advance, his blade slicing past me, knocking me off balance. He was good. I swept his leg out from under him, but I was better. He slammed back onto the bridge, his sword sliding out of his damp hand. I stepped on his chest as he swatted at my boot helplessly. This was the end. At worst, I'd get a little blood on my boot and have to dip it in the stream. It had been useless for him to challenge me. It was obvious before we started. He had no chance at all. I brought my sword down. "Wait!" A voice called. I paused, tracing the sound of the voice to the door to the castle. McCaffrey stood in the doorway, his hand outstretched, his mouth agape, and his face stark white. "Not now, McCaffrey," I said while lifting my sword.
"Don't, sire. Prince Minseo has returned."
I shook my head. I didn't know he'd left. "This is a fair duel. Why shouldn't I finish it?"
"Prince Minseo has returned with the Viren army, sire. I feel it's in your best interest, duel or not, to let the other Viren prince live."
It was impossible. Vyrs was too far. They would have had to be summoned weeks ago. Minseo hadn't even arrived until this morning. Young had been in prison. That meant the princess. I staggered back breathlessly. She doesn't want me? How many? McCaffrey shook his head, alarm flashing in his eyes.
"More than us."
My boiling blood seared my skin from the inside. My body shook. "Charlotte."
"Sire,"
McCaffrey said.
"we must retreat."
No. The wedding. It's... Young got to his feet. Stunned, I stared at Young, staring back at me with fear in his eyes, so weak and helpless. Would the king just hand the throne to such a man now? Someone I could destroy this very moment? I would destroy him this very moment. No, I'd destroy them all. If I couldn't have Charlotte, no one could. If I didn't sit on the Besmian throne, no one would. I hustled past Young with half a mind to impale him on my way, but I had a better idea. I returned to my quarters out of breath and snatched the pink flowers with a gloved hand from behind the curtains where I'd concealed them. "McCaffrey, get the carriage ready. Start moving the troops," I shouted. In his contorted expression, I noticed what to him must have looked like a crazed, unraveling man with a fist full of pink flowers. No one would make a fool out of me. I stormed to the kitchen, ready to cut down anyone in my path. I'd find something to put the flowers in, and as they dined and celebrated their victory, I'd wipe out the entire Besmian royal family, the council, and half the nobles in one night. The kitchen was empty, not a soul or a servable food in sight. The dishes were stacked high in the sink, but nothing was cooking. I must be too late. There were 4 large barrels at the far side of the kitchen that seemed to be pushed forward from their usual resting place. I peered in to see a black liquid. Sticking my face near one of the barrels, I sniffed. Wine. Perfect. I ripped the pink flowers into the smallest pieces I could manage with frantic, shaky hands and dumped them into each of the barrels. I stood back, pleased with my work. "What are you doing here?" I looked up to see the middle-aged woman from the garden. Her face was even redder than usual. She took one look at me and then at the wine and realized what I had done. I clutched the hilt of my sword. Without a second thought, I raised it and ran it through her. Blood splattered and she made a feeble gurgling sound before the light left her eyes. I dragged her body around the corner. Someone would find her, but it was unlikely that anyone else knew about the flowers. There was no reason to suspect the wine. Before I left, I spotted a streak of the old chef's blood across the floor. I grabbed a ladle and scooped some wine from the closest barrel and poured it over the blood to make it look like the blood was just spilled wine. Happy with my work, I darted out of the castle. I marched with my remaining men as nearly all of them were already outside of the courtyard. They must have begun retreating hours ago. I passed row by row of Viren soldiers, all uniformed in yellow, with some indistinguishable symbol on their chests. I tallied the number of soldiers I saw there. I'd triple my own numbers and return. I'd slaughter every last one of them, all of them. As I passed the last row of Viren soldiers, I was greeted by Prince Minseo. He smirked a victorious grin that made me impulsively reach for my sword. Instead of drawing it, I smiled. "Enjoy the party," I said. He waved.
Don't worry, I will. So sorry you couldn't make it.
I vowed to myself that I wouldn't get away with this. I wouldn't rest until every last person in the castle died. Whether it happened tonight or tomorrow, I'd get my revenge. How dare they humiliate Prince Emmett of Algany like this? How dare she?
29. Millie. Where is Sasha? I pondered this as I scooped a spoonful of rice onto the serving plates. We'd been in the kitchen all day, but since we moved the food we'd prepared to the grand hall, I hadn't seen much of her. At first, I didn't mind her absence. She'd been especially harsh toward me since the poison incident with the queen. I was grateful to her for switching the cups, and I knew I deserved every bit of her anger. I would have been executed for treason if she'd told anyone, and she could be too for keeping my secret. Still, I relished the hours I was out of her company. I never realized how many servants there actually were in Castle Kaderi until today. Since I'd arrived, we'd stuck to our usual routines and designated areas in the castle, but today was Charlotte's wedding, and everyone was either in the grand hall or in the chapel trying to get everything ready for tonight. Except Sasha. Another hour passed, and I still hadn't seen her. Perhaps we'd forgotten some food. I headed through the poorly lit servants' quarters toward the kitchen. People rushed past carrying strings of flowers, plates, and cutlery. Droves of decorations, trays filled with candles, ribbons, and lace fabric to decorate every inch of the hall. I'd never seen an event of this magnitude. Just as I turned the corner to the kitchen, I ran straight into a servant carrying a large tray with 3 golden goblets. He swayed backward. The goblets wobbled, spilling a few drops of red wine onto the tray. "Oh," I said, "I'm terribly sorry." I paused for a minute as the boy composed himself. He exhaled. "It's all right. No harm done." I stepped aside to let him pass. "Wait," I said, remembering what Sasha told me earlier. "We're not meant to serve the wine until after the ceremony. No exceptions," I said.
"I know," he said, "but this is a special request from the king himself. Some pre-wedding toast with the groom, no doubt."
I nodded and turned toward the kitchen to look for Sasha. I stood stunned in the doorway of the kitchen. Impossible. Who could have done this? The sink was piled high with every dirty cooking utensil in the entire castle. Surely I'd have to be the one to wash these while everyone else was able to rest tonight. But I supposed no one would miss me if I washed a few of them right now to get a head start. I plunged my hands into the soapy water and scrubbed. I pushed myself to increase my speed with each dish, timing myself in my head. I started grabbing dishes from the countertop and tossing them into my bucket. One by one, they splashed the water. I yanked a large pot near a bag of potatoes and tossed it into my washing barrel. The bag toppled over, sending stumpy brown potatoes rolling across the kitchen floor. Great. I wiped my hands on my apron and chased after the scattered spuds, grabbing as many as I could and tossing them into the sack. One particularly ambitious potato rolled a little farther than the others toward the back door. I reached out of the dimly lit kitchen toward the dark hallway and grabbed for the potato. It didn't move. I could tell by the weight and texture of it that I hadn't grabbed the potato, despite its similar brown color. I moved toward the object. I gasped as horror pricked into me like 1,000 needles. Sasha? I fell to my knees, shaking her with my hands. I struggled to roll her over, only to find a look of pain frozen on her stark, white face. She was covered in wine. Sasha, what's wrong? What happened to you? I screamed, but she didn't move. Her lifeless gaze chilled me. Sasha! I shook her again, but she didn't move. I pulled my wet hands back and held them toward the light. It's not wine. I gulped. Blood. I shrieked a horrible sound as the realization dawned on me. Sasha was dead. My mind reeled. I pressed my hands together. Oh, Heavenly Father, please guide Sasha safely through the gates of heaven where she... I choked through my sobs, my ears still ringing from my scream. Where she will be welcomed into your loving arms. I wanted to continue, but I couldn't think with the sound of a wailing girl reverberating off the walls around me. I cried for help, but no one came. Half delirious, I pulled myself away from Sasha's body, a mass now as lifeless as the sack of potatoes. I stepped into the kitchen to find myself covered in blood. Red everywhere. My vision blurred and whitened as I struggled to stay on my feet. I stumbled and caught my balance on the edge of the wine barrel. I put my weight on the barrel and rested my head on the side. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, I felt my senses intensify. The red of the wine was crisp. The smell stung my nose with an astringent aroma. I stood quickly, then leaned in once again to get a closer look. Unmistakably, there in the wine were the floating petals of owl's bloom. Sasha knew about the flowers. She'd switched out the poisonous wine that I'd tried to serve the queen and scolded me for the attempt. She'd saved my life that day. I never told her that the queen forced me to drink it as well. However, one thing I did know was that this wine was poisoned. Luckily, we were instructed not to serve the wine until after the ceremony, with no exceptions. Except, my eyes widened. The king! I sprinted out of the kitchen and toward the king's chamber. Help! Help! I screamed. Now that I was closer to the grand hall, someone might hear me. Several servants rushed to silence me, but they stopped when they saw me. A hysterical, blood-covered freak show. What happened, child? Another servant called as a crowd formed around me. Sasha's been murdered. The wine has been poisoned. The king is in danger, I screamed. The next hour went by in a blur. Servants rushing in every which way. Sasha's body was carried out of the kitchen, and the doctor was called. Everyone was asking me things, but I couldn't hear them. Sympathetic hands removed my blood-stained clothes and washed me. Afterward, I began to hear their voices again, and the truth began to reveal itself. The Viren army had arrived. Prince Young had taken Emmett's place as Charlotte's groom. And Sasha, the wine, it was all Emmett's revenge. Young had been too nervous about the wedding to drink the wine, but the king and Minseo both had. The doctor wasn't sure if either would make it through the night. I replayed the news in an endless loop until I settled on the only comforting thought I could manage. Young was okay. 30. Princess Charlotte. The look on the doctor's face when he entered the parlor told me everything I needed to know. His words, "The king is dead," echoed in my ears. I looked at my mother, rage filling me. "You told me to let him rest, and now I'll never speak to him again." She stared at me, her eyes wet, which just added more fuel to my fire. "I hate you," I choked. She reached out to me, and I braced myself, ready to push her away. My mother wrapped her arms around me and pulled me into her chest as my limbs jellied. The wet of her tears soaked into my shoulder, and I couldn't remember the last time she'd held me that way. It was the kind of hug my father gave, and in it, I felt everything my mother couldn't say. "I'm hurting too. You are my only family. I love you." But she wasn't my father. In fact, she'd stolen the last moments I could have had with him. I pushed her away and ran out of the room. I wasn't permitted to go in the king's parlor where my father's body rested. Princesses were meant to be protected from the ugliness of the world. Instead, the doctor handed me a letter written by the king before he died. A letter. I held it to my chest as endless tears flowed down my cheeks. It was all I had left of him, and that thought alone prevented me from opening it. All my father was, reduced to one piece of parchment. The doctor hurried in and out of Minseo's quarters. The servants said he'd received the antidote, and while his condition was far from stable, he'd survived an hour and a half since he'd been poisoned. Half an hour longer than my father. I knew Young would be there beside his brother, but I wasn't sure if it was appropriate for me to go to him. Who was I to Young anyway? I wasn't his wife yet. Perhaps a friend. It didn't matter. I was all he had right now, and I wanted to be there for him. I slipped a peek in the mirror only to find my face red and puffy from crying, and then felt stupid for checking. I hastened out of my chamber. There were only 2 guards outside Minseo's quarters, their faces stoic, their features unmistakably Viren. I lost my nerve as I approached and turned to walk away. As if my thought had summoned him, Young suddenly stood in front of me, sending a tingling sensation that started from behind my eyes and spread to my cheeks. He spoke. "I went to check on you." I nodded, feeling a heaviness in my chest. "I'm sorry about your father." I held out the letter sealed with my father's stamp. "He wrote you something?" I nodded, forcing myself to break eye contact. If I hadn't, I would have begun to cry again, and once it started, it was difficult to stop. We stood in silence for a moment. I imagined he was waiting for me to say something, but I was afraid of what I'd say. "Must be overwhelming getting that letter. Give yourself some time, Charlotte." I sniffed. "This is all that's left of him." "No," he said. "Every moment you've ever spent with him is what's left of him. That's just a letter." I stared down at the crinkled paper in my hands and let my mind dance through my memories of my father. After several seconds, Young grabbed my hand. "I have to go check on Minseo." He lifted my hands to his lips and kissed it, before sliding past the Viren guards into Minseo's chamber, closing the door behind him. It was a kind and simple gesture of comfort, and somehow it helped a little. Had I really come here to comfort Young? Or did I come here because I knew he'd comfort me? I hadn't asked him how he was feeling, or even about his brother. More importantly, he hadn't brought those things up either. He wasn't thinking of himself, nor his brother. Just me. I returned to my chamber, my mind drifting from my father to Minseo to Young. Every time someone knocked on my chamber door, my stomach tightened. I worried for Minseo, and I worried for Young. Several servants came knocking on my door to check on me. Not Millie, though. I'd been told that Sasha had also been killed. Millie had found her and discovered the poison in the wine. I wanted to run to her, to throw my arms around her, but everything was broken. The pieces of our friendship were too sharp to mend. I was certain that finding Sasha the way she did had pushed her beyond what she could take. To think she had the peace of mind to report the wine afterward. I knew she needed me, but I couldn't help her. Not now. Not while the news of my father's death still stung my heart with each beat. Worse was the knowledge that Emmett was to blame. Another knock sounded at my door, and my panic surged. Minseo. This time, my mother strode in, a somber energy slumping her posture like I'd never seen before. In an entirely uncharacteristic move, she lay beside me on my bed. I couldn't remember the last time she'd deigned to lie on my bed with me, or even show the slightest weakness in my presence. I've decided to proceed with the wedding tonight. I sat up. What? But Father, I know, she said as she looked deeply into my eyes. For the first time, I noticed the age lines setting in around them. She was getting older, and she looked like she'd been crying as much as I had. She sighed. That's why. Your father wanted this union. He trusted Prince Young. An ache washed through me. I wasn't sure when, but things with Young had changed. I remembered what he'd said in my chamber earlier that night about how he still wanted to marry me. I relived the flood of emotions those words unlocked. He was my ally, and like my father, I trusted him. I just wished my father could have seen it.
31. Prince Young. I put a damp cloth on Minseo's head. Hang in there, I whispered. What happened to him wasn't my fault, yet somehow I blamed myself. He'd wanted to leave this kingdom more than anything, and now he couldn't. He must have run into the Viren army on the way out and decided to lead them here. Once again, he'd saved me. I knew somehow it was Emmett who'd poisoned the wine. I made a silent promise on my brother's life that next time I faced off with Emmett, I wouldn't lose. I'd make him pay for this.
Sir?
A voice said from behind me.
Captain Leon is here to see you.
I nodded and the guard opened the door, allowing Leon to pass. Leon stepped forward. I'm sorry about your brother, he said, anxiously shifting his weight from one foot to the other. Thanks, I said. He'll be fine. I didn't believe it, but I wanted it to be true. I was sent to inform you that the Queen wishes to proceed with the wedding. I stood. But Minseo and Charlotte's father. He shrugged. I think that's why. This kingdom needs stability. She didn't want to delay it anymore. What does Charlotte think about this? Leon scratched at his eyebrow. I have no idea. My face reddened. Of course she was upset about her father. I guess I was just worried that this would make it worse. Leon asked, do you want me to go ask? No, I said. But what was her mood like when she told you? Leon bit back a smile. I shook my head, hoping it might hide my embarrassment. I have to look after Minseo. He needs rest. You go on. I'll look after him tonight while you're away, Leon said. I turned back to Minseo. He was breathing weakly and his skin was deathly pale. It was difficult to see him like this. I needed him beside me to talk me through everything. I needed him to make witty comments about my marriage or my new kingdom. I needed him to antagonize me about the consummation ceremony. Don't die, I said. I need you, brother. They're waiting for you out there. Better get going, Leon said. 2 hours later, I stood in front of an altar, an ornately decorated platform dripping with golden cups, flickering candles, and velvet cushions. There were endless rows of pews with white ribbons and roses draped across each one. The announcer called the names of the nobles and council members in attendance one by one as they came in. But I'd been standing up front for over an hour, and my mind had blocked out the announcer half an hour ago. The council members stood out to me as they were all wearing similar red robes. I'd heard plenty of things about them, their judgments and their law enforcement tactics, but this was the first time I'd been able to put a face to them. Despite the hundreds of Besmian guests that were arriving, I felt alone. On the other side of the castle, my brother was fighting for his life. My parents and my eldest brother had never planned on making the trip here for the wedding. Most of my soldiers were stationed outside the castle or, in some cases, getting settled into their new quarters. Despite the wedding, I felt defeated. I couldn't beat Emmett. I couldn't keep my brother safe, and I'd been met with trial after trial since I'd arrived. In a room full of strangers, I longed for some piece of home, or even just someone who knew me. The music changed to a pleasant and flowing organ tune that I'd never heard before. The double doors swung open and Charlotte stepped through. Without her father to walk her, Charlotte walked the 100-yard chapel on her own. I'd loathed every moment I stood at the front of the chapel alone, but Charlotte's walk to the altar must have been worse. Every soul in the church watched her, and why wouldn't they? Her tearful eyes glistened, her cheeks pink from crying, her curls straying free from her pins. Yet she was the loveliest princess there'd ever been. She stepped up onto the altar, gifting me a small smile. The pain in her eyes was so vividly obvious, it hurt to look at her. I wanted to tell her it would be okay. I wanted her to know I understood. I willed her to hear these messages with my gaze, but had no way of knowing if she'd received them. The ceremony was in Latin, a language I didn't understand. The guests stood and sat many times throughout, at the request of Besmium's religious leader. Charlotte and I each lit a candle and fed each other bread and white wine. It all happened in a blur, slipping by like a falcon passing the mountain's peak. I tried to focus, to be in the moment, but before I could grab a hold of it, it was over.
You may kiss the bride.
What? Oh. Looking down at Charlotte only made me more nervous. I felt the burn from the attention of 300 people on my face, but the more I hesitated, the weirder it became. I leaned in, barely brushing her bottom lip with mine.
I now pronounce you husband and wife,
the director said. I was flooded with relief. This time, Charlotte and I would make this walk together. I felt a surge of adrenaline as she gripped tightly onto my arm. After everything, we'd made it. I didn't know exactly what lay ahead of us, but I felt like it couldn't have been worse than what we'd already faced. We were headed to the grand hall for a feast, although I didn't feel much like celebrating, and I couldn't imagine Charlotte wanted that either. I felt drained and wanted nothing more than to lay down to rest. Suddenly I remembered. A nervous energy seethed through my body with alarming force. How could I possibly rest? The council members would all be there at my bedside tonight. Charlotte would be in it. The consummation ceremony was hours away, and I could barely even kiss her.
32. Princess Charlotte. I was allowed to change my dress before the banquet. With the ceremony over and the majority of the grand hall ready for the feast, there was plenty of help this time. As an amber-haired lady's maid unlaced my corset, I remembered how Young had struggled to unlace it earlier, and how Minseo hadn't. I stepped out of my dress and felt the drafty castle air brush my legs. I rubbed my line-printed waist with my fingers, the marks from the corset a semi-permanent design on my body, then begrudgingly slipped into my reception dress. This one was much more free-flowing, with a large ribbon that went around my waist, cinching in the dress and tying in a bow at the back. My mother entered my chamber. "Daughter," she said, "tonight you will become a full woman." Oh, God. I turned away, hoping that she'd stop, but she didn't. "The consummation ceremony is essential. It's the last step in binding the marriage, and as a woman, you have certain obligations." "Mom, please, stop." "You're a wife now. You will also soon be queen." "Mom, stop. Now." "It's your duty to produce an heir and reestablish Besmium as—" I couldn't take another word. "Seriously, I was going to go through with it, but now I'm reconsidering it." She tutted at me, grabbing me by the chin and kissing my cheek. "I'm so proud of you," she said. Then she left my chamber, a grimace of pity on her face before she stepped out. I wasn't sure, though, if it was because of my father or the wedding. I tried to push the consummation ceremony out of my head to focus on what was next, the feast, but I simply couldn't. Young sat beside me at the reception, and I couldn't help but sneak glances every chance I got. Why didn't he seem nervous? Why was he eating so much? Should I eat more? What if my stomach bulged out? He was calm and at ease, his posture confident and his demeanor pleasant. It unsettled me. I considered drinking wine to relax, but that didn't feel like a safe option. Even after we had been assured that the white wine had been tested for poison and no traces were found, most people seemed to be avoiding it. Not to mention, the last time I drank too much wine, I'd made a fool out of myself in front of Young. It seemed unnatural that these celebrations continued, as if my father were in attendance. Life just cruelly kept moving, without even pausing to mourn a fallen king. "Without further ado," the announcer called, "the Prince and Princess of Besmium will share their first dance." Young helped me to my feet. My cheeks flushed with color as the entire room put down their cutlery and watched us take our positions at the center of the grand hall. Young pressed his body against mine, palming my right hand in his. His grip was tighter than I was used to, but once we started moving, I was grateful that I didn't have to guess where he was leading me. He swept me across the dance floor as the band filled the room with a symphony of flutes and violins. Young's steps were precise and graceful. He spun me, turning my body outward and pressing his chest against my back, before continuing the dance from this position. The nobles applauded as Young strung my body around the room with long, sweeping strides. He spun me back to face him as a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and I felt something warm stir inside. this isn't so bad, I thought. Perhaps tonight wouldn't be so bad either. When the music ended, I knew it was time for the final ceremony. The dance had quelled many of my fears, but they rushed back as I entered the royal bedchamber and had my maid slip my dress off to leave me only in an undergarment. It was a thin, loose-fitting cloth that could be easily removed. It was not like a corset, required no practice or experience, and was virtually see-through from close proximity. It was my last layer of armor, and as I stood by the bed, waiting for Young to arrive, I could feel the presence of the rest of the council chatting quietly on the outskirts of the room. The bed was already turned down, and a thin white curtain, made from a material that was not unlike my undergarments, was drawn, separating the bed from the rest of the room. The candles were burning low, and in this amount of light, I was certain I'd only be a blurred shape to the onlookers. But Young would see everything. He'd feel everything. I gulped a mouthful of stale saliva. Young entered the room, sending my pulse skyrocketing. I took a deep breath and felt tears prick my eyes. I wasn't ready, but it was too late to back out. He entered the bed area, taking special care to fully close the sheer curtain surrounding the bed. He pulled off his shirt. A fierce wave of fear and excitement tore through my stomach as the yellow candlelight illuminated his bare chest. His muscles were defined peaks and valleys across his body, which surprised me. But I wasn't sure what I thought a man would look like shirtless before now. I held my breath as he grabbed my waist and pulled me close. Tears spilled from my eyes as one emotion eclipsed all the others. Fear. He pulled my body to him, and I felt my chest brush against his. He put his lips to my ear and whispered softly, "It'll be okay. I promise." I nodded, but fought my instinct to flee. I wanted to lock myself in my room and never come out. I needed more time. My mother was wrong. 2 more years might have made a big difference after all. Young took my hand, and I sat down on the bed. My heart beat in pace with my thoughts. With his palm, he eased me back onto the bed. He wrapped his arm around me and moved me onto the pillows. I pressed my knees together with all my strength. He leaned in, his body pressing on mine. A fleeting wave of relief hit me as I realized he couldn't see my body from his position on top of me. "Trust me," he whispered. I clenched my eyes shut as his fingers brushed down my exposed leg to my knee. I felt my body shake as I allowed my knees to separate. He used his knees to separate them further. This was it, I thought, as I braced myself for pain. Young slid one of his hands over my mouth. What is this? With his other hand, he ran his fingers across my ribs. It tickled. An involuntary laugh burst from my lips. Young tightened his grip on my mouth, muffling my laugh. What was he doing? He tickled me again, each time muffling my laugh into a labored groan. He increased the intensity on my ribs. I thrashed to free myself from the tickle torture, but he locked my body down and continued the cycle. I felt myself begin to sweat from his unusual game. After a few short minutes, he took his hand off my mouth. He kissed me on the forehead and lay down beside me. He faced me, his bare shoulders under the covers of the bed. My wrinkled brow prompted him to hold his finger up in front of his lips. I didn't dare speak, catching my breath as I waited for the answers. Sure enough, in minutes, I heard the onlooking council members' footsteps as they left the room, until we were finally alone. We lay in silence for several minutes before we broke it. I spoke first. "You faked it," I said. He adjusted his pillow. "Yeah." I smiled, but my wrinkled brow remained. He continued. "You've been through a lot today," he said. "But I felt you. You were ready." His face reddened. "Yeah, sorry about that. I've never seen... you were practically naked." I was overcome with relief and gratitude. "Thank you," I said, burying my face in his chest. He hesitated, but ultimately wrapped his arms around me. I snuggled in close, feeling the warmth and safety I'd been longing for all day. Young's body tightened. "Whoa!" I said, louder than expected. "You're still ready." He let go, giggling to himself. "You're still naked."
33. Prince Young. I awoke beneath a tangle of curls. I pulled a few strands out of my mouth and sat up to free myself from the rest. Charlotte lay asleep beside me with her mouth open as a steady stream of drool stretched between her cheek and her pillow. My wife. I felt a warm sensation in my chest. This was how I'd start every day for the rest of my life. I knew I should move. I had things to do, but instead, I lay there beside her in our haven, soaking up the softness of the moment. Last night, I had been anxious to hear a knock at my door, afraid to hear bad news about Minseo. But somehow, with the exhaustion of the day and Charlotte's even breathing beside me, I drifted off to sleep. The castle had rooms designated specifically for married couples, so I slipped out and headed to my old chambers, where my things were still kept. I'd change for the day and then head straight for Minseo's room. I swung open my wardrobe and slid out of my nightwear before reaching for my royal blue coat. "You're meant to wear black," a voice said from behind me. I turned to see Millie and quickly covered myself with the blue coat. "What are you doing here?" I asked. A hint of blush pricked her cheeks with pink. "I am to tell you to wear your black coat." My stomach dropped. "Minseo." "Oh, no. I'm sorry, Minseo is okay. Well, not good, but he's alive. There's a funeral for our fallen king this afternoon." I sighed with relief, but instantly regretted it. "I'm sorry, I understand." She tucked her golden hair behind her ear. "You were worried about your brother." I nodded. "Exactly," I said. Today was meant to be my funeral. If my brother hadn't always shown up to save me, it very well might have. With the funeral happening later today, I knew this would be a difficult day for Charlotte. I wasn't used to consoling her, or anyone. I guess I didn't know how, and with my brother in his current condition, I wasn't sure if I was in a place to help anyone. An uncomfortable silence set in. My hands grew stiff from holding the jacket over my exposed body. I began. "I'll wear the black one, then. Is there anything else?" Millie smiled. "Here, I'll help you," she said, hurrying toward me. "That's not necessary," I said, but she ignored me. She pulled out my black coat and held it out for me to exchange it with the blue one. I gulped, suddenly aware of what she was trying to do. I reached for the black coat and yanked it toward me before handing her the blue one. She'd resisted handing it over but wasn't prepared for me to use so much strength and was forced to let it go without getting a look at me. She stood there, stunned. "Charlotte is my wife," I said flatly. "Of course," she said, bowing deeply. "I only want to serve." She turned to leave. If you need anything... She took a breathy sigh, causing her chest to rise, drawing my attention to it. Just let me know. Then she was gone. What was that? Afraid she'd return, I dressed quickly. I needed to see Minseo. Several Viren guards stood around the room where my brother rested when I arrived. They were younger than most of the other soldiers, no doubt friends of my brother, but I didn't know them well. They stood to attention as I entered, but there was a somber softness in their eyes that worried me. Minseo hadn't so much as moved since the antidote had been administered. I sat at his bedside table feeling more hopeless than last night as I examined his pale skin and nearly lifeless body. I looked down at my hands. The cuts from my battle with Emmett were already healing. I wondered if my brother's internal wounds were healing as well. Dressed in black, I see, Minseo whispered. I'm not dead yet. My throat tightened. Minseo's eyes were slightly opened, and a hint of a smirk rested on his left cheek. The guards rushed over, all laughing and greeting Minseo all at once. Water, he choked. The doctor, who was waiting nearby, rushed over, a bowl of water balanced in his hands. I moved aside. The doctor lifted Minseo's shoulders and poured the water carefully into his mouth. The doctor turned to me. He's not out of danger yet. He needs to rest. I nodded, but my body wouldn't let me walk out of the room. I couldn't leave my brother there. The doctor cleared his throat and the guards hurried out of the chamber. Still, I wanted to stay at my brother's side. It's okay, brother, he whispered. Go. His voice was so weak, his words only made it harder to go. But my brother had given me an order, and for once, I obeyed.
34. Princess Charlotte. The morning after my wedding, we buried my father. The details about Emmett, what he'd done, were pieced together, and another war seemed imminent. I couldn't help but wonder if it had all been my fault. Perhaps I'd pushed Emmett too far. I'd pretended. I'd lied. I'd made him believe I'd marry him, and all while I was moments away from plunging a dragon-hilted sword into his chest. I was a monster. But in all my scheming, I'd forgotten something important. Emmett was a monster, too. As I slipped into the black gown laid out for me, my mind raced. I really had planned on marrying Emmett, hadn't I? After I knew Young was safe. I'd had no way of knowing that Vyers received my letter or that they'd arrive before the wedding. My eyes felt heavy with sadness. Sasha had been killed by Emmett, too. My heart ached for Millie. Sasha was family to Millie and many others, but she would not receive a grand funeral like my father. I knew she deserved one, but today I had no energy to fight for justice. My grief manifested like exhaustion, and I could hardly bring myself to say my final goodbyes. No amount of reasoning made me feel better. The church was filled with genuine sadness and the soft hum of whispered memories between the nobles who'd spent time with my father. I walked down the aisle that I'd walked the night before, this time in black, looking for a familiar face, looking for Young. My mother stood at the front of the church, her face covered by a black veil that ended below her shoulders. My body numbed as I approached the casket. My limbs grew heavy with grief. My vision blurred. I needed to sit, or I felt the gentle grip of a hand on my forearm. I turned to see Young, his gaze fixed on me. "Are you okay?" he whispered. I shook my head, so he grabbed me by the waist and supported most of my weight as he gently led me to our seats near the front. As soon as I sat down, I felt better. Just a few deep breaths and the dizziness wore off. I sighed with relief. "Thanks," I said, squeezing Young's hand. We'd been married for no more than 12 hours, and he'd already saved me twice. I owed him more gratitude than just thanks, but it was all I could muster under the circumstances. I scanned the rows of people dressed in black. Did any of them really know my father? Was this just some kind of political event for them, or an excuse to wear their fine black garments? Anger filled me. Had anyone ever heard the sound of my father's laugh? Did they know he loved to look at constellations? I hated the formalities of the life I'd been born into. It all seemed rehearsed, fake. After the service, several nobles were selected to speak about my father. I readied myself for the politics, for the kind words meant only to gain my mother's good favor. The first, a raven-haired woman with a sharply pointed nose, told a story about how my father had personally assisted in rebuilding a bridge in her province after a particularly bad storm destroyed it. She went on to say that my father was the kind of king who cared enough to help his subjects, even if it meant rolling up his sleeves. I was moved to hear a new story about my father. I felt the glow of pride at the heroic deeds my father had done for so many. The next speaker told a different anecdote. Again, it was a story I'd never heard, but it spoke of the many incredible traits my father possessed. 5 more speakers told their stories, each lovelier than the last. An unsettling thought weighed heavily on my mind. Maybe I was the one who didn't know my father. My mind tore through my memories, searching for something he'd told me about himself. My heart tightened as the realization settled in. We'd only ever talked about me. Tears burst from my eyes and my body shook as panic settled in. I didn't know my father. There were a million things I wanted to ask him. I needed his advice. I wanted to hear his opinions, and now that chance would never come. I spent the precious moments of my father's life telling him about my day and complaining about my problems. I buried my face in my hands to muffle the crying. I thought I had more time. I thought he'd always be here. Regret clouded my thoughts like a thick mist on a foggy shore just before dawn. I'd left the letter he wrote me locked away in my chamber, and it took everything in me to keep from leaping up, running out of the church, and reading my father's final message to me. I had one more chance to know my father. It was as if I'd asked my father one question about him after all. Perhaps the most important, given the circumstances. Father, if you knew you were dying, what would you want me to know?
35. Prince Young. Charlotte worried me. She was suffering, barely able to stand or keep from crying. The hardest part was I couldn't fix it. I could only watch her endure it, and that was dizzyingly frustrating. The funeral was arduous, an endless amount of emotional daggers being hurled at Charlotte continuously. I knew it wasn't intended to be that, but from where I sat, I worried it would be too much for her. I felt her pulse quicken with each new story. I figured Charlotte wouldn't want to fight the crowd to get to the exit, so I planned on waiting for the chapel to clear out a bit. But before I could tell her, she vanished into the crowd of people. I wasn't sure if I should give her space or make sure she was all right. When I didn't see her at the banquet, I knew she'd gone back to our new chambers. I slipped out of the banquet room and followed her. As I turned down the corridor, I could hear the sniffle of a woman weeping. Charlotte? At the foot of Charlotte's chamber door, the Queen of Besmium sat, tears and snot lining her face. I ran over, half expecting a pool of blood. Nothing but steel could take down someone so strong. As I neared, I saw no sign of pain on her face, only sadness. I knew I wasn't close enough to her to even attempt to comfort her. Physical pain was so much easier. I secretly wished she'd just twisted an ankle or something. "Your Majesty," I said. With a flick of her wrist, she dismissed. Good enough for me. I turned to leave, but her voice stopped me. "It's my fault he's dead," she said, her words slurring together like a linked chain. I crouched down to her eye level, the sudden aroma of stale wine hitting my nose. "I think I was the one who told Emmett to come here. If I hadn't, my husband might be alive." We can't know the future. We can only do our best in the moment. It was not an empathetic speech. It wouldn't mend her wounds. But those were the facts, and I hoped they could at least eliminate some of her guilt. The Queen sat in silence, and I eyed the door behind her, wishing I was on the other side. Finally, she got to her feet and patted me on the back. She turned away from the chamber door and headed down the hallway. "Don't you want to talk to Charlotte?" I called. She continued walking and called over her shoulder. "You go ahead." I don't know what to say. I spoke while catching my breath, but she was already gone. I pushed open the chamber door, feeling the same adrenaline as on the battlefield. Charlotte sat at the foot of our bed. My wife. The moment I saw her, the peaceful feeling I'd relished this morning returned. She stared down at the king's final letter, but her gaze wasn't moving. I sat down beside her, lifting the letter from her grip. I read it to myself.
Dear Charlotte, my time in this world is coming to an end. I feel I've lived a full life with many adventures, and you, my dear daughter, were my most precious. Since my return, your mother has filled me in on your actions since my capture, and I must say I am proud of you. It doesn't matter who you marry. I am certain you will make an incredible queen of Besmium, and with this knowledge, I can rest well. You are my greatest accomplishment. With love, your father."
Charlotte leaned her head on my shoulder and cried. I put my arm around her and gently rubbed her back. She buried her face in my chest. I was grateful I didn't have to say anything. Without thinking, I kissed the top of her head, drinking in the sweet aroma of her curls. She leaned back, her gaze meeting mine. It startled me. But before I could say anything, she leaned in and kissed me. Her lips pressed against mine, a sharp jolt tingling violently in my chest and spreading throughout my entire body. I wrapped my arms around her, dizziness fogging my thoughts. Her soft lips pressed warmly into mine. Her curls tickled my cheeks. Then she pulled away. "Thank you," she said, stepping back. I stood. "No, thank you for that. That was... She giggled, and a rush of heat hit my face. She said, "Thank you for being there for me today. I don't know what I would have done without you." I stopped, unable to respond. She smiled, but it faded quickly. "I'm going to go find my mom. Will I see you at the banquet?" I nodded. She walked over to me and pulled the letter from my rigid fingers. And then she was gone. Overwhelmed, I slumped back onto the bed. Grief was a formidable dragon to slay. 36. Prince Minseo. The evening after King Morgan's funeral, I was drifting in and out of consciousness when I realized Charlotte stood beside my bed. Alarmed, I sat up and glared at her. What further chaos was this woman going to bring down on me? Prince Minseo? She whispered. It was strange to hear my name said with such a foreign accent. She stepped closer. I'm sorry this happened to you. I opened my mouth to speak, but the burn of the antidote still lingered in my throat and churned my stomach. Evil witch. Don't speak, she said. You should rest. I'm sure you're angry with me. I just want you to know that I'll make this up to you. Her eyes glistened. I'll visit you here every day until you're well again. Anything you need, I'll make sure you have it. Don't bother. But she'd already sat down beside me and began to read a chapter of some adventure story, and before I knew it, I drifted back into deep sleep. Princess of Destruction. I seethed the next day, hoping she wouldn't return, but just like she'd promised, she came with a bright smile and a book. With each passing day, my hatred for her abated, and I began to see what my brother must have seen right away. It took almost 3 months for me to get my strength back. I spent most of that time in bed, some days only able to get up and walk around for a short time. I'd missed my brother's first few months of marriage. Young would come by and chat with me sometimes, filling me in on things I'd missed, but Charlotte never missed a day. It only took a week for me to realize that I looked forward to her visits, and a week more to realize I needed them. Sometimes she'd read to me, sometimes she joked with me, and when I was finally able to walk, she'd walk with me. I'd never spent so much time with one woman before, and I felt my weakness for her growing each time she'd laugh or when she twirled a curl around her finger. There was a warmth about her that I wasn't used to, and a nurturing presence that wasn't commonly shown in my kingdom. I didn't understand why at the time, but I'd rigorously questioned my brother about his wedding night and the consummation ceremony until he admitted that he'd faked the whole thing. I promised him I wouldn't tell. It was a promise I'd easily kept, but it changed the way I thought about Charlotte. Somehow, it meant she didn't belong to him. It didn't help that Young spent weeks at a time away from the castle. Now that Drethen had retreated out of our territory, he'd helped rebuild the northern castle and set out across the kingdom to recruit and train new troops for Besmium. He seemed to be acclimating nicely to his new role and gaining the trust of the queen and the rest of the council. But more importantly, it left Charlotte to me. There was a clear line between the thoughts I had about Charlotte and what I could share. I knew what was at stake. I knew that if I slipped, I'd destroy my brother. I hadn't so much as hinted to Charlotte how I felt, but I had begun to admit to myself that I had feelings for her. Feelings I never had before, and each day they became more difficult to bury. One afternoon, Charlotte arrived waving a leather-bound book over her head. "It's here," she said, the brightness of her smile filling me with warmth. I reached out to touch her face but caught myself and ran my hand through my hair instead. "Your favorite? Dragon's breath?" I said, trying to match her enthusiasm. "The dragon's call," she said, sitting beside me, "which means that your brother could be back today or tomorrow." Her leg touched mine as she grinned, her eyes dimming as she wandered through some hidden memory. She always looked that way when she thought of my brother. My cheeks burned hot as I lay back on my bed. Charlotte leaned over me. "Are you okay?" She put her hand to my head, and a jolt of energy shot through me. The urge to touch her was maddening. Her eyes widened. "I'll fetch the doctor." She stood, but I grabbed her wrist. "Wait. There's no need for that. I just need to rest a moment." She sat down again, and in a moment, the dreamy, faraway look returned to her face. I was happy my brother was returning, wasn't I? It was just that my time with Charlotte was nearing its end. I spent 3 months in recovery, 3 months with Charlotte, and if I was being honest, my strength had nearly returned. Still, I remained bedridden, too afraid to break from this routine. Even so, this time with her didn't seem like it would be enough for me much longer. I sat up and put my hand down flat on top of the book. "How about we forget the book today?
I think some fresh air will do me some good. Why don't we go outside and I'll show you how to use that dagger you love so much?" "Really?" She beamed. It may have been the spell she cast on me, but I loved the way she lit up about things, like she'd had a hard year and looked for any excuse to be happy. The temperature in Besmium had dropped a lot in the last couple months. The air was crisp and refreshing, too cold if you weren't moving much. But this was combat training, and in the midday sun, I knew we'd be all right. "Wah!" Charlotte swept the dagger through the air. "Better, but your stance is still too weak," I said. I positioned myself behind her and kicked her left foot out, widening her stance. Then I pushed down on her waist, lowering her center of gravity. "Ah," she said. "I feel it. That's better." I went to release her, to fix the form on her arms, but couldn't let go. Had I planned this the entire time? Was this whole combat idea an excuse to touch her? A practice swing of her dagger brought me back to reality. "Yes, exactly," I said, recovering. "Remember, you'll typically be fighting someone taller than you, so swipe up at this angle," I said, thrusting my dagger upwards. I stepped away and stared down at the ground. Disappointment seared into me. What was I doing? "Is everything okay?" Charlotte asked, noting my obvious mood change. I nodded. "Yeah, just tired is all. Maybe I pushed myself too hard." I lied. I needed to get over this, to forget about her. A few months ago, I encouraged Young to return to Vyers and to leave Charlotte here. I'd told him to spend the night with a few other women, and he'd forget all about her. The better man had already won. Perhaps it was time I returned to Vyers. I chuckled. Or spend the night with a few women. "Millie!" Charlotte called, interrupting my thoughts. Charlotte ran over to a pretty yellow-haired servant girl and threw her arms around her. "Prince Minseo," Charlotte said, turning to me. "Come meet my friend Millie." A servant girl? Back in Vyers, I would have never even considered it, but I was desperate to let go of Charlotte, and this was the only idea I had. "Millie, is it?" I took her by the hand and kissed it.
37. Prince Young. The more time I spent in Besmium, the more I learned there were still troops throughout the kingdom, but they were poorly organized. Teams of troops patrolled Heim's castle and weren't reassigned after the Drethan army broke through. The borders seemed too big for the number of available troops, and the contact between outposts was infrequent. The council delegated most of the travel work to my men and me, while Charlotte stayed at Castle Cadera to watch over Minseo. In just 3 months, we'd begun to put the pieces of Besmium back together, but I missed Charlotte when I was away. Captain Leon dismounted his horse and tied it next to my camp near Heim's. "Your Highness, a letter came for you." My stomach dropped. Charlotte. One thing I'd learned in this kingdom was that no news was good news. I tore open the letter, my fear spilling onto the wrinkled parchment. "Prince Young, I hope this letter finds you well. The council and I are very pleased with your work around the kingdom, and as such we have decided to bring forward the coronation next week as planned. Your father, the King of Vyers, has been made aware and set out early last week. He is expected to arrive in the next few days with your mother, the Queen. Your eldest brother will not be in attendance. Sincerely, Her Royal Highness, the Queen of Besmium." I exhaled relief. It was good news. I looked up from the letter to find Leon biting his bottom lip. I laughed. "It seems we've both been conditioned to expect bad news." I handed him the letter. "Worry not, my friend. There's to be a party." Leon skimmed the letter, then grinned. Home at last. It had been a no-brainer for me to select Leon as my right hand. He had proven himself a loyal warrior and gained my trust. However, it took several months to realize just how good a choice he'd been. With each visit to an outlying outpost, It became increasingly obvious that not all the soldiers felt comfortable being led by a foreign prince. Selecting Leon had sent 2 distinct messages to the kingdom. 1, I didn't intend on favoring the Viren soldiers. And 2, I had Besmium's best interest in mind. The council admired my political know-how, but I didn't feel I deserved their praise. I'd chosen based on trust, not politics. It felt good to be returning. Home was the southern castle now. I'd always assumed we'd eventually return to the northern castle, but it was still undergoing repairs. After seeing it in my travels, I had a hard time believing that Charlotte or I would ever want to move back there. It was a mausoleum, littered with the memories of the massacre that still lingered within each cracked stone. A few days later, my company arrived at the southern castle. Trumpets sounded as we rode up to a red-carpeted entrance framed by several lines of soldiers. Poised to attention, they formed a path to the palace like brightly colored statues. It was a stark contrast from arriving here surrounded by Emmett's men. I dismounted my horse and hastened on. I had to see Minseo. Charlotte had written me, explaining that he was doing well, but I had to see it with my own eyes. I sprang up the grand staircase and hurried straight for my brother's chamber. A Viren guard stood outside his door. As I neared the chamber, I heard the muffled sound of a woman's cries. I gulped. It was a sound I'd heard outside Minseo's chamber before back in Vires. Once I'd forced Charlotte to replicate it. In fact, it sounded exactly the same. I backed away from the door as I tried to swallow the horrible thought before it manifested, but it was too late. My mind replayed the moment Charlotte first met Minseo, the glimmer in her eye. A sharp pang of fury tore through my body, my temperature comparable to the sun's surface. I gripped at the air, stumbling mindlessly to my chamber. Tears stung my eyes as the winds departed from my lungs with no hope of returning. I pushed open the door with far too much force and slammed it shut behind me. How could she? I leaned back against the door and slid down to a seated position, burying my face in my hands. Young? Charlotte's soft voice called from the other side of the chamber. I exhaled a taste so sweet that the Viren persimmons would have been envious. I sat frozen in a perfect world before allowing the guilt I'd earned to settle in. You're back, Charlotte said, running toward me. She got to her knees and nuzzled her head under my arm, forcing it around her. Are you okay? Overcome with relief, I pulled Charlotte onto my lap and hugged her. She froze as if she'd expected me to pull away, as I'd done many times while I was getting to know her. However, today was different. I doubted her, and I doubted my brother. That thought alone meant I didn't deserve them, but for the moment, it didn't matter. Sometimes terrible things happened that no one deserved. So why shouldn't the opposite be true once in a while? 38. Prince Minseo. I felt disgusting. Now it was painfully obvious that Millie would never be able to help me forget about Charlotte. Millie was too easily convinced. She hung on my every word and breathed truth into my every lie. Despite the impossibility of the words I told her, she lay beside me gazing into my eyes with a girlish grin. I turned over, unable to look at her any longer. Every moment with her only made me miss Charlotte more. My body ached with longing, an unquenchable thirst. This was not the outcome I had planned, but it hadn't been for nothing. Millie made me certain of something. I only wanted Charlotte. I couldn't dress fast enough. Without a word, I hurried out of my chamber, leaving my mistake behind in my bed. I needed to be alone to think. Had I been wrong all this time? Women had always been interchangeable in my world, so why couldn't I trade Charlotte for Millie and feel satisfied? Unless... I stopped, turned, this time headed for Charlotte's chamber. It was unlikely that she felt the same way. I knew that. I just couldn't kill the seed of hope that grew within. My heartbeat doubled my footsteps as I pushed open the door to Charlotte's chamber. A surge of energy exploded through me. This was it. My stomach clenched as I stood face to face with a part of the plan that I hadn't considered. "Brother!" Young shouted. His eyes beamed excitement. He laughed, throwing his arms around me. "It's good to see you on your feet again." He nudged me with his elbow, waking me from my trance-like state. I faked a laugh, noting his mischievous smile. "Ah, Millie." Yes, that's what the real thing sounds like. I felt bile rise up in the back of my throat. I'd already forgotten about Millie. I didn't like that Young knew about it, though he probably didn't know it was Millie in my bed this morning. I hope she'd left my chamber by now. "So I take it you've been back for a while?" I said, forcing my attention back to Young. "Just a few minutes. I went to see you first, but you were busy. Glad to see you're back to your old self." I smiled, my gaze stealing quick glances around the room, looking for Charlotte. "Actually, brother," Young said, "you don't look that well after all." He reached out and touched my forehead with the back of his hand. "You're a bit warm, your cheeks are flushed, and if I'm not mistaken, you're quite a bit less talkative than usual." I laughed. "This is the glow of a job well done," I said with a conscious effort not to picture Millie. "Has our father arrived yet?" "Not yet, but any minute now." "And your," I knew the word, wife, but my mouth wouldn't say it. "Charlotte?" I said. "You just missed her. She went to see the Queen." I put my hands on my hips, hoping to relieve the heaviness that plagued my arms. Young patted me on the back. "Well, I hope you cheer up before the party tomorrow. You're more than a bit depressing today." He turned to leave the chamber. "I'm off to bathe and rest a bit before Father arrives." I felt like a spy. Every passing thought was a betrayal of my brother. I shouldn't have allowed myself to feel this way about Charlotte, his wife. But I was a man in love, and my brother was just a boy with a crush, a boy who'd faked the consummation of his marriage. What did he know about the depths of adult love? Besides, she would surely reject my feelings, and when that time came, I'd surrender. I stood alone in my brother's chamber for a moment before springing back to life. Parchment! I scoured the room to find some. Now that Young had returned, it would be difficult for me to get Charlotte alone to tell her how I felt. I'd write her a letter and slip it to her in passing. I just needed parchment. I didn't find any on the desk and started hopelessly pulling open drawers. "Guards, help! There's a thief in my chamber!" I turned to see Charlotte standing with her hands on her hips. She smiled playfully. My stomach dropped. This was my chance.
39. Princess Charlotte.
Hey, Princess,"
Minseo said, dropping something made from dark fabric into the open drawer beside him. "Is there something I can help you find?" I asked, noting the disarray of my desk.
"Parchment,"
he sighed. What was he doing here? I walked over to my cabinet and opened it, exposing 4 drawers inside. I peeked into the first and found nothing. I wondered what he'd say if I started going through his things. I slid open the second drawer and pulled out a blank piece of parchment. "Just one?" I called over my shoulder.
"Yes."
My heart leaped as Minseo's voice came from directly behind me. I hadn't heard him cross the room. I turned, handing him the parchment, instinctually backing up into the cabinet.
"Thank you, Princess."
I'd spent a considerable amount of time with Minseo over the last few months, enough to know something was off. I had a feeling it had something to do with Millie. I really hoped he hadn't done what I thought he did. I closed the cabinet and slipped out from between it and Minseo. "Is there anything else?" I asked, trying to ease the tension.
"Actually, yes,"
he replied while pushing his hand through his hair. He stopped. His eyes glistened like something lay hidden behind them. In a blink, it was gone.
I wondered if we were going to get the chance to finish that book, the dragon one.
Maybe I misheard their conversation. A wave of relief washed over me. Oh, right. I wandered over to my desk and picked up the leather-bound book. Here, I said, handing it to him. He took the book, but lingered a few seconds too long. He laughed. I can't do this. He shook his head, and traces of the Minseo I knew returned.
I'll write it then, he said. When the words come, I'll write it.
He turned and started walking toward the door. I followed. Minseo, is everything... He closed the door between us. Odd. As I straightened up the things he'd displaced, I thought about his behavior. Had he still felt ill? My heart sank. No. This was about Millie. I had seen him spending time with her earlier. Perhaps he'd developed feelings for her. I made a mental note to gently ask Millie about it, although if it were true, I had every reason to worry. My mouth dried with anxiety. No, I knew Millie better than anyone. She'd never get involved with him. A few hours later, I came across Millie in the hallway. "Where are you headed?" I asked, hoping to spend a little time with her. Her hesitation worried me, but she found her words. "I have a lot of work to do." I nodded. "I just want you to know that I'm here for you if you need to talk to someone, or if you need help with anything." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. She seemed a little hollow, but my feelings might have painted her that way. Maybe part of me wanted her to want Minseo because that would make the unfairness of how things turned out a little easier to bear. Looking at her then, with her weighted gaze on me, confirmed my suspicions that 3 months of marriage had not altered her feelings for Young. She turned to leave. "Wait," I blurted. I walked over and took her hands in mine. "I'm so sorry for everything. I really did think he was the best chance Besmium had." "So you mean you married him for the kingdom?" "Yes." "You don't love him?" I clenched my jaw as she slipped her hands out of mine. "I do love him, Millie. I fell in love with him, but I love you too, and I'll find a way to make it right." Her blue eyes became cloudy. "I don't think there's anything you can do." My heart raced as my oldest friend slipped away. "When I'm queen, I'll get a title. I'll put you out in society, and you'll have your pick." "You know my choice, and I can't change it any easier than you can. Trust me, I've tried." Did she mean Minseo? "I'm sorry, Millie," I whispered, but she'd already walked out of earshot. I had hoped she'd put all that behind her. I hoped that things with us would go back to normal, to the way they were before. On the surface, they looked normal enough. She fulfilled all her duties with a smile. But there were things we hid from each other now, topics we never discussed. I was starting to wonder if I knew her at all. The next day, the King and Queen of Vyres arrived. Young and Minseo had spent all morning and part of the afternoon with their father, and rumor had it they'd brought along an unexpected guest. "She's beautiful," Glenda gushed. "A princess all the way from Ryosan. That's even farther than Vyres." "Do you know why she's here?" I asked as Glenda laced the corset of my coronation dress. "For Minseo. The King of Vyres is trying to arrange something." My thoughts flickered to Millie. "The loveliest thing I've seen. Skin of porcelain and all," Glenda said as she tied the last of the ribbons. Curiosity clawed at my belly until, at last, we were finally introduced just outside of the chapel. I curtsied to the King of Vyres. Nerves overtook me. I was used to meeting kings, but this was my father-in-law. He was a small man compared to my father. His gentle, soft-looking skin and kind eyes matched his rather pleasant demeanor. The queen remained a step behind the king, but whenever he spoke, her gaze softened. I could tell in an instant that they were more united than my parents had been. Minseo's posture was slumped with disinterest, or perhaps he hadn't slept enough. He stood several paces away from the rest of his family, and the princess. That's when I saw her. Princess Mina of Ryosan. Creamy white skin, black waist-length hair that shone with every tilt of her head and flowed delicately with every move. Her eyes were as dark and secret-filled as Young and Minseo's, and similar in shape. Young leaned closer and spoke in his kingdom's language. I'd never heard him use it before, not even when conversing with Minseo. The princess smiled shyly and bowed deeply to the rest of my family. I found it difficult to look away. She moved gently and gracefully. If she was nervous, it didn't show. Her calm disposition was that of a confident royal, and it lured in the gazes of every man who passed. Despite my best effort, I was unable to stop comparing myself to her, my opposite in nearly every feature. She made me feel like a little girl again. How I'd admired the courtiers with their pink cheeks and rose-stained lips. With one difference. The sickening ache that radiated from the bottom of my stomach to my chest every time Young spoke to her. They shared culture and language. Those were things I could never give him. I wondered if meeting the Princess of Ryosan had made him regret his choice.
40. Prince Young. My family stood together outside the church, soaking in the sun before we were forced inside by the ceremony. Everyone seemed reluctant to enter, so we remained there chatting. Charlotte and the Queen had joined us, but outside of introductions, they had remained quiet. I'd expected a bit of awkwardness between our two families, my parents and Charlotte's mother, but I was too excited to see everyone together to be the bridge they needed me to be to bring our families together. As I gazed into the aging faces of my parents, I realized I'd been homesick. A familiar sense of comfort consumed me, reminding me of my life in Vyres. It felt nice to speak in my original Vyran language, though I didn't know I'd missed it. My parents were here. I'd known they were coming and still felt surprised to see them. Was it because I thought I'd die before I saw them again? What I hadn't expected was for them to bring Princess Ryosan along. She was beautiful, the kind of woman Minseo and I always imagined we'd marry, but based on Minseo's lack of eye contact and cold response, he wasn't interested. My father must have noticed too because his posture stiffened.
"At least be polite,"
he whispered to Minseo, his voice somehow dripping with daggers in his soft tone. Minseo rolled his eyes and walked a few more steps away from the princess and the rest of us. I pitied her. She came all this way for him to not even give her a chance. I cleared my throat. "Princess, how do you like Besmium?" "It's quite beautiful," she said, her voice musical like a wind chime. "That's wonderful. Was the journey here long?" "It was quite manageable," she said, smiling softly. If I'd asked Charlotte a similar question, she might tell me a lengthy and dramatic tale of her misfortunes, but Princess Mina was nothing but agreeable. In minutes of small talk and replies filled with rainbows, I was bored. My gaze wandered back to Charlotte, her face riddled with befuddlement. Had I been speaking Viren with Charlotte standing right there? Before I could translate, the Queen of Besmium spoke. "Your Majesty," she said, gesturing to my mom, "there are some members of my council that are eager to meet you." She turned to Princess Mina. "We've also never hosted a royalty from Ryosan. We would be delighted if you could squeeze a little politics in before the coronation." My mother, Mina, and Charlotte disappeared into the church, leaving us to enjoy a couple more minutes of sunlight. I turned to my father and froze. His cold stare sent an instant chill down my spine, and for this rare moment, he looked like a king. I traced his frosted gaze to Minseo.
Minseo, get over here,
he demanded in a tone that set my teeth on edge. Minseo's posture straightened, and I knew my father's transformation affected Minseo too. He walked over like a man condemned.
Princess Mina of Ryosan has agreed to become your intended.
Minseo nodded. Yes, sir.
A vein popped out of my father's temple. Then why do you mistreat her?
I do not love her. My stomach tightened. I admired my brother's courage for such an answer, but I feared for him. My father thrust his arms into the air, causing Minseo to flinch.
How could you learn to love her if you do not give her a chance?
I don't want her, he admitted. I sucked in the silence through my nose, but was too afraid to exhale it. My father finally shattered it.
Immediately following your brother's coronation, you will return to Vyres where I might beat some sense into your corrupted mind.
With a huff, the king turned and hurried into the church. I turned to Minseo, feeling the heat of his pain from where I stood. Was he in love with someone? I'd heard him in his room with someone. Could it be Millie? That was the only explanation. It was obvious he wasn't ready to return to Vyres. His feelings bound him to Besmium as mine had. He had no choice but to obey. My father was a king. In a minute's time, however, I'd be a king too. I put my hand on Minseo's shoulder. I'll talk to him. He looked at me and I could swear I saw pity beaming from his sorrowful gaze. Maybe it was just sadness. One way or another, I'd find a way to help him. As the coronation began, I contemplated all it meant to be a king. I pledged myself to Besmium, and that meant that I could no longer consider Vyres my home. I took Charlotte's hand as we knelt together at the altar. We'd gotten into this together, and I knew we'd remain that way. She was the loveliest queen I'd ever seen. Too young, perhaps, we both were, but it was our actions that had allowed Besmium to heal these last 3 months, and everyone, the council included, wanted to move forward. The priest said a prayer and placed a golden crown on my head, its weight a reminder of the burden I would carry until my death. The Queen Regent of Besmium placed a crown on Charlotte. A swell of pride filled me. I'd done it. I was finally the king of The church door swung open, and an audible gasp from the crowded pews reverberated around the vaulted ceilings as a bloody figure stumbled in. 41. Prince Minseo. My heart ricocheted off my rib cage as I sprinted across the church to the blood-concealed figure. Each step brought me closer, his shape becoming more familiar. Pushing past the nobles, all straining to get a better look, I collapsed onto my knees and cradled the fallen soldier in my arms. Leon! I scanned for his injury, but there was too much blood, most of it coming from his left side beneath his ribs. His pulse weakened. What happened? I gasped. Who did this to you? He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came through. Nobles crowded around as his body shook. Who did this, Leon? I whispered, as his breathing grew more labored. He huffed. Tears blurred my vision, sprinkling his cheeks as I watched helplessly. Fear radiated from his body. I couldn't make myself ask again. It's okay, Leon.
Just rest." He turned his gaze to me, the light in his eyes fading.
King Emmett of Drethen,
he said. The salt of my tears lingered on my lips as I forced myself to take a deep breath. All at once, he was gone. I froze, holding the empty shell of my friend. Whispered conversations scattered about the church. The council, adorned in their red robes, pushed their way through the assembly and stood beside me. One councilman, a thin man with a pointed nose, stepped forward.
"Did he say King Emmett of Drethen?"
I nodded. He continued.
"Perhaps he meant to say Albany."
A portly noblewoman chimed in. "No, sir. Emmett's a fair few siblings away from being king of Albany." The thin man replied.
"We can't trust the accuracy of a dying man's ramblings."
"His name was Leon," I said too loudly. "He used the last of his strength to deliver that message."
"Pardon me, Your Highness. I meant no disrespect,"
he said, shifting his weight nervously to his other foot.
"Is it possible that Emmett married Princess Margaret of Drethen?"
The council went quiet. An inaudible panic filled the room. Charlotte spoke. "They're coming for us." Before then, I hadn't noticed Charlotte and Young standing beside me. She continued. "Young, take your brother and a unit of soldiers and go find out where Leon was scouting last. If Emmett is leading his attack from Albany in the south, they could be here already. Same with Drethen in the north." Then she turned to the council. "You, write letters informing all the posts to allocate their men to either the northern or southern borders. We'll treat this as two separate wars." She pointed at the portly councilwoman. "You, evacuate the king and queen of Vyres, as well as Princess Mina." There was so much to do, but I couldn't move. I didn't want to leave Leon behind. My father pulled me away, leaving Leon to lie lifelessly on the church floor and me covered in his blood. My father turned to me.
"You will return to Vyres. This is not your war."
"I'm staying," I said, unable to offer more of an explanation. A musical voice piped up. "Then I'd like to stay as well." I turned to see Mina bow deeply to my father.
"I cannot allow that,"
he said, his voice stern and kingly once again. "With all due respect, Your Majesty," she said, "my place is here beside your son." My father's gaze stung me with a warning before a robed council member whisked him away from the crowd. Charlotte called after them, "Head northeast, and you should avoid all conflicts." Her voice broke. Her body swayed. Charlotte toppled forward. Vomit erupted from her in 2 strong heaves. Instinctively, I reached out to her, but stopped as my brother's arms were already around her. "Call the doctor!" he shouted. A surge of fear washed over me as Charlotte's face paled. Young rubbed Charlotte's back and whispered in her ear until the doctor finally pushed his way through the crowd. The doctor put a withered hand on Charlotte's forehead, then waved over his apprentices to help him move her to her chamber. I studied the doctor's face for clues of what might be wrong, but if he knew, he gave nothing away. Young remained still as a statue as Charlotte was carried back into the castle. A gentle hand rested on my shoulder, and I turned to see Mina standing above me. What a nuisance. It was too late to send her off with my father, and now she was in the way. I stood. "Stay with Charlotte's mother." "But I must stay beside—" "No!" I turned away. "You must do as I ask." Without another word, she vanished into the crowd. Young prepared for the mission ahead. Servants rushed around, prepping our horses and packing provisions, but there was still something I needed to do. I slipped into my chamber and pulled out the parchment Charlotte had given me. I wasn't sure if she or I would survive the night. More than ever, I burned for her to know how I felt. Dear Charlotte,
I've fallen in love with you. You're the reason I can't return to Vyres. Love, Minseo. It was all I had time for. I folded it quickly, not bothering to seal it, and headed to her chamber to check on her. I hustled through the crowded hallways. There were people rushing everywhere, but no one spoke. Fear was a thick fog that engulfed Besmium, and we all disappeared into it. I flinched as Millie stopped in front of me. I was on edge. Everyone was. "Not now, Millie," I said, trying to pass her. "I want you to have this," she said, holding out an embroidered handkerchief. I needed to end this. "Millie, I don't want this." She tucked a golden strand of hair behind her ear. "Well, what do you want?" "It's not you. It'll never be you." I pushed past her, rushing to Charlotte's chamber. I hurried in to find the doctor sitting nervously beside her bed. "What's wrong with her?" I asked. He sighed.
I can't be sure just yet. She's resting. Will you stay with her while I get some more water?
I nodded, feeling relieved to have a moment alone with her without asking. Charlotte lay sleeping with beads of sweat dotting her forehead. I brushed her cheek with the back of my hand and whispered, "I'll save your kingdom." I slipped my letter underneath her pillow, in hopes that when she woke, she'd finally know the truth. 42. King Young. Everything fell apart at once. Leon dead, my home under attack, my parents forced to flee, and my Charlotte. That's what scared me most of all. As I stepped into the courtyard, a breeze of virulent wind left the kingdom cold and surmounted the warm sun we basked in at the coronation. I mounted my horse and shook with anxiety as Minseo's horse remained riderless. After several minutes, he sprinted down the stairs of the castle and mounted his horse. We rode to the soldiers to find out which direction the attack came from. Each step felt like a betrayal to Charlotte. How could I leave her now? I turned to one of the castle guards. "The moment you hear news of Charlotte's condition, send someone to find us straight away." Minseo paled. He must have been worried too. I secured my ruby-studded dragon blade on my belt before we set out. After a brief interview, the courtyard soldiers all agreed on the direction that Leon rode in from. We'd start there. I clenched my jaw to suppress the fear I felt swelling inside me. Emmett was out there. It was him or me this time. I turned to Minseo but didn't see any trace of fear in his brutish gaze. "This is a scouting mission only," I said, hoping only to comfort myself. "If we're not careful, we could easily end up like Leon. We know the enemy is close by, so we shouldn't be caught off guard." I considered taking a few more men with me, but I wanted to move quickly without being seen, and needed every available man here at the castle, where Charlotte was. Sensing my fear, Minseo smiled. "Long live the king." I smirked, overcome with gratitude. I had my brother with me this time, and that came with a comfort I felt nowhere else in life. We headed back to the forest, the warmly colored trees hardly resembling what they had looked like in the spring. Every so often we'd stop, hide, and listen for the sound of Emmett or his men. We rode in silence, as there was too much at stake. Death hid behind every tree trunk, waiting for us to drop our guard so he could claim us. The forest was distressingly clear. No woodcutters or animals about. No commoners out for a late afternoon stroll. It was as if the entire world had stopped to watch the battle ahead. The clip-clop of horses in the distance floated around us, making my hair stand on end. We froze, just to be sure it wasn't our horses we'd heard. I held my breath, hoping for silence. Clip-clop, clip-shloop. Nope. Minseo and I searched for cover but found none. Which direction was it coming from? We turned our horses around, ready to race back to the castle. The sound grew louder. Minseo exhaled loudly. It's one of ours, he said. Relief poured into me. Minseo ran his hand through his hair, a sure sign he was relieved too. A Besmian soldier rode into view from the direction of Kadera. He was a guard I'd seen around, with a distinctly curved mustache that rested on his upper lip, as if it could be blown away by the slightest breeze.
"Sir,"
he said.
"There's news of the Queen."
I dismounted my horse and Minseo followed. My eyes widened. What is it? How is she? I asked. I braced myself for pain, the kind that didn't heal and had no remedy. He shifted.
"Perhaps you should read it yourself, sir."
He held out the unsealed letter. My stomach dropped. The news was too horrible for him to speak. She's dead. The wind pushed against me, a lump rising in the back of my throat. Unable to grab the letter, I clutched my stomach and hunched over. Minseo snatched the letter, his gaze oscillating rapidly back and forth across the parchment. Impossible, he whispered. The Queen is with child. He turned to me, his eyes a cyclone of terror and confusion. He scrutinized my reaction, but I was frozen. I inhaled a sharp gust of air, tears stinging my eyes, and laughter burst out. My cheeks stung from smiling. She's okay, I breathed. More than okay. She's... I looked up at Minseo, his cold stare a monument of agony. He spoke. It's impossible. You faked the ceremony. Tears rolled down my cheeks. I did, but since then, I guess it's not exactly impossible. Minseo drew his sword and swung, splitting the corner of a nearby tree with a loud snap. Minseo, stop! Emmett could hear. He turned away. I don't care! I shot forward and reached out for his shoulder. Minseo, what's wrong? What happened? He spun and held the sword to my throat. I challenge you, he choked.
43. Queen Charlotte. I'm pregnant? I asked, rubbing my stomach in suspicion. Yes, the doctor croaked. Congratulations, Your Majesty. My cheeks burned as my body filled with a flutter of nerves and excitement. My mind flashed with memories of the last few months. How I was so afraid of the consummation ceremony that Young faked the whole thing. How we grew closer each day as we rebuilt this kingdom and built our lives together. And then one night, Young returned from spending a few weeks away. I lay beside him, unable to sleep. His breath evened, so I knew he was asleep, or nearly there. Young, are you awake? I whispered. I held my breath and waited for him to stir, but he didn't. Perfect. There was something I wanted to say to him, but I hadn't mustered the courage when he was awake. Young, I whispered. Lately, I've been feeling like... Well, what I mean is, when you're close to me like this, I feel this ache inside. And I think it's because I'm in... Young's palm cupped my cheek, startling me. My pulse raced as I remained frozen halfway through the word. He guided my face down to his and tasted the last 2 letters on my lips. It was the key that unlocked the final door between us. Without hesitation or fear, he pulled me in for more. But the more we took, the more we craved, until every unspoken word between us had been tasted or felt. It had all happened on its own. Even the memory of it sent tingly electricity through my extremities. I wanted to run to Young, tell him everything and see his reaction. Somehow, I thought it might help me determine what my reaction was. Now felt like a terrible time for him to leave me alone. I looked down at my stomach. Only I wasn't alone. Not anymore. The doctor gave me an unconvincing smile. "It's probably best if you rest a while," he said before exiting my chamber. I sat back and sighed. A baby. I vaulted up. Yeah, right. Rest? With the kingdom under attack? This was not the world I wanted to bring I gulped. Baby into. Despite all the things I'd lost, I had so much to live for, so much to fight for. I inched up to my mirror and pinned my curls out of my face. I looked very much like the bratty teen that had protested her engagement, but in almost every way, I wasn't her. I was a queen. I was a wife. And now I was a mother. I gripped my dagger. I was battle-tested. I had killed. I had survived. The only thing that limited my abilities was my fear. And I wasn't afraid. Not of dying, and certainly not of Emmett. I headed to the courtyard, fueled by a new purpose. As I neared, the commotion of a conflict hung in the air. I burst through the door to see a crowd of Besmian soldiers huddled in a circle. At the center, 2 men brawled, their fists colliding with each other's faces. "Hey!" I called. The crowd turned, sending each soldier to attention. "What's going on here?" The bloody men at the center of the circle hung their heads. An older man stepped forward.
"Leon was the leader of the southern unit, but he never named a successor, or even his second-in-command."
He scratched his thick beard.
"These 2 men believe they should be the new leader."
I put my hands on my hips. "Listen, gentlemen," I said, projecting my voice as much as I could, though my throat was still raw from vomiting. "I can imagine why Leon didn't feel any of you were ready to lead. Here you are, fighting each other over a title, while the enemy is practically knocking down the castle door." I scanned their faces. "What good is your title when your kingdom burns to the ground? Do you want to be a hero? Then for God's sake, act like a hero." A frost-cold wind pushed through the courtyard. "There are 3 outposts a reasonable distance from here with reinforcements. I need those men delivered to this castle in less than 3 hours. Understand? 3 hours. The older soldier finally spoke.
"What happens in 3 hours?"
The soldier's gazes scorched my face. My voice broke. There might not be a castle to come back to. He nodded, the deep lines on his face drooping.
"Then I'd better let someone else take this."
"I'll do it, Your Majesty,"
a voice called from the crowd. A fair-haired man with a split lip stepped out of the center of the circle, blood dripping from the bottom of his chin.
"I apologize for my behavior. I can make it back in time."
I eyed him warily. "Which outpost?"
"Any,"
he said, bowing deeply.
"Let me make it up to you."
I nodded. "Make it up to your own men. It's their lives at stake if you don't make it back." He mounted his horse.
"I'm headed for Magnolia."
A tall man with several medals stepped forward, pulling another decorated soldier with him.
"I'll take Begonia, and Gresham said he'll take Kella."
Instinctively, I put my hand on my stomach. "We're counting on you." The 3 soldiers raced to their assigned outposts, but even if they made it back, I worried they'd miss the bulk of the battle ahead. "The rest of you, gather every soldier on the premises. We're going to back up the king and the Prince of Vyres." The old soldier pulled on his graying beard.
"Excuse me, Your Majesty, not to cause waves, but who will be leading us?"
I clutched the hilt of my dagger. I will.
44. Prince Minseo. I held the edge of my sword to my little brother's throat, my body shaking. What was I doing? I didn't want to hurt him, but my body wouldn't lower the blade. I knew none of this made sense, but I didn't care. I was a mess of adrenaline and rage. Young's gaze remained transfixed on me, a glimmer of sadness in them that I'd never seen before. "Why, brother?" he whispered. The wind knocked out of me. "Charlotte," I said, pressing my sword against the soft of his neck. The soldier who delivered the message lunged at me. "Stay back!" Young shouted. "Don't interfere!" The guard stumbled back as if he'd been struck. My brother's gaze returned to me. "I'm in love with her." He swallowed, prompting my blade to cut into him slightly. "I can't let her go." Rage tore through me. "Then raise your sword!" "I won't," he said. He stood up straight, daring me to cut him further. "Who are you?" he asked. He pushed me back with the flat of his blade. The heroic older brother or the wife-stealing villain? I shook my head. Small white flakes of snow fluttered down around us. He continued. "Oh, you don't know?" he said, wiping a drop of blood from his throat. "I suggest you figure it out quickly. You're putting us all in danger." "Raise your sword!" I shouted, tears stinging my eyes. His sword landed with a thud on the ground, a snowflake dissolving on the blade. "Even if you love Charlotte," he said, stepping toward me, "you love me too." I inhaled his words as they stung my lungs. Emmett stepped out from behind a tree. "What a touching speech," he said. I clutched the hilt of my sword and my pulse raced. Of course he would show up now. He continued. "No doubt arguing over Charlotte." Young picked up his sword and pointed it at Emmett, but he didn't seem to notice or care. Emmett sighed. "I felt something for Charlotte too once upon a time," he said. "Are you alone?" I called, scanning the empty woods. He ignored me. "She has this quality about her, doesn't she? She can make you believe whatever she wants you to believe." Young shouted, "Enough!" Emmett continued. "She doesn't lie exactly. She just implies things." He turned his attention to me. "I mean, here you are fighting your own brother over her, and has she ever actually told you she loved you?" His gaze moved from me to Young. "What about you?" Young clenched his jaw. Emmett huffed. "I didn't think so." "Where's your army, Emmett?" I asked, stepping between him and Young. He laughed. "Not 3 seconds ago you were about to kill him. Now you're trying to protect him? Make up your mind, Prince of Vires." In the distance, the rhythmic clop of horses moving toward us echoed. They were coming. If we left now, we could make it back to the castle and our army before Emmett's men arrived. But I wasn't sure we'd get another shot at Emmett. Not like this. "Young!" I called. "Get out of here!" I clutched my blade. In my periphery, I could see Young and the castle messenger mounting their horses. Emmett smiled, amused by the prospect of battle. His confidence unnerved me. I analyzed his broad shoulders. I'd lose if this fight came down to strength alone. I needed to knock him off balance. And with Emmett's army growing closer, I had to be fast. "Young! Go!" I shouted over my shoulder. "Let him go, brother," Young said. "Did he let Leon go?" I said. My mind was already made. I charged toward Emmett, his army a cloud of thick dust in the forest's horizon, coming into view. I tallied the number of soldiers with a glance. 40, 100, perhaps more. It was about as many as we had at the southern castle. The full Algonian army must have been a bit behind. Even so, my window to defeat Emmett was closing fast. Emmett drew his sword with a fluid motion, as if his large broadsword was an extension of his arm. It was now or never. I lunged forward, slamming my sword down on Emmett. He blocked, sending me stumbling back. Young rode between us, holding his arm out. "Get on!" he yelled. I spit on the ground and grabbed his hand, thrusting myself onto the back of his horse. We rode back to the castle. Shloop! An arrow landed on the frozen ground. I turned to see Emmett, another arrow already knocked on his bow. But Emmett was a swordsman through and through, and for the moment, we were out of his broadsword's range. "You should have let me try to beat him," I told Young. "I couldn't let you die," he said. "We're not going to get a better chance than that. With his army's support, he'll be unbeatable." "He's already unbeatable. And now, because of you, he's alive in your kingdom. Who else will you allow to die while you try and protect me? Charlotte? Your baby?" Young rode on silently. I wasn't sure if I could have defeated Emmett, but the small chance we had was gone now. Our northern army was almost equal to that of Drethen's. Emmett and 100 of his men were here, near the southern castle. At best, we could hold them off for a good while, but when the rest of Algony's forces arrived, Besmium would fall, and my brother, Charlotte, and I would fall with it.
45. Queen Charlotte. "Come on, Young," I pleaded with the universe. "Where are you?" I rode my horse through the empty forest. The thud of the Besmian soldiers riding behind me soothed me. With each stride deeper into the forest and no sign of Young, I worried that he may have met the same fate as Leon. In the distance, a hooded figure on horseback, followed by 2 soldiers in green, drew nearer. Their deep green uniforms were an effervescent contrast to the wintry landscape. Algonian soldiers. I forced myself to refrain from looking back over my shoulder to my men. Though we outnumbered the 3 strangers 30-1, I felt an upsurge of fear. As I approached, the hooded figure dismounted. I breathed a puff of white vapor and clutched the dagger beneath my shawl. My men drew their swords, but the mysterious figures didn't draw theirs. The man threw back his hood. Emmett. My stomach dropped, but as I looked into the face I'd dreaded to see, I realized it wasn't Emmett's. This man was slightly taller, with similar features and a thick but light-colored beard on his wide, double-cleft chin. "Your Highness," he said, bowing deeply. He eyed my men. "My apologies. I was not expecting to see you away from your castle." He lowered his voice. "What luck," he said, half to himself. "I am Prince Ezra of Algony, the 2nd son." I eyed him warily. "So, you're what the fuss is about." His gaze traveled up and down like a vulture swooping in on its prey. "I've seen prettier." If I closed my eyes, he almost was Emmett. He continued, "I've come to deliver a message from the king." I nodded, unnerved by his likeness. He opened a crinkled letter and read aloud. "To Her Royal Highness Princess Charlotte of Besmium, Algony does not support the actions of King Emmett of Drethen. Emmett is allowed to oversee a certain amount of our military forces, but when he returned to Algony to ask for military support and explained how he's been using our resources, he was refused. Some of his soldiers defected to Drethen to follow him, but this does not reflect the attitude of the Algonian Council. The disgraced son of Algony
is in no way associated with our kingdom. We cannot condone joining in a war and risking lives over some," he scoffed, "romantic feud. I wish you well in your upcoming battle, but cannot lend my support to either side. Sincerely, King Ethan of Albany, the first son of Jarvan."
I dismounted from my horse. How many men does he have?
"From Albany?
I nodded.
A few hundred, but he claims to have 1,000 coming from Drethen."
My stomach tightened. Is that true?
"Apologies, Your Highness. I don't know. I suggest you clear these woods before he arrives," he said, mounting his horse. "Rejoin the rest of your military. Your battle has nearly begun."
His words echoed in my head as he rode away. The rest of my military? It was obvious that Albany didn't know how depleted we were. If they did, they probably would have supported Emmett. The majority of Besmium's southern army was at my back, and Prince Ezra had assumed it was a mere scouting troop. One truth was indisputable. The moment I married Young instead of Emmett, I had doomed my father's kingdom. I looked over my shoulder at my soldiers. Their somber expressions seemed to suggest the same thing. We were all going to die today. I turned my horse around to face them. Listen, we don't know if any of this is real. If Emmett had 1,000 soldiers coming from the north, we would have been notified by now, I said. Besides, one Besmian soldier is worth more than 10 Drethen soldiers. I scanned the faces of my men and saw defeat dripping from their sunken visages. A middle-aged soldier cleared his throat.
"Maybe we haven't heard anything because everyone to the north is dead."
A weight pressed in on my chest. This was my last semblance of a home, and I'd die protecting it. Why wouldn't they? Was I the only one who hadn't given up? I knew we didn't have a great chance of winning, but as long as I had breath in me, I'd fight. I straightened my posture. Emmett is near the southern castle. He's only got a few hundred men, so we cut the head off the snake, and while the rest scrambles and dies, we hold our kingdom. I rode my horse through the soldiers, each bowing as I passed. A new surge of energy circulated the group. One drop of hope was all it took to draw the life back into Besmium's last warriors. "Let's head back to the castle," I said. "We'll have an advantage if we're ready when they come." A gruff man called from the back of his horse.
"But what about the king?"
A small smile crept across my face as I recalled how Young and I had succeeded in practically reading each other's minds right before we took Emmett hostage at Kildare Castle all those months ago. I knew he'd realized this was the best solution, and that I'd be seeing him very shortly. Spurring my horse back toward Kildare, I lifted my chin as I called back over my shoulder. The king knows the way home.
46. King Young. As my brother and I rode toward the castle, I felt the threat of Emmett's army behind us. They were almost here. I started to wonder if the North was really under attack again and, if so, if they were holding up against the Drethen army. Had I underestimated Drethen the way I'd underestimated Emmett? We rode through the outskirts of the castle grounds, my mind focused on making it back to Charlotte and our baby. A gust of frozen wind chilled my bones. We'd almost made it to the castle just in time. Emmett's men fusilladed from the edge of the forest, but I didn't want to think about what was behind me. Just ahead was Charlotte. If I could just make it to her, I knew everything would be okay, even if these were our final hours. I felt the frantic energy surge through me as we made our final approach. "Archers," I breathed. "We need to get the archers ready." Before I could put together a plan for rounding up enough archers to buy us time, I saw them step forward. Row after row of bow-slung soldiers readied themselves for the approaching army. They lined the top of the walls like gargoyles, ready to protect their home. Charlotte, where had they all come from? How could she have managed to rally so many since I'd left only a few hours ago? A glimmer of hope began to take form inside me. Even Minseo seemed to gain energy as we neared the walls of our salvation. As Minseo and I rode through the outer gate, the soldiers closed and fortified it behind us. Red and yellow uniforms cut through the grayness of the sky and castle walls, as Viren and Besmium soldiers alike joined together to defend Castle Cadera. I dismounted my horse and pushed through the rows of soldiers, feeling more triumphant with each one I passed. But the mood inside the castle walls didn't reflect my own. I didn't pause to observe more closely. If I had, I would have noticed that the soldiers had already been to battle. They'd already been defeated. I raced into the castle, ready to congratulate my queen on a job well done. I knew that this new surge in troops meant Charlotte had given us a chance, and a chance was all we needed. I hurried to her chamber. "Young!" A voice called behind me. I spun around to see Millie. "Where's Charlotte?" I asked, half out of breath. Her eyes were heavy with despair, and I braced myself for an onslaught, retribution for my laxity over the past few months. We had been friends once, and now we were as disconnected as two ships passing, bound for different lands. "She's in the throne room," she said, sadness dripping from her lips. "Thank you," I replied. I paused for a moment. I wanted to say more, to apologize for the way everything happened. But there was no time. Emmett's army would reach the castle in minutes, and once the fighting started, the chaos would make it difficult to find Charlotte. I headed back toward the throne room, once again leaving Millie to fend for herself. I pushed open the doors to the enormous throne room to find Charlotte sitting on the golden throne. She wore her ceremonious crown, and her face was as expressionless as a stone carving. Relief poured into me. She was alive. She was carrying our child, and thanks to her fast thinking, we stood a shot at winning this battle. "You did it!" I shouted as I raced toward her. "How did you manage to get so many soldiers here?" She remained frozen. I reached her throne on the other side of the massive hall and leaned in to kiss her. Her lips brushed mine, but she didn't move. She didn't embrace me the way she'd done after each of my past missions. What spell was this? I tried again, this time willing her back from her motionless state with my love. A single tear slipped down her cheek. She whispered, "I'm sorry I failed you." My stomach dropped. Failed? No. You've done so well. The soldiers... They're from the north. All at once, I understood. We'd already lost.
47. Queen Charlotte. It was the first time I'd ever sat on the throne. It was a place I'd always avoided. Maybe I'd known all along I'd fail as a leader. Now all that was left of Besmium hid behind the castle walls, and I longed to remain here, on the throne, a little longer. Young lifted my chin. "None of this is your fault." I sighed. It was a beautiful lie. In the palm of his hand, I caught a glimpse of a small piece of crinkled parchment. I tightened my grip. Young reached for my hand and pulled the note from it. "Dear Charlotte," Young read, "I wish to stay in Besmium, but I fear I've made a mistake that could impact your relationship with someone you care about." His voice trailed off to a whisper. "I need you. If you cannot help me reconcile these feelings, I'll return to Vyres. Minseo." I sniffed. Where did you get that? Do you love him? The suddenness of the question threw me. It was as if we were unwittingly having two different conversations at once. I gazed into his eyes and saw fear brimming at their corners. I shook inside. He didn't know. He didn't know how much I loved him. Young. No one else. My heart thudded in my chest to match the pace that my mind raced, looking for the words. How could he not know? Each breath Young took was what made my soul breathe. I collected his words. I memorized each moment we spent together so that I could relive them in his absence. Each smile was my purpose, a drop of heaven, shredding every obstacle that life presented into a fine, golden dust. He didn't know. If I were to return to the moment we'd met, knowing what I stood to lose, I'd choose him again. I'd watch everyone I loved die. I'd watch my father's kingdom burn. Fueled by his motionless gaze, an electric pulse tore through me. Had I known how much I loved him before now? This war, this life, it was not something that had happened. It was my choice. No matter what lay ahead, I knew I'd choose Young every time. I didn't have time to explain it all. I stood and leaned in. My lips brushed his, sending chills through my body. I wrapped my arms around him and slid my fingers into his hair. He stepped back in surprise, but I didn't let go. He wrapped his arms tightly around my body, pulling me off my feet. I wrapped my legs around him. He turned, walked us back to the throne, and sat, pulling me onto his lap. He deepened the kiss, separating only to kiss my neck or my jaw. I held him close, willing the ecstasy he'd given me back into his body with every delicious kiss. I needed him to know our child would be loved. He bit down on my shoulder, sending a gasp through my lips. My body temperature rose as Young did as he'd always done, turned the arrows and armies outside the walls to fine, golden dust. There was no war, only love. Just my husband, our child, and a world of glittering gold. The doors to the throne room swung open.
Your Majesties, a guard said, rushing into the hall. They've penetrated the outer wall.
I pulled my lips away from Young, but not my gaze. He smiled at me softly. And with that smile, my life's purpose had been completed. I was ready to die. I stood, drew my dagger, and turned toward the open door. The sunlight streamed into the throne room, spilling on the floor. Young took my hand and kissed my palm. This was not goodbye. My recent losses had taught me something that I believed to my core. Love was immortal.
48. King Young. As I walked with Charlotte toward our certain death, I'd never felt more alive or more in control of my destiny. My time was almost over, but I had 2 things left to accomplish before I died. 1, find Minseo and say goodbye. And 2, somehow sneak Charlotte out of here. The roar of battle echoed off the walls of the corridor, along with the clang of sharpened blades against steel armor. Besmian soldiers rushed through the hallways toward the western entrance.
They're in the castle!
A bloodied soldier cried, his eyes wide as he toppled and gasped his final breath. I drew my dragon sword and headed toward the direction he'd come from, making sure to keep Charlotte close behind me. I heard footsteps approaching from around the corner. This was it. I raised my blade, ready to strike. A figure turned the corner, the gleam of his armor reflecting light around the room. I brought my sword down, but he blocked it, leaving me vulnerable for counterstrike. I braced myself. "Brother!" he gasped. I stumbled back. "Minseo?" He was so covered in blood that if he hadn't spoken, I might not have known him. "They're in the castle," he said, out of breath. He stopped, his gaze drifting past me to Charlotte. His voice softened. "They killed Charlotte's mother. Princess Mina, too." Despite his breathlessness and the blood spattered all over him, Minseo didn't appear to be injured. But if the castle was as lost as he said, we had less time than I thought. There was no time for grief. My mind locked on my last remaining goal. Charlotte. I couldn't let her die here. I couldn't let our baby die. "Help me get her out, Minseo," I pleaded. Given what I learned the last few hours, I was certain he'd agree. I reached my hand back and felt the warmth of Charlotte's hand as she took mine. "Where?" he asked. "The castle is overrun." My heart ricocheted off my ribs as I ran through every possibility. Finally, the answer hit me. The atrium. Minseo's eyes brightened with hope, and the three of us hurried through the corridors, stopping only to cut down an enemy soldier in our path. Step, 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 slice, step, step, slice. As I fought in sync with my brother, I recalled how we used to imagine battles just like this. Our swords pierced a soldier's armor, and the battle began to feel as make-believe as it was when Minseo and I were kids. We were untouchable, each move created in the imagination of innocent children, practiced in adolescence, and mastered in this moment. We reached the door to the atrium, yanked on the handle, and hurled ourselves inside. "Quick!" I called to Minseo. "Help me pry loose one of the drainage bars." I leaped into the water, the current pulling at my knees. "She can swim across to the other side and escape." Minseo and I gripped the iron pole. We put our feet against the stone wall and strained to bend it. It curved slightly. "That's it," I called. "Let's go again." As I pushed the bar, my mind turned to a memory I had from a few months ago, where I lay with Charlotte beneath the oak tree in the courtyard. "Do you ever wish you were just normal?" Charlotte asked. I liked the weight of her head on my arm. "What do you mean?" "Like, not royalty, just an ordinary person." "I wish I was taller," I joked. She rolled toward me, her gaze meeting mine, urging me for a real answer. "I guess I never thought about it," I said. "It's like wishing to be a bird or a fish. You are what you are." Her gaze drifted up to the tree. I pulled her close. "I would never have met you if I wasn't born a prince." She smiled. "If we were commoners, we could have peace. We'd only have our own lives in our hands. We could spend every day like this." Every ounce of my life energy poured into moving that bar. "Please." The bar gave way, bending enough for Charlotte to easily fit through. Relief shot through me. She was going to be all right. They both were. I turned to Charlotte but shot Minseo a quick look. He smirked and pulled himself onto the bridge to give me a moment to say goodbye to her. I ran my fingers through Charlotte's hair and put my forehead to hers. Tears dripped from her chin. "If I could go back, I'd do it all the same way again," she said. "So would I breathed. She pulled away. I can't leave you here." I brushed away her tears, memorizing every detail of her face. She nodded, wiping her face. her dark eyelashes sprinkled with droplets. Have you thought of a name? Morgan, like your father. She nodded. And if it's a girl? I shrugged. Morgan, She laughed and sniffled. That's terrible. I kind of like it. Minseo cleared his throat. Young, why don't you go on ahead with her? I'll meet you later. I smiled. No, if the king of Besmium doesn't die, they'll keep looking for us. It's better if I stay. He kicked a small stone off the bridge. You really think they can tell us apart? He smiled widely. Consider it a wedding present. The door to the atrium swung open. Out of instinct, I pushed Charlotte into the drainage tunnel, hoping to conceal her. I leaped up to the bridge beside Minseo. Millie stood in the doorway, her icy gaze transfixed on Minseo. Emmett! She called. I found them! My stomach dropped. Minseo's eyes widened. Whose side are you on? She smiled. Not yours, Minseo. I'll never be yours. A sword shot through Millie from the back. Her face whitened. Her eyes dimmed before she even fell to the ground. Emmett stood behind her, and with difficulty wrenched the sword out of her fresh corpse. Well, I hope she didn't think she was on my side, Emmett said with a smile.
49. Queen Charlotte. 3 strides. That was how far I made it through the pipe's rushing water before I turned back. The clash of weapons echoed through the drainage pipe as I forced my way against the current back toward the atrium. Young, stay alive, I pleaded as if he could hear me. Baby or not, I couldn't walk away from this. I peered into the dusky atrium, only to watch Minseo and Young fly back at the swing of Emmett's broadsword. They got to their feet and lunged at Emmett, only to be knocked back again. I crouched down, concealing my body in the frigid water before venturing out of the pipe. I didn't have the courage to fully submerge. I needed to keep an eye on Emmett. The battle drew all his attention, giving me a window to reach the bridge without anyone noticing. I gripped my dagger, now wet, but I knew it would never slip from my determined grasp. Emmett was going down. He'd taken enough from me. I was going to make him pay for all of it. I waited for the fight to bring him close enough, running through the dagger training Minseo had given me. Finally, above, I felt the heavy stomp of Emmett's boots on the bridge. This was it. I took a deep breath, readied my attack. Clang! A cry of agony rattled my bones. It was unmistakably Young. My body shredded as if punctured by an ocean of needles. I had to get in there, now. I thrust myself onto the bridge. I rushed at Emmett, slashing at his face with my blade. He hadn't seen me but moved in time to escape the full force of the blow. He turned to me, his expression changing from surprise to amusement.
This day just keeps getting better, he said with a smile.
I wasn't in the mood to talk. I leaped forward, waiting for his blade to descend on me. No, Charlotte! Young screamed. Like clockwork, Emmett swung his blade down. Instead of jumping back to avoid it, I moved closer and pushed my dagger into Emmett's chest. In astonishment, Emmett dropped his sword and wrapped his arms gently around me. I took a slow breath, the warmth of Emmett's blood running down my frozen right arm where my dagger still remained buried in his breached chainmail. The blood dripped steadily from my elbow, but I was too afraid to let go. My gaze crept up from the bottom of Emmett's chin to his lips. and finally to his pale blue eyes. He stood and held me, a warmth in his eyes as they faded. Enraged, I pulled the dagger out and plunged it into a new spot on his chest. He toppled forward, spitting blood as his weight fell on me. I snatched my dagger and jumped back, allowing Emmett's body to land with a thud. His lifeless form lay face down in front of me, but I couldn't stop. I wanted to end the pain he'd caused me. I stabbed his corpse for my father. Again. My mother. A warm hand gripped my wrist, gently pulling the dagger from my hand. I balled up my fist and punched Emmett again and again. Minseo kicked my dagger off the bridge and into the water, then pulled me off of Emmett. "Charlotte, it's okay," he breathed. "You saved us." "Not yet," Young said. I turned to see him, kneeling, both hands pressed against his leg. "Young," I called, stumbling to my feet only to fall again in front of him. "You were so brave," he said, attempting to hide his pain. My gaze went to his leg, blood gushing through his fingers. "Young, oh God," I cried, reaching out to help him apply pressure. "Charlotte, listen," he said, his voice low and even. "I can't go with you." "No," I sobbed. "We've done it. Emmett's gone." "Yes, Charlotte," he said with a smile. "You made sure of that. Listen, you need to get out of here. Go through the pipe with Minseo. If I die here, they might not pursue you." "You're crazy if you think I'm going to leave you here." Young's gaze moved to Minseo, but they didn't speak. I screamed as Minseo grabbed me by the waist, pulling me toward the tunnel. "No!" I thrashed my body around to break free, but it was no use. "Wait!" I yelled. "Wait! Young, I love you!" "I love you too," I thought I heard him say. Minseo dragged me through the water and into the pipe. He pushed me against the wall, covering my mouth. I heard the slam of the door opening as my screams brought several soldiers to the atrium. I listened, my heart bursting from its cage, my eyes blurred with tears. "King Emmett's dead," I heard someone say. "Where's the Queen of Besmium?" a soldier shouted. Minseo started pulling me down the pipe. "Long gone," Young said. An unfamiliar voice laughed. "She's here. Check the pipes." Minseo pulled me faster now, trying to get us deep enough not to be seen. A cry of pain rang through the pipes and the clash of metal echoed. "Get him!" a soldier shouted. As Minseo pulled me further, the sounds grew fainter. "I said get him!" The commotion stopped. "Good. Now kill him." "Wait. Check the pipe first." Minseo and I both stopped breathing as the soldier peered into the dark pipe. A voice rang out so clearly through the blackness, it was as if the soldier stood beside us. "I don't see a thing, sir." "Forget it. She probably is long gone." "Why are you smiling? You're about to die." "No!" I thrashed, but I couldn't get enough leverage in the water, and Minseo was prepared. "Because I'm happy," Young said, his voice carrying through the pipe into my ears like a soft whisper. With one final clang of the sword, my heart stopped. Young was gone. Why had I survived? All the strength I'd built over my lifetime melted away. After the soldiers cleared from the atrium, Minseo carried me through the pipe to the lake where it led out. Young was gone. Besmium had fallen. I walked beyond the walls of the castle with a title I never wanted. widow. Minseo pulled me out of the tunnel, and we leapt together into the lake where it led out. My body moved on instinct as we swam for our lives, and when we reached the shore, we pushed on as if our bodies could bear it. We traveled like that for days, only speaking when there was no other option. We did not look back. We couldn't. There was so much to regret, too much to process, and not a shred of comfort left in the world. The only sounds that cut deeper than my muffled cries were Minseo's. When my body began to give in, and dying seemed more enticing than pushing on, I forced myself to ask, "Where are we going?" He could hardly look at me, but he managed to answer, "Vyers." I stopped. After everything, the prospect of stepping into another royal life saddened me, but not as much as raising my child in one. I looked around the small town as people passed by us, their gazes never lingering longer than a moment or two. Once upon a time, I'd dreamed of this moment, a day when I would no longer have to be a princess. But at what cost? My family, my love. My mother was gone, and I'd never gotten the chance to tell her that I'd grown to understand her. I was orphaned for my kingdom. My family was gone, but the child growing inside me still had a chance. There was nothing I wouldn't do to keep them safe. I placed my palm on my stomach with the belief that my child's future was worth more than the pain of my past. I didn't know what was ahead, nor how I'd make it through whatever came next, but I knew I was a survivor. I needed to believe there would be a day when I would watch Youngs and my child play in the sun, free from the weight of leadership. It was the last dream I had left, and so I stopped walking. "Do you need to rest?" Minseo asked without looking back. I took a deep breath. "I can't go with you to Vyers." He turned slowly, his eyes vacant, his tone sharp.
"You will. I can't leave you here. My brother would never forgive me."
"You're not going to understand this, and we won't see eye to eye."
"I'm sorry, Charlotte. You have to come with me. I can't."
I straightened. "I'd like to use my wish. I wish for you to go to Vyers without me." His head drooped, and when he lifted his chin, I saw tears. "Please, don't do this." "You made a vow." He stared at me for so long I might have mistaken him for a statue, but eventually, he ran a defeated hand through his hair, shook his head, and continued on his way without another word. My heart broke a little more with every step he took, but I'd had my fair share of kingdoms and castles. My child would know a different life, a life of obscurity. Despite the odds, I would not allow myself to fail again. My grief remained fresh, and my mind became an endless cycle of the same question. What was it all for? Until the day I found my answer.
50. Prince Minseo. Little brother, it's been 5 years since I last saw your face, and nearly the same since I've seen your Charlotte. I know this letter is an exercise in futility, but it helps to quell the near constant need I have to speak with you again. I take comfort in knowing you died without regrets, a death that has taught me much about how to appreciate life and its fleeting moments. After I lost you, I was as broken as Charlotte, and quickly realized that I was not whole enough to console her. I offered her refuge in Vyres, and when she refused, I regrettably took my leave without regard for her safety or the cold of the winter that followed. When I'd finally accepted your passing, I sought her out, though I must admit I never expected to find her. I found it difficult to gather information about her whereabouts without revealing her former identity. My travels brought much news. What was once the land of Besmium had been swallowed by Drethin, only to be renamed Camelot and ruled by a teenage tyrant named Arthur. After many months of fruitless searching, I finally found Charlotte. I was relieved to find that she was not the dead-eyed widow I'd abandoned, but a woman of grace and silent strength. She sang while she cooked and spent long stretches of time in her garden. She picked wildflowers by the river and gazed up at the stars. When she speaks of you, she smiles to herself, then looks off into the distance, as if she's waiting for you to arrive at any moment. Or perhaps she's waiting for her time to come, so that she can be reunited with you in the next life. Through all the loss she suffered, she somehow became more. Your young daughter, Morgana, glitters with all the charisma and poise of royalty, and all the mischievousness that you and I possessed in youth. When Charlotte's gaze fell upon her, I saw in her eyes the glimmer of love that I'd only ever seen when she looked upon you. Though Charlotte prefers to remain tied to the simple life she's grown accustomed to, I will return to visit your daughter as often as time allows. And if Charlotte permits me, I'll bring her lavish gifts and toys from Vyres. Though she was born untitled, she'll remain a princess in my eyes. Morgana is true joy embodied, and it seems her most treasured moments are spent listening to tales of her father's adventures. Can you believe it? She has your smile. With all my love, Minseo.
If only I knew when I wrote this letter that you were still alive, I would have done it all differently.
You've been listening to Kingdom Cold, Book 1 of the Kingdom Cold series. This book was written by Brittni Chenelle and performed by Alessa Lamb and Matthew H. Longoria. If you enjoyed this production, please like and subscribe for more excellent content from these creators and performers. Text copyright 2019 by Brittni Chenelle. Audio production copyright 2023 by Brittni Chenelle.